Alright, it's Star Era 3052. We're currently at Hellstar Fortress on the border of the Imperial Federation. The latest battleships and satellites are assembled here. System notification chimes. Ding ding. You have entered Imperial Federation territory, specifically Hellstar Fortress. Please proceed to Command Center. GU, my main girl, you're 0.023 seconds late. Pay attention next time, understand. Special Assistant You Weilan didn't even attempt an excuse, replying directly, "Yes, Commander." Ying Wu, the big boss of the Imperial Federation, spoke. "What's on the agenda today, You Weilan?" he asked his highly efficient assistant. You Weilan promptly reported the schedule. At 9 a.m., you have a strategic meeting at Command Center. At 2 p.m., you return to Lupolette to meet the President. At 7 p.m., you attend a grand banquet with the President. Ying Wu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued, a banquet. You Weilan brought up a display screen for him to view. Yes, your attire has already been prepared. Once Ying Wu had reviewed the information, she tapped her wrist control panel, and the display vanished instantly. With smooth movements, she adjusted his collar while saying, "I've also set an emergency alert to be sent to Command Center at 7:30 p.m., giving you an excuse to leave the banquet early." Ying Wu, calm as ever, simply said, "Well done, You." Weilan, clearly accustomed to his aloofness, remained unfazed and pulled out a chair for him. Gesturing to the food on the table, she announced, "It's 9 a.m. now. You have 15 minutes to eat." Ying Wu had just taken a few bites and was about to put a piece of steak in his mouth. Just then, he caught sight of the maid bringing a plate of tomatoes to the table and immediately fixed her with a death glare. His gaze, sharp as a knife, was locked onto those bright red tomatoes. Ying Wu's icy stare could seemingly freeze a planet. The poor maid trembled, her mind racing. "Oh heavens, what have I done wrong?" You Weilan stepped forward, placing a hand on the maid's shoulder, and whispered, "Didn't you listen during training? Remember, the commander doesn't eat tomatoes. Go now." The maid, nearly in tears, looked at Weilan with gratitude, as if she were looking at an angel. "Yes, Commander." With permission granted, she fled as if her backside were on fire, muttering, "Don't die, don't die, don't die." Just as the maid escaped, an alert flashed on the screen, red text blinking. Warning. Dark Star System Intrusion Alert. 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 Ying Wu immediately grabbed his coat, throwing it on with practiced ease, adjusting his shoulders, his aura commanding. Turning to You Weilan, he calmly stated, "Postpone all of today's appointments by 2 hours. Notify the battleship group to prepare for launch in 2 minutes." Weilan immediately pulled up her control panel. Battleship EC-0120 is ready and standing by. Hearing this, Ying Wu left without hesitation, Weilan close behind. The battleship was already airborne, ready for deployment. Meanwhile, Weilan was busy bandaging an injured soldier when a man came running in, panicked and shouting, "GU Doctor, emergency. Come quickly." He was near hysterics. Weilan immediately handed the bandage to the nurse beside her. "Take over for me, thanks." It was Deputy Gao, one of Ying Wu's subordinates. Seeing his distress, Weilan removed her mask and asked, "What's wrong? Is the battle going badly?" Deputy Gao blurted out, "No, we won. But the commander was injured saving me, and he's been unconscious ever since. You know his temper. I didn't dare let anyone else near him. I had to sneak him back to the infirmary to find you." As they spoke, they hurried towards the special treatment chamber. Reaching the door, Deputy Gao said, "Here we are. You go in. I have to report back to headquarters." Weilan pressed her fingerprint to the scanner, and the control panel flashed green. She glanced at Deputy Gao, thinking to herself, "No wonder he's so nervous. My boss's physique isn't something ordinary people can compare to. He's not only the strongest commander on the planet, but also a demon converter raised by the Federation." At that moment, 2 red horns emerged from Ying Wu's head. His handsome face, godlike, still bore traces of undried blood. His eyes closed tight. You Weilan gazed at him tenderly, thinking, "There's a reason I'm Ying Wu's sole personal physician and special assistant. You know, when I was just a little sprout, I was selected by the testing center. Before Ying Wu joined the army, I was always with him in the growth chambers. Later, Ying Wu evolved from a demon into a human and left the growth chamber. The Federation president ordered all his past memories erased and threw him into the army for training. I thought we'd never see each other again, but unexpectedly, 2 years ago, the Federation sought me out and brought me back to be his exclusive doctor. As she pricked him with the needle, You Weilan muttered under her breath, "Well, I have to admit, I do know him better than anyone." She had just inserted the needle into Ying Wu's hand. Not even 10 seconds later, his other hand clamped down on hers, sending the needle flying. You Weilan's eyes nearly popped out of her head in surprise. She stammered his name, Commander Ying. Before she could finish, he yanked her onto the bed. She cried out, "Ah!" In an instant, their faces were almost touching. One of his hands gripped her wrist tightly, while the other tightened around her neck. It was then that You Weilan finally noticed his horns glowing like light bulbs. Panic seized her as she realized. Glowing horns, a sign of the estrus cycle that only occurs when demons take human form. During estrus, demons become restless and in severe cases lose control, requiring isolation. They also develop an intense longing for those they've imprinted on. A longing for comfort. Ying Wu's eyes were bloodshot, sharp fangs protruding from his lips, and his grip on her neck tightened. No matter how much You Weilan struggled, she was no match for his strength. She tried various methods to soothe him, and thankfully, when she called out her own name, he finally loosened his grip. "I'm You Weilan." As soon as she finished speaking, Ying Wu's body stiffened. His gaze slowly cleared, the bloodshot redness fading from his eyes as tears welled up. He looked at her intensely, hesitantly asking, "Weilan?" You Weilan seized the opportunity, replying firmly, "Yes, I'm You Weilan." Her mind raced, trying to figure out how to call for help. Suddenly, a heart-shaped tail appeared from behind Ying Wu, swaying back and forth. He called You Weilan's name in a sweet, cloying voice, "Weilan, Weilan." The tail wrapped around her leg. "Weilan, Weilan." Ying Wu hummed her name, murmuring, "I miss you so much. I really miss you so much." Tears threatened to spill from the corners of Ying Wu's eyes. Their current position was far too intimate, completely inappropriate for anyone else to see. You Weilan felt dizzy, as if floating on a cloud. How could this be? How could this be? She had never imagined that the boy who had grown up with her, matured alongside her, was the same boy who had once carefully picked a flower, gently tucked it into her hair, and complimented her beauty. He placed the flower in her hair, calling her name, Weilan, repeatedly praising her beauty. At that moment, her eyes widened in surprise, her heart pounding with shyness. But the call of Weilan brought her back to reality with a jolt. How had things become like this? Back in the present, Ying Wu was accusing her with a tearful voice. "Why won't you look at me?" You Weilan's cheeks flushed as she pushed him away. "Commander Koff, Ying Wu, I understand. Please let go of me first." However, he stubbornly wrapped his tail around her hand. She froze. Ying Wu looked at her with deep affection, firmly stating, "I don't want to let go." He nuzzled his face against her hand, coquettishly saying, "I want Weilan to stay with me always." His pitiful expression and sincere tone softened You Weilan's heart. She sighed inwardly, who wouldn't be moved. Blushing, she allowed him to nibble gently on her neck. But inside, she struggled. "No, You Weilan, you have to stay Qingxing." She softly said, "Ying Wu, be good." With just those words, Ying Wu immediately stopped, focusing on her words. You Weilan gently coaxed him. "I can't treat your wounds like this, Ying Wu. Please sit up, okay?" Ying Wu replied, blushing, "But I feel uncomfortable if I don't hold you." Not even a second later, he leaned close to You Weilan's ear and whispered, "So uncomfortable. Can I have a kiss?" She couldn't help but let out a few soft moans, but she still allowed him to have his way. Inwardly, she thought, some people seem alive, but they're already dead inside. Even though she was unwilling, she still tried to endure his transgressions. She cried out for help in her mind, hoping someone would come to her rescue. Suddenly, Ying Wu pleaded, "Wei Wei, kiss me." These words brought her instantly back to her senses. Wait, did she hear correctly? Hadn't Ying Wu's memories been sealed by the Federation? How could he still call her by her nickname? Ying Wu continued speaking, completely confirming that she hadn't misheard. "Wei Wei, why are you so distracted today? Is it?" Ying Wu's voice trailed off, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Is it because you don't like me anymore?" You Weilan quickly pulled him closer to explain, "No, it's not." Before she could finish, Ying Wu's tears flowed like a broken dam. "Wah, woo-woo." You Weilan panicked completely and could only wipe his tears while comforting him. There, Ying Wu, don't cry." Of course, he immediately took the opportunity to cling to her again. Wei Wei, she just wanted to soothe him. Without even trying to bargain, she quickly patted his back and coaxed softly, all right, I'll hold you. Don't cry anymore." Ying Wu's tear-stained face finally showed a spark of life as he agreed. Then I'll be good and stop crying. Then, Ying Wu seized the opportunity to whisper in her ear, Wei Wei, if you don't kiss me, I'll kiss you. He wasn't joking. Ying Wu directly kissed his best friend, Weilan. She widened her eyes in surprise at the sudden, passionate kiss, completely flustered. Her mind raced with the question, what is going on? Initially stiff, Weilan soon relaxed, closing her eyes and softly calling his name, Ying Wu. They exchanged a fervent, lingering kiss interspersed with low moans. Ying Wu's tail stealthily slipped inside Weilan's clothes. Breathless, they pressed their faces together, their breaths mingling. Soon, they both realized that Weilan was only allowing herself this one indulgence. Just as Ying Wu's voice emerged between gasps, Wei Wei silently told herself, just this once. Indulge. But before she could finish the thought, he had grabbed her collar, pulling her closer. Their lips pressed together again, as if glued. Ying Wu began to caress Weilan's neck, sweat dripping from both of them like rain, their panting filling the air. Ying Wu took Weilan's hands and held them above her head. His embrace was so tight that Weilan could barely breathe. Opening her eyes, she saw his handsome face close to hers, his eyes peacefully closed. Weilan sighed, feeling drained. The embrace was too tight. She felt faint. One of Ying Wu's arms was around her chest, the other tightly gripping her right wrist, startling Weilan. He gently lifted her hand and placed a soft kiss on the back of it. Weilan blushed, giving him a small smile. She hadn't expected the usually cautious commander to be so demonstrative during this oral phase. Patients in this stage become extremely dependent on a particular object or person, becoming anxious and upset if separated, expressing all their emotions through crying. She lightly touched his soft lips with her fingertips, thinking to herself, the usual Ying Wu would have regained his composure by now. But regardless, I need to get up before this becomes awkward. Easier said than done. She tried to pull away his arm, but before she could move, he clung to her again, grabbing her hand and sucking on it frantically. Weilan tried to discreetly pull her hand away without him noticing, but as soon as she moved it slightly, Ying Wu began to whimper pathetically. He collapsed onto the mattress again, clinging to her with a look of utter dependence, tears welling in his eyes. Wu. The sight completely panicked Weilan. Oh no, is this happening again? She had to calm him down first. Everything else could wait. In her panic, she could only think of one way to shut him up. After several minutes of kissing, Ying Wu finally calmed down a little. He finally drifted off to sleep. Weilan breathed a sigh of relief, gently pulling her hand away and smoothing his hair. She tiptoed out of bed, but stumbled slightly upon standing, having exerted herself quite a bit earlier. She cursed inwardly, damn it, but quickly regained her balance. Weilan grabbed her jacket, reassuring herself, just this once. It's fine, it's fine. Then she quietly slipped out of the room. After escaping the room, she rushed to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and scrubbed herself clean. Her neck was covered in hickeys and bite marks, remnants of their fierce battle. Even the slightest touch made her wince. Weilan quickly buttoned her shirt, ready to make a run for it. Composed, she walked out, only to freeze upon seeing the person standing outside. Frozen in place, she politely greeted Lord Ying. Standing before her was Ying Wu's father, the head of the most prominent noble family in the Imperial Federation, Lord Ying. He spoke coldly. How is Ying Wu? Weilan immediately replied, Commander Ying's injuries have been treated. He's currently all right. She hesitated, but decided to tell the truth. Last night, his wound became infected, and he had a fever. It was his first time entering the estrus cycle. Lord Ying, as always, was sharp, so you were with him all night. Weilan lowered her head, nervously replying, yes. Lord Ying's hawk-like gaze sharpened. He spoke sternly to Weilan, Special Assistant G. I expect you to keep the matter of helping him through his estrus cycle confidential. Weilan replied, Lord Ying, Deputy Officer Gao, and the others know. I was the only one who entered Commander Ying's room last night. I can't hide this on my own. She paused, unsure how to continue. Ingong continued, don't worry about this matter. I will handle it. I've already spoken with Professor Bai Luo. Demons revert to their original form after their estrus period ends, and they won't remember anything that happened during that time. You should know this, Special Assistant You Weilan. An excellent doctor like you couldn't possibly be unaware of this information, right? So you dare to give yourself to him. Ingong said this as she lowered her eyes sadly. You Weilan softly replied, I understand, my lord. After the warning, Ingong turned and left. That's all. Go back to work. You Weilan thought to herself. Just pretend nothing happened. It's better for everyone this way. The next morning, Ying Wu sat up, one hand on the mattress and the other rubbing his aching head. He wondered why he couldn't remember anything from last night. He cursed inwardly. What the hell happened? If I'm not mistaken, judging by my body's reaction, my estrus period must have arrived, and it seems like I had a intimate contact with someone. The key is, who helped me through my estrus period? Tell me the truth. Ying Wu immediately contacted Deputy Officer Gao. Hey, Deputy Officer Gao, who entered my rest cabin yesterday. Seeing Ying Wu's serious expression, Deputy Officer Gao quickly waved his hands. How would I know? I was busy at the front lines all day yesterday. Go ask someone else. Deputy Officer Gao's answer infuriated Ying Wu. Unable to get an answer, he angrily hung up the phone. Ying Wu put his feet on the floor, preparing to get out of bed. He walked to the kitchen, picked up the kettle, and poured himself a full glass of water. The sound of the water flowing into the glass was particularly comforting. Ying Wu drank the entire glass of water in one gulp. Just then, there was the sound of footsteps at the door, and a pair of military boots appeared at the edge of the door. It was You Weilan. She was holding a set of clothes for Ying Wu to change into. As soon as she saw him, her face flushed red with shyness. Water droplets spilled from the glass still clung to his chest, painting an extremely alluring picture. You Weilan forced herself to look away, chanting inwardly, "Don't think about last night. Nothing happened last night. Nothing at all." She stepped forward and softly asked, "Commander, are you feeling better?" He remained indifferent as usual, taking the clothes she brought with a blank expression, and replied flatly, "Just some superficial wounds." You Weilan skillfully helped Ying Wu dress, reminding him as she adjusted his collar, "You still need to change your bandages regularly. I'll help you change them again after breakfast." As she was tying his tie, her hand was suddenly caught by him. You Weilan froze, completely bewildered. Ying Wu continued, "Special Assistant Jiyu, find the woman who was with me last night." After he finished speaking, she was even more astonished, her heart in turmoil. "He wants me to find myself." What a joke. But on the surface, she merely paused, unsure how to respond. The scene became awkward. Seeing her silence, Ying Wu asked suspiciously, "What? Is Special Assistant Jiyu unwilling?" She deliberately avoided his gaze and respectfully replied, "I wouldn't dare, sir." He then ordered, "Then go and investigate." After saying that, he let her continue tying his tie. At this moment, You Weilan was frantically thinking about how to deceive Ying Wu. Besides me, who else could investigate this matter? Does this guy think I'm an all-powerful assistant, dumping everything on me? Just thinking about it makes me want to strangle him with his tie. But of course, I can't actually do that. I still have to obediently tie this jerk's tie, cursing him in my mind. A few days later, outside the Federal Empire's Hellstar, You Weilan reported to Ying Wu, "Commander Ying, the information regarding your meeting with the federal president has been sent to your computer. Also, the ship is expected to arrive at the designated location in 10 minutes. The control screen flashed a notification. The Federal Empire's Foreign Minister will meet with Foreign Minister Mata at Le Palais on the 13th. Interstellar war may break out." Ying Wu simply closed his eyes and gave a faint in acknowledgement. Less than a minute later, he subconsciously touched his lips. Then, he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with fury. A few seconds later, he crossed his arms, suppressing his emotions. You Weilan watched his fluctuating emotions with worry. Why is his mood suddenly so bad? It's best not to provoke him. She deliberately pretended not to notice. But Ying Wu's hands fidgeted restlessly, as if searching for something. He frowned and asked her, "No candy today." Only then did You Weilan remember. That's right, he always likes to eat hard candy, and it has to be peach-flavored. But after last night, perhaps I've discovered another reason. Ying Wu liked hard candies. Aside from his sweet tooth, the main reason was likely his oral fixation. Whenever that urge surfaced, he needed candy to control himself. Weilan, his best friend, smiled and replied, "Yes, I have some in my pocket, but it's a little difficult to get them out right now. Let me switch to autopilot." Weilan hadn't finished speaking when Ying Wu suddenly leaned in, startling her. A blush crept up her cheeks as she thought, "Why is he suddenly so close?" Ying Wu reached into Weilan's pocket without hesitation. Her eyes squeezed shut, panic rising within her. "Even though there's nothing in my pocket, we spent the night together last night. I really can't be as calm as I used to be." Just then, Ying Wu noticed the deep blush on her face. He slowly pulled the candy from her pocket and casually asked, breaking the ambiguous atmosphere, "Special Assistant G, why are you so nervous?" Weilan gripped the controls tightly, lowering her head and murmuring, "I'm not." Then, like a startled rabbit, she quickly scooted away. Ying Wu stared at her, puzzled, as if trying to solve a difficult problem. Weilan could feel the intensity of his gaze, her cheeks burning like ripe tomatoes. She waited a moment, then gathered the courage to steal a glance. He was still frozen in the same position. "Why are you still staring at me?" she wondered. Ying Wu slowly unwrapped the candy he had just taken from her pocket. Then, with excruciating slowness, he popped the candy into his mouth. Glaring at his peacefully handsome, yet annoying face, she shook her head, telling herself, "Weilan, just pretend last night never happened." After a long day's work, Weilan calculated in her mind that it was finally her turn for vacation. She brought up the console, entered her leave request, and carefully explained the daily work details to Deputy Officer Gao, ensuring everything would run smoothly in her absence. With everything arranged, she could finally pilot her ship back to Onqing with peace of mind and enjoy her well-deserved vacation. Weilan almost forgot one small thing: to say goodbye to Ying Wu in person. Upon returning home, Weilan politely greeted her family. "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Her mother snatched her luggage and excitedly linked arms with her daughter. "Weilan, I heard you were coming back, so I specially cleaned your room." Her mother pulled her into the room and proudly pointed to the fruits of her labor. "So what do you think? Do you like it?" "Weilan be met. I love it." Just then, her father poked his head out from the kitchen. "Honey, come wash your hands and get ready for dinner. I shooed away the robots and made your favorite dishes myself." Weilan's grandfather rolled his eyes, thinking, a grown man, always busy with these trivial matters. So useless, relying on his wife's family. What a waste. He kept his thoughts to himself, his face a mask of disdain. Weilan's mother finally spoke up. "Dad, can you please stop criticizing Tantang? If you really can't stand it, we can move out." Her father quickly smoothed things over. "Don't say that. I'm just so happy our daughter is back." Her grandfather looked at his daughter helplessly. He trailed off, cut short by simultaneous glares from his daughter and granddaughter. The atmosphere instantly froze. He relented. "Let's eat." Her mother picked up a piece of soy sauce salmon and placed it on her plate. "Weilan, try this." Not to be outdone, her father also added food to her bowl. "Sweetie, try this. You'll definitely like it." Weilan looked at the mountain of food piling up in her bowl, feeling slightly awkward. Just then, her grandfather called out to her, "Weilan, that young marquis from the Fu family, Fu Chengluo, do you remember him?" Weilan answered between bites. "Yes, I remember." "What about him, Grandpa?" She recalled browsing through the information on the noble families of the various planets. The name did ring a bell. Her grandfather continued, "He's rarely on vacation. Make some time to have dinner with him tomorrow. I'll arrange the location." Weilan nearly choked on her food at her grandfather's words. She quickly dabbed her mouth with a napkin and asked, "Grandpa, are you trying to set me up on a blind date?" Her grandfather took a sip of water and calmly replied, "It's just dinner. If it can develop into something more, that would be even better." Her mother whispered to her, Wei, if you don't feel like it, don't force yourself." "Then forget it," Weilan replied awkwardly. "I barely have time to breathe, let alone date," she thought. Meanwhile, at Ying Wu's residence, Ying Wu tightened the belt of his bathrobe and slowly descended the stairs. Spotting a service robot, he asked, "Where is Special Assistant G?" The robot quickly explained, "Commander, Special Assistant G. You Weilan is currently on a 3-day leave." Ying Wu sat down at the dining table and said coldly, "So, for the next 3 days, I won't have a special assistant." His hands trembled with anger. He was about to explode. "Just as my family arranged." Ji You Weilan was sitting across from her blind date. Guess who was sitting opposite her? Fu Qingluo, the young lord of the Fu family. He got straight to the point. "Your family arranged a blind date for you two." Ji You Weilan, seeing his directness, smiled and replied, "It seems we're in the same boat." Fu Qingluo brushed it off with a smile and extended his hand to introduce himself. "Let's put our families aside for now and be friends first. My name is Fu Qingluo." She shook his hand and introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Ji You Weilan." Before she could finish, the waiter suddenly interrupted. "Excuse me, are you Miss G?" Miss G, could you please check your interstellar phone? You Weilan was stunned. Interstellar phone. She opened it and found that because she had accidentally turned on Do Not Disturb, she had missed 39 calls from Ying Wu. She panicked. Had something happened at headquarters? You Weilan immediately called Ying Wu back. While waiting for the call to connect, she apologized to Fu Chengluo. Excuse me, I have to take this call. As soon as the call connected, Ying Wu asked, where's the watch I wore last time I went to Planet 4? Hearing this, You Weilan felt both exasperated and amused. She thought, was it really necessary to make so many calls just for a watch? You Weilan cleared her throat and replied, it's in the second drawer of her bedside table, Commander. Sure enough, after getting the answer, Ying Wu hung up without hesitation. She turned back to Fu Chengluo awkwardly and apologized. I'm really sorry. But Fu Chengluo didn't seem to mind, waving his hand dismissively. It's okay, let's continue. As soon as he finished speaking, his own watch started vibrating. The two looked at each other, the atmosphere suddenly turning awkward. You Weilan quickly answered the call. Commander, is there anything else? Hearing her voice, Ying Wu sensed something was amiss. Are you with G? Flustered by Ying Wu's question, You Weilan stammered. No, I just wanted to say, there are actually many other styles in the wardrobe. Ying Wu immediately interrupted her. Special Assistant G, I'm looking for the watch I wore last time I went to Planet 4. Realizing she was a bit out of control, she covered her face, but still tried to answer Ying Wu's question. Yes, Commander. Should I tell Deputy Gao where the watch is so she can help you find it? Ying Wu continued to press. Who told you to let other people into my house? Hearing this, her heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks flushed slightly. Don't say things that can be easily misunderstood. You Weilan reminded herself silently. Cough, cough. You Weilan, this is just the demon's strong sense of territoriality after taking human form. It's just instinct to protect their territory. Don't overthink it. She carefully explained, actually, I'm in Anqing right now, and I can't go back for the time being. Ying Wu tossed her hair, put on her glasses impatiently, and then dropped a bombshell that shocked You Weilan. I'm in Anqing. I'll come pick you up. Even hearing the roar of the warship's engines outside, You Weilan couldn't believe her ears, just stood there dumbfounded, her mouth agape. She froze in her seat, completely incredulous, her eyes wide and her jaw almost dropping to the floor. The people outside were in an uproar seeing the warship in the sky. Oh my God, how can there be a warship? Mommy, I'm scared. Under the dazzling lights, a familiar figure descended from the warship's hatch. Who else could it be but the domineering and assertive Ying Wu? Seeing this scene, You Weilan couldn't help but wonder if Ying Wu had gone mad. Ying Wu walked straight to the table where You Weilan and Fu Chengluo were sitting. Fu Chengluo silently sized up the newcomer. Ying Wu frowned, clearly displeased that You Weilan was dining and chatting with another man. She glared fiercely at Fu Chengluo, making him extremely uncomfortable. But Ying Wu didn't linger on him, turning to You Weilan and ordering directly, let's go. She said in a low voice, somewhat embarrassed, Commander, I'm on a date. At this point, Fu Chengluo also spoke up, trying to help You Weilan out of the awkward situation. Commander, as far as I know, Ji is on leave. Ying Wu glared at him coldly, her tone stern. You don't seem to understand the special nature of our work. In emergencies, leave is canceled. Fu Chengluo, hearing this bizarre rule for the first time, was speechless and could only watch silently. Ying Wu took her hand and led her away. Even You Weilan was startled by Ying Wu's actions. She took my hand without saying a word. He gripped her hand and pulled her away from the table, not even bothering to say goodbye to Fu Chengluo. At that moment, You Weilan suddenly remembered the time Ying Wu had suffered from heat stroke, his clingy and sweet demeanor making her heart race. He had seemed so adorable then. Ashamed, she consciously erased the sweet memory from her mind, refusing to dwell on it. Back at Ying Wu's castle in the Imperial Federation, You Weilan told Ying Wu, I'm going to find that watch. With that, she quickly pushed open the door and went inside. Ying Wu gave a cold hum and led her into his room. One man, You Weilan walked to the nightstand and gently pulled open the drawer. Sure enough, the watch was still lying there obediently. Exasperated, she exclaimed, I knew it. She turned around, holding up the watch accusingly. It's in the drawer. The same drawer I told Commander Ying about. But Ying Wu innocently took the watch, feigning ignorance. I looked, but I didn't see it. Assistant G, you hit it too well. Such a liar. She could already picture herself beating him black and blue. This guy, too lazy to even look for something himself, and then blaming her. It was simply unreasonable. You Weilan suppressed her anger and asked softly, "I'll be more careful next time, Commander Ying. Do you have any other instructions?" Ying Wu remained silent. Receiving no answer, You Weilan impatiently pouted, waiting for him to say something. Suddenly, he flashed a sly smile. Oh no, what was he planning now? He then opened his schedule and announced, "The federal president wants to set up a transit station on Starzan. I have to go there on a business trip." He turned to her, emphasizing, "You have to come with me." You Weilan protested, "But I'm still on vacation." Ying Wu took a teacup from the service robot and asked in a low voice, "Vacation?" He took a sip of tea, and just as he set the cup down, his phone started ringing incessantly. Ying Wu sat down calmly and coldly asked the person on the other end, "What is it?" Ying Gong's face appeared on the screen. He angrily questioned, "Interstellar Air Traffic Control just detected your warship entering Onqing territory. Is this true?" He didn't want to waste words and replied concisely, "It's true." Hearing his son's answer, Ying Gong became even more furious, roaring, "I need a reasonable explanation." Ying Wu seized the opportunity to set his own condition. "Didn't you have the entire military hide my sensitive period from me? In return, I want to know who was the woman next to me that night that Ying Gong would be so careful to conceal." Well played. Ying Gong was momentarily speechless, only able to prevaricate, "Don't change the subject. She's just an insignificant woman. You don't need to be distracted by such trivial matters." The so-called insignificant woman, You Weilan, was also getting a headache from his troublesome son. Ying Wu simply responded with an "oh," further enraging Ying Gong. "I can't have a proper conversation with a rebellious son like you." You Weilan sighed inwardly. "I'm dead." Just then, Ying Wu looked at her, making her feel uncomfortable. He was clearly in the wrong. How could he have the nerve to look at her like that? Ying Wu suddenly signaled with his eyes. "Don't want to listen." His attitude reminded her of his clingy and adorable behavior during his pheromone episode, causing her face to flush again. But she quickly shook off those absurd thoughts. That cuteness was an illusion. The troublesome boss in front of her was the real Ying Wu. He quickly said to his father, "If you have something to say it to me. Don't bother her. I'm hanging up." You Weilan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he at least has a little conscience. But less than a minute later, her watch started ringing again. Beep, beep, beep. You Weilan looked at him and said, "Ying Gong is calling again." Ying Wu said matter-of-factly, "Give it to me. I'll hang up for you." She pouted at his annoying face, thinking, does he want me to die quickly? As soon as the call connected, the other side began to scold. "Assistant G, the reason I let you stay by Ying Wu's side is because I value your work ability. I hope you can be responsible for your work. What exactly are you doing this time?" Before You Weilan could retort, she quickly agreed, "Ying Gong, I'll do my best." Ying Gong said with a headache, "Not do your best, but make him work properly." "What are you thinking?" You Weilan stammered awkwardly, glancing at Ying Wu, who was calmly drinking tea, and became even more exasperated. "How would I know what that guy is thinking?" Ying Gong said sternly, "I hope there won't be a second time." He hung up with a snap, and You Weilan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as she looked up, she saw a sight that infuriated her, and angrily said, "Commander Ying, how can you still be in the mood to smile?" He casually said, without a hint of remorse, "It's true that I've dragged you into this." You Weilan, being no fool, immediately caught his tone and retorted sarcastically, "I never thought Commander Ying would genuinely apologize to me." Ying Wu slyly smiled, though. What would a genuine apology look like then? You Weilan extended her hand, stating her condition, at least a raise. She rested her hand on the back of his chair. Leaning closer, she whispered, "It's not too much to ask for a raise for being called back to work during my vacation, is it?" Ying Wu narrowed his eyes and countered, "Assistant G, are you certain you completed all the tasks I assigned before your vacation?" You Weilan confidently replied, "Of course." Ying Wu said excitedly, "Good. Then tell me, Assistant G, have you found the woman I asked you to investigate?" You Weilan felt a wave of confusion, thinking, weren't we talking about a raise? Why are we back to that damned epidemic? Ying Wu said triumphantly, "It seems Assistant G hasn't fully completed her work." You Weilan hurriedly tried to explain, "That's not it, Commander Ying. Listen to me." But Ying Wu held up his index finger, signaling her to stop, then decisively negotiated with You Weilan. "How about this? I'll give Assistant G a chance to redeem herself. You'll come with me on a business trip to Star Sovereign Star. We can discuss the raise when we return." You Weilan still hesitated, unsure whether to agree. Ying Wu, seeing her apprehension, reassured her, don't worry. Assistant G won't lose out. A while later, You Weilan's mother, having learned of the situation, called to express her concern, reluctant to part with her daughter. So soon after seeing her, Wei, didn't you just get off work? Why are you going back to the base? Didn't you have 3 days off? You Weilan comforted her mother, Mom, there's an urgent matter at the base that I need to handle. I'll definitely make time to come back and see you and Dad when I'm done. She felt a pang of guilt as she continued. It's a little embarrassing to say, but this opportunity is just too tempting. You Weilan's mother wiped away a tear. All right, make sure you get more rest next time. You Weilan agreed with a smile. I know. Her mother added, next time you come back, you have to go shopping with me. Okay, next time. Your dad is still waiting to teach you how to cook. You can try his new recipes. Okay, next time. Your grandpa also wants to play chess with you. Okay, next time. You Weilan quickly said goodbye to her mother. Mom, I have to go to work. Take care of yourself and Dad. See you next time. Love you. After hanging up the phone, she turned around and was startled by Ying Wu's sudden appearance. He looked at her, his voice laced with mockery. Assistant G is really good at coaxing people. You Weilan was bewildered, not understanding why he would suddenly say such a thing. Ying Wu gave a mysterious smile. Let's go. She quickly called out to him, Commander Ying, wait a moment. She questioned him. I want to know, how did you know my location at the restaurant today? Ying Wu replied casually, I had Shi look into it. You Weilan frowned. In the future, please refrain from abusing your authority to investigate my private whereabouts, Commander. Ying Wu sighed as he smoothed his hair, negotiating with her. Then let's compromise. If Assistant G promises to answer my calls in the future, I'll agree to your request. Their fingers brushed against each other, and Ying Wu took the opportunity to grasp her hand, looking deeply at her as he said, okay. At Extreme Mansion Star, Sovereign Star, You Weilan opened the control panel to check it. Holding a red seed in her hand, she walked outside, thinking to herself, demons who take human form need to regularly replenish their internal crystal energy by consuming evil fruit. Fortunately, the soil here is also suitable for planting. You Weilan continued, opening the control panel and announcing, confirmed that the surrounding environment is safe. We can stay here safely. The current time is 9 p.m. The bathroom heating function has been activated. Commander, you can bathe on schedule. She returned to the bathroom to check the temperature. The water temperature is just right. She tested the water temperature with her hand. Ying Wu called out to her from behind. You Weilan. You Weilan jumped, turning around to say, you're just in time. I was about to tell you that you can take a bath now. At this moment, Ying Wu was no longer in the mood to listen to her. His gaze fell upon her slender waist and long, white legs. To avoid embarrassing himself, Ying Wu cleared his throat and said to You Weilan, Ahem, Assistant G, please get up. His demeanor struck her as odd. Then he hurriedly ushered her out. All right, you can go now. Good night. You Weilan watched blankly as the door slammed shut in front of her, wondering what's wrong with him this time. He's so moody. She returned to her room, changed clothes, and collapsed onto the bed with a sigh. I'm so tired. I can finally lie down and sleep. She had barely closed her eyes for a few seconds when a rapid knock came from the door. You Weilan opened her eyes with annoyance, put on her sexy pajamas, and went to open the door, asking irritably, Who is it? It was Ying Wu standing outside, clutching a pillow, with a look of grievance on his face. Assistant G, there's a bug in my room. You Weilan was speechless, thinking, in the middle of the night, he came to me for this. She suddenly realized, wait a minute, could it be that Ying Wu? At that moment, he was clutching the pillow tightly, his whole body trembling. He's scared. You Weilan asked with a deadpan expression, Where's the bug? Ying Wu. He hugged the pillow and pointed a finger towards the bed. Right there, 10 centimeters to the right of the headboard. What a drama queen. You Weilan locked onto the target and immediately rushed over. She grabbed a towel and swatted the bug firmly, then calmly tossed it into the trash can as if it were nothing. Not scared at all, she exaggeratedly yawned and said to him, all done. The bug is dead. I'm going back to sleep. But before she could leave, Ying Wu grabbed her wrist. You Weilan stared at him, bewildered, probably thinking, what does this guy want now? Then he suddenly looked at her with pleading, puppy dog eyes full of longing. She almost softened, unsure of what to do. She didn't say anything, and he just stared even more intently. Finally, she asked gently, Is our little commander still scared? But the proud man immediately looked away and said coldly, No. You Weilan sighed, thinking, this is so troublesome. I'm almost dead tired. Having no other choice, she nudged him and conceded, Fine. I am scared. Okay. She pointed to the bed. Lie down. I'll keep watch for you. Ying Wu immediately climbed into bed, pulling the covers up to his chin, still muttering. Okay. You Weilan looked at him and sighed helplessly, thinking, I can only indulge in my boss. Ying Wu lay in bed, while You Weilan sat on the sofa, hugging her arms. The wind blew the curtains, and the room was hazy. Before long, You Weilan was so tired that she fell asleep on the sofa. Of course, Ying Wu was already sound asleep, probably even earlier than her. Because he was so scared, he slept particularly deeply. You Weilan's body slowly tilted to one side, and just as her head was about to hit the armrest of the sofa, Ying Wu caught her. Was it her imagination, or did he look at her with a hint of tenderness? Ying Wu reached out and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. He gently lifted her up and carefully placed her on the bed, even thoughtfully tucking her in, like a considerate gentleman. After that, he fell asleep by the bed, as if guarding his little girl. Even in their sleep, their hands seemed to be connected by an invisible thread, tightly intertwined. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window, and You Weilan finally woke up. She opened her eyes to see a note left by Ying Wu. I've gone to the construction site. You don't need to follow me. Go find a local rescue team and organize the data. Come pick me up after work this afternoon. She looked at the note and muttered to herself. He left a note and just went. Didn't he used to drag me along everywhere? Why is he acting so strange this time? And how did I end up in bed? Did I sleepwalk and pulling Wu off the bed last night? And now he's holding a grudge. You Weilan didn't want to think about these messy things anymore. Forget it. I can't ask for a day off like this. Time always flies when you're slacking off, and half a day passed in a flash. You Weilan thought today would pass uneventfully, but she didn't expect to run into an unexpected person. Knock, knock, knock. A rhythmic knock sounded. She just turned her head when she exclaimed in surprise, Senior Song Mingji. You Weilan Sr. from military training. Song Mingji quickly replied, I heard from the commander that someone from the first planet was here. So it's You Weilan. He handed her a document. Here's some information for you. It might be useful. You Weilan took it and said happily, Thank you, Senior. This is exactly the last piece of information I needed. The material list for the treatment equipment is finally complete. Song Mingji then invited her for a drink. Are you done with work? Want to go downstairs for coffee? It's rare that we see each other. I miss you. You Weilan immediately agreed. Sure, I actually have some questions about treatment techniques I wanted to discuss with you, Senior. Accompanied by her senior, You Weilan spent an afternoon filled with academic discussion, and before she knew it, it was time to pick up Ying Wu from work. After their conversation, You Weilan got in her car and said goodbye to Song Mingji. Senior, I have to go pick up my boss. I'll let you know when the supplies from the first planet arrive. Song Mingji reminded her caringly. The roads here aren't great. Be careful. Her car sped along the road towards the coast. A while later, You Weilan got out of the car and looked around for Ying Wu. Where is he? She quickly located him. Ah, Commander Ying is over there. He was holding something and looking at it intently, his expression extremely serious, but his clothes and limbs were covered in mud. Seeing this, she frowned. His clothes are so dirty. Ying Wu seemed to sense something, looked around, and then handed the device in his hand to a nearby worker. Hold this. Ying Wu walked quickly towards You Weilan and asked casually, How long have you been here? You Weilan replied politely, I just arrived. Are you off work, Commander? He gave a casual and then asked, Do you have any candy? Yes, she said, reaching into her pocket for a candy. You Weilan handed him a lollipop. Ying Wu reached out to take it, but realized his hands were too dirty. I'll go wash my hands, he said. Before he finished speaking, she asked, Do you want me to unwrap it for you? Ying Wu remained silent, and You Weilan didn't say anything more. She waited quietly for his decision. After a moment, he put his hands in his pockets and replied, You Weilan carefully peeled off the wrapper and held the candy out to Ying Wu. Here. But unexpectedly, Ying Wu didn't reach out. Instead, he bent down and took the candy directly into his mouth. He slowly sucked on the candy, and You Weilan's hand accidentally brushed against his lips. You Weilan jumped back in surprise. Ying Wu immediately noticed her flustered reaction. You Weilan's face flushed red. She quickly turned around and said, Let's go, let's go. Her heart was racing, and she was too shy to get close. Ying Wu looked bewildered, not understanding her strong reaction. Just as she was about to open the car door, he stopped her by blocking the door with his hand. You Weilan turned back, her face full of confusion. Commander Ying, what's wrong? Their close proximity made the atmosphere even more awkward. whispered. Their faces were so close that she could almost hear his breathing. You Weilan nervously steadied herself by placing a hand on the car. Ying Wu leaned closer to her neck and sniffed lightly. Then, taking the candy out of his mouth, he asked, "Assistant G, where did you go today?" She didn't answer, just stared at the candy in a daze, thinking, I didn't expect the peach flavor to be so enticing. Ying Wu hated it when people weren't paying attention when he spoke. He narrowed his eyes, a little displeased, lost in thought. You Weilan knew she had lost her composure and quickly pushed him away, replying, "Cough, I just went to the hospital." Ying Wu wasn't going to let her off that easily. He immediately pressed, "The hospital? Then why do you smell like coffee and have physical contact with another man?" She was startled. He found out. I forgot how sensitive his sense of smell is. You Weilan stammered out the truth. I ran into a senior who works at the hospital. We had coffee and chatted after work. I accidentally spilled some coffee, and he helped me wipe it off. She wanted to explain further, but felt it wasn't necessary. That's it. I don't have to report everything to you, do I? Ying Wu listened with an impassive expression, popped the candy back in his mouth, and said coldly. Then he left her standing there and got into the car. She didn't snap out of it until the car door slammed shut. Is he angry? She walked over and opened the car door, still pondering. How could he not be angry? He's working so hard at the construction site, and his assistant is having coffee with another man. It's really not appropriate. Besides, he's always been a bit possessive. I'm his assistant, but I have another man's scent on me. It's a bit disrespectful. I should be more careful during work hours. She buckled her seatbelt as she admonished herself. She glanced at the back seat and saw his sulky expression. She couldn't help but think, the commander looks kind of cute when he's sulking. This thought lightened her mood and lessened her guilt. 2 hours later, they finally arrived home. It was already dark. You Weilan stretched, loosening her muscles. Her workday was finally over. She pulled a cigarette from her pack and flicked her lighter, igniting it. She stood alone in the night, smoking, her gaze melancholically fixed on the distance. Weilan took a deep drag of her cigarette, thinking, he's probably asleep by now. At this time, Ying Wu's room was pitch black, the curtains tightly drawn, without a sound. Weilan thought sadly, why am I so inexplicably irritable today? Upstairs, Ying Wu was secretly peeking at her through a gap in the curtains. Weilan seemed to feel his burning gaze and looked up. As Weilan looked up, Ying Wu froze for a moment, then quickly closed the curtains, turning his back to the window. After a while, Weilan heard footsteps and hurriedly hid her cigarette behind her back, going to meet him. Ying Wu pointed at her and said, I don't recall Assistant G ever smoking. Weilan confessed, I just never smoked in front of the commander. Ying Wu pressed her for a reason. She no longer concealed it and told the truth directly. Isn't it because the commander doesn't like it? She also thought, isn't this something everyone in the military knows? Ying Wu looked away and murmured, it's not that I don't like it. Hearing this, Weilan's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stood frozen in place. Both fell silent, simply gazing at each other. In the end, it was Ying Wu, thin-skinned, who broke the silence first, awkwardly clearing his throat. Cough, come with me to the mining area tomorrow. Having said that, he hurriedly left without further delay, leaving Weilan staring blankly at his retreating figure. After he had gone, she muttered to herself, what did he mean by those words just now? The next morning, in the monitoring station, Weilan slowly poured water from the kettle into a cup. Ying Wu sat beside her, his eyes glued to the computer screen. Weilan fell down, thinking, is being in love just pouring water for him? Thinking of this, she offered, Commander, why don't I go down and help? Unexpectedly, Ying Wu suddenly blurted out, what if I get thirsty later? This question completely stumped Weilan, and she could only curse him inwardly. Choke on your water and die. At this moment, the Xinhua Star Foreign Minister walked in and reported to Ying Wu, Commander, the infrastructure construction of the transfer station is progressing very smoothly. At this rate, I believe Xinhua Star will soon be able to open the first transfer station with other planets. Ying Wu nodded slightly after hearing this. Very good. Having received Ying Wu's praise, the foreign minister immediately flattered him. Commander, why don't you get off work early today and we'll get together tonight? Weilan knew that the commander didn't like socializing and was about to decline. I'm afraid, but Ying Wu preempted her and agreed. All right. Hearing this, Weilan was stunned, wondering, why is he suddenly so enthusiastic today? The VIP room of the high-class hotel was still brightly lit. Shortly after the gathering ended, Ying Wu and Weilan walked together together towards the underground parking lot. Although Weilan was worried about him, she only dared to observe him inwardly. He drank so much just now. Is he all right? But didn't dare to ask directly. Recalling the scene just now, Ying Wu accepted everyone's toasts. Commander, I'll toast you. We'll toast you too. His glass was constantly refilled until Weilan couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to stop them, like a hen protecting her chicks. The commander can't drink anymore. Please excuse us. Only then did Ying Wu reveal a sly smile, as if he had achieved his goal. Watching his departing figure, she thought, he can still find the parking space, so it seems he's not drunk. Half an hour later, the two returned to their residence. The night was dark, and the stars were numerous. While unbuckling her seatbelt, Weilan said to Ying Wu, "Commander, we've arrived. Please get out of the car." He didn't say anything, just looked at her calmly. Weilan assumed he was signaling her to open the car door for him, so she quickly reached out to open the door on his side. She sighed inwardly. All right, young master. If you don't want to open it, I will." But the expression on her face instantly turned to horror. Why had he taken on that demonic appearance again? Before she could touch the car door, his sinuous tail suddenly appeared, wrapping around her hand. Ying Wu quickly pulled her closer, tightly hugging her waist, the horns on his head, symbolic of his infection period, growing out again. Weilan's jaw nearly dropped, and she stammered, "Commander, you..." Before she could finish speaking, he abruptly grabbed her arm and pressed Weilan against the car, causing her to cry out in pain. "Let go." Weilan blushed and softly said to Ying Wu, "Please let me go." He replied with ragged breath, "Wait a moment." She looked at him with concern and said, "Let go of your tail." She glanced at the tail tightly wrapped around her waist. Ying Wu followed her gaze and asked, puzzled why. She impatiently warned, "Commander Yang, if you do this again, I'll report you to the Federation." Hearing this, he obediently moved his tail away from her waist, allowing You Weilan to breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he was still somewhat obedient. They both got out of the car. You Weilan deliberately walked quickly, as if trying to escape the scene. As she hurried away, she thought, "Where's the hangover medicine? Where is it? He must be drunk to act like this." But after only a few steps, You Weilan found Ying Wu standing in front of her, blocking her path. "Assistant Ji, where are you going?" Ying Wu asked. You Weilan didn't dare look at him and answered directly, "To get some hangover medicine." Ying Wu reacted quickly and immediately grabbed her wrist. You Weilan turned to look at him, bewildered. The distance between them gradually closed. Ying Wu looked at her and said with certainty, "I'm not drunk." The somewhat romantic atmosphere was suddenly broken by an untimely burp, completely shattering the mood. Ying Wu's face paled with embarrassment. You Weilan immediately pulled her hand back and looked at him with a hint of disgust. "You're burping, and you say you're not drunk." You Weilan turned around helplessly to look for the hangover medicine. She busied herself rummaging through her medical kit, searching for the hangover remedy. Ying Wu, somewhat impatient, stared intently at You Weilan's constantly moving back. After a while, he finally couldn't resist and grabbed her hand again. You Weilan turned around, looking at him blankly. Ying Wu pulled You Weilan's wrist and placed it on his chest. He explained seriously, "According to my brain scan results, just now in the car, Assistant G and I were too close. Touching me causes my brain to secrete more dopamine than usual." You Weilan thought Ying Wu's words were becoming increasingly absurd. What nonsense is he spouting now? She handed him an already opened bottle of medicine and questioned, "Am I the doctor, or are you? Who should listen to whom?" Ying Wu froze for a moment, then snatched the bottle from her hand. He tilted his head back and gulped down the medicine as if it were water. Ying Wu looked at her affectionately. "Assistant G, Assistant G." You Weilan held out her hand to stop him from continuing, saying directly, "Enough, Commander. You can go back to your room and rest. We have work tomorrow." You Weilan had made herself very clear, but Ying Wu shamelessly continued, "But what about me? You're the one who made my tail appear. You can't just leave it like this." She tiredly rubbed her throbbing forehead and explained, "Once the medicine takes effect, Commander, you'll calm down and return to normal." Ying Wu retorted, "So Assistant G, are you saying I'm not calm now?" You Weilan cursed inwardly. Haven't I made myself clear enough? But on the surface, she had to endure and patiently explain, "I mean, once you're sober, Commander, you'll be fine." Ying Wu closed the distance between them and whispered, "You still don't believe I'm not drunk." She thought angrily, "I can't listen to this anymore. The more he talks, the more ridiculous he gets." Thinking this, she pushed him away forcefully and retreated towards the door. "Commander, please go inside." Ying Wu deliberately put on a pitiful expression, but it didn't catch her attention. He sulkily walked into the room. before entering. His tail lightly brushed against You Weilan's hand. Then he slammed the door shut, leaving her outside, her face as red as a ripe tomato. She looked curiously at her palm, wondering what that was about, suddenly feeling a little itchy. Back at her room, You Weilan gulped down water like she was dying of thirst. She was wearing a sexy slip dress with a white robe draped over it. She tilted her head back and drank in large gulps until she'd finished a third of the pot, then put it down and let out a long sigh. Phew, finally calmed down. But before she could relax, the phone rang. Beep, beep, beep. It was Duking calling to inquire about the situation. Assistant G, is Ying Wu doing all right on Xingpu Star? You Weilan calmly replied, thanks to the commander's efforts, the transfer station is progressing smoothly. Please rest assured, Duke. He nodded. That's good. The president sent that boy to Xingpu Star mainly to temper his character. Sometimes Ying Wu is too independent. When you return, remember to have him come back to the manor. You Weilan thought, I doubt Ying Wu will listen to me. He's the boss, and I'm just a special assistant. Despite her inner thoughts, she calmly replied, I understand, Duke. The other party hummed an acknowledgement and hung up the phone. You Weilan shrugged. Oh well, I'll deal with it later. You Weilan prepared to relax. She could finally sleep. It had been another chaotic day. But just as she lay down, a knock came at the door. Weilan jumped out of bed and stormed to the door, fuming inwardly. I swear Ying Wu does this on purpose. Why is it that every time I'm just about to fall asleep, he bothers me? She flung the door open, ready to yell, Commander Ying, do you have any consideration for your assistant's well-being? Why do you? But the words died in her throat when she saw him. Ying Wu stood there, clutching a pillow, tears welling in his eyes, looking pitifully at her room. Then he whispered, Wei Wei, I miss you. Weilan thought back to their earlier interaction, muttering to herself, he seemed perfectly normal just now. Why is he acting like last night again? Ying Wu began to sob, tears streaming down his face. Even his cute little tail was trembling. Wei Wu. Ying Wu buried his face in the pillow, his sobs muffled. You don't care about me. Weilan sighed, putting a hand to her forehead. Great, another sleepless night. Weilan gently pushed Ying Wu's hand away. Ying Wu, she said softly, can I go to your room first? His horns drooped. His eyes filled with tears again as he put on a pitiful expression. I don't want to sleep alone, he whispered. Looking at him, Weilan thought, normally, a demon in heat needs constant soothing, or they'll lose control and be consumed by their demonic nature. But he's like this. She sighed resignedly. Oh, fine. Weilan gestured towards her room. Go in. She was still racking her brain about what to do next when a sly look spread across Ying Wu's face. It wasn't until Weilan glared at him that he obediently climbed into bed and neatly arranged the blankets and pillows. He even meticulously placed the two pillows side by side and pulled the covers up to his neck. Seeing that Weilan hadn't gotten into bed yet, he stared at her and patted the space beside him invitingly. Wei, come on, let's sleep together. Weilan closed her eyes and took a deep breath, deciding to coax him to sleep first and then report the emergency to the Federation. She gently lay down on the bed. The next second, Ying Wu suddenly pounced on her from behind, his cheeks flushed as he wrapped his arms around her waist. He then tried to remove her clothes, leaving her stunned and speechless. Pulling her closer, he murmured, Wei, I miss you so much. As he spoke, he slipped his hand inside her pajamas. Still somewhat lucid, Weilan immediately pulled his hand out. Weren't you going to sleep? She demanded. What are you doing? Ying Wu clung to her, burying his head in her shoulder. I want to hug Wei. He whined. This time, she was genuinely angry. Ying Wu, she warned, raising her voice, if you keep this up, I'm really going to leave you. Ying Wu instantly panicked and recoiled, whimpering in an attempt to gain her sympathy. Seeing that Weilan wasn't buying it, he obediently lay down. Finally, she lay down beside him, gently pulling up the covers. You can only hug me while you sleep, understand? She reiterated. No funny business. Despite being allowed to cuddle, Ying Wu still wore a pitiful puppy dog expression and even whined shamelessly. Wei, why aren't you hugging me back? Weilan's face flushed. Stop calling me that nickname. I'm going crazy, she thought. She pushed him away. Go to sleep, she yelled. Closing her eyes, Weilan thought, just sleep. Maybe he'll be back to normal in the morning, like last time. The next day, the sun was already high in the sky, and orioles were singing outside the window. Weilan woke up with a start. Turning her head, she saw Ying Wu still fast asleep. Panic surged through her. Oh no, I overslept. If Ying Wu comes to his senses and finds us in bed together, How am I going to explain last night? As she racked her brain for a solution, Ying Wu's gentle voice broke through her thoughts. Wei Wei. He cupped her face in his hands. Pulling her closer, he whispered, "Good morning." Then, pushing his luck, he asked, "Can I kiss you?" His puppy dog eyes, still moist, stared at her. Her cheeks burned. Faced with this situation, a crucial realization hit her. Ying Wu hadn't returned to normal. Weilan sighed. This isn't like last time. He hugged her tightly, burying his face in her shoulder as if overwhelmed by pleasure. Weilan, meanwhile, panicked, her boss completely out of control. Ying Wu was about to nuzzle her neck, his desires surging, but Weilan, using all her reason, held herself back. "No," she said firmly. Ying Wu deliberately ignored her words and gently bit her neck. For a moment, Weilan froze, thinking, "Is he marking me?" Seeing the situation spiraling, she pushed him away. "Ying Wu," she exclaimed. He put on a pitiful expression, feigning innocence as he called her name. Wei Wei. Weilan closed her eyes, momentarily unsure how to handle the situation. She pulled his arms away, cleared her throat, and sternly warned, "Get away from me right now." Seeing her angry expression, Ying Wu simply said, "Oh," and obediently retreated to the edge of the bed, staring intently at her. Weilan continued to give orders. "Go back to your room, wash your face, and change your clothes." As she spoke, she thought to herself, "He's surprisingly obedient today." Seeing her soften, the fur at the tip of his tail stood up. Ying Wu feigned docility and politely asked, "What about Wei Wei?" She was about to answer me and reached out to smooth his messy hair, but suddenly stopped. A second later, she jumped off the bed, patted her left hand with her right, and thought to herself, I must resist. Then she coldly replied, "I'm going to make breakfast." Ying Wu was left bewildered, unsure what had just happened. While making breakfast, Weilan seized the opportunity to call Professor Bai Luo to report on Ying Wu's condition. "Professor Bai Luo, this is what happened yesterday. Can you tell me what the reason is?" Professor Bai Luo calmly asked, "Did anything happen between you and Ying Wu this time?" Commander Ji felt a little embarrassed. "Golf, no." Professor Bai Luo reminded her, "Weilan, you need to tell me all the details from yesterday." Weilan hesitated, feeling awkward and unsure how to explain, when suddenly Ying Wu appeared behind her, wrapping his arms tightly around her slender waist. He rested his head on her shoulder and murmured, "Wei Wei, who are you talking to?" Even the experienced Professor Bai Luo blushed at these words and quickly tried to escape. "Weilan, let's talk later when it's more convenient for you." He hung up immediately and quickly fled. Weilan turned to Ying Wu and said, "Ying Wu, stand up." As she turned, she met Ying Wu's pitiful, teary eyes, and her heart skipped a beat. She awkwardly turned back, trying to compose herself, and said indifferently, "I'm making breakfast." Then she reminded herself, "Weilan, snap out of it. Don't be seduced by him." Ying Wu, oblivious to her embarrassment, simply expressed his displeasure. "I heard you talking to someone." Weilan put down the milk glass and casually replied, "I was just asking Professor Bai Luo about some work matters." She was about to continue, but stopped abruptly, realizing her thoughts were different now. Why am I explaining this to him? Confused, she quickly pointed towards the kitchen door and ordered, "Ying Wu, get out." Even as he clung to her, she thought, he's only clingy because he's sick. Ying Wu immediately put on a whiny expression. "But why can't I be with Wei Wei?" Weilan retorted without hesitation, "Why can't you?" Ying Wu replied weakly, "I'll feel terrible. I'll die." Tears welled up in his eyes, threatening to spill over. Such a drama queen, she thought, coldly retorting, "You won't die." Weilan put her hands on her hips and warned, "If you keep talking nonsense, you won't get any breakfast." Hearing this, Ying Wu was too scared to say another word. Seeing this, Weilan's heart softened again. She carried the breakfast tray outside and called out, "Come on, let's eat together, okay?" Ying Wu immediately brightened. He excitedly followed her, his tail wagging uncontrollably. She set the breakfast on the table for the two of them and said to Ying Wu, "Eat up." Weilan looked at him, thinking, at this time, I usually take the opportunity to brief him on the work schedule while we eat breakfast, but seeing his innocent expression, the contented look on his face as he drank his milk, all her thoughts vanished. Whatever, even if the universe ends, she thought. He happily drank his milk. His tail wagged up and down like a child enjoying a favorite treat. After finishing, he licked his hands clean. At this moment, Weilan realized with a headache, how am I supposed to continue my research with him like this? Ying Wu quickly noticed her gloomy expression. He He reached out and gently caressed her cheek, calling her name. Wei Wei, are you unhappy? Their faces were so close, just a little closer. Their lips were almost touching when Wei Lan awkwardly turned her head, trying to avoid Ying Wu's gaze. She mumbled, Suddenly, as if remembering something important, she pulled her hand back. Vivi, wait for me. The moment the words left her mouth, Ying Wu turned and ran, not even giving Wei Lan a chance to stop him. Wait, watching his figure disappear into the distance, she thought, forget it, this is a good opportunity to contact Professor Bai Luo. I have to put on my headphones, so he won't hear me when he comes back. As soon as the call connected, Wei Lan hurriedly reported the situation to Professor Bai Luo. Professor, continuing our previous conversation, although this heat period seems similar to the last one, he actually listened to me this time. Basically, if I told him not to do something too extreme, he would stop. Professor Bai Luo responded, if there's no intimate behavior, then it's not considered a heat period. Wei Lan suddenly realized, oh right, if it were really a heat period, Ying Wu wouldn't be able to stop himself from touching me. Just as she was thinking this, she suddenly heard Ying Wu's excited, sweet voice. Vivi, I'm back. She turned to face him. Back so soon. She casually adjusted her headphones, hoping he wouldn't notice anything. Professor, hold on a moment. Professor Bai Luo sighed tearfully on the other end of the line. More public displays of affection. Wei Lan turned back to look at him again and couldn't help but stare. He was covered in a light sweat, a few leaves stuck in his hair, and he was carrying a basket of devil fruits, smiling as he walked towards her. Ying Wu held a devil fruit to her lips. This is Vivi's favorite fruit. His tail wagged warily behind him, as if prepared for her rejection. They gazed at each other, faces flushed, the silence so profound that they could hear their own heartbeats, thump, thump, thumping incessantly. Wei Lan held her ground, turning her head slightly and softly refusing, cough. I ate a lot this morning. I'm not hungry. Ying Wu looked a little disappointed, but didn't press the matter. Oh, okay. He obediently sat down at the table, placing the fruit basket down and looking at her expectantly. Then I'll eat with Vivi. He even gazed at her lovingly as he ate the devil fruit. Wei Lan was flustered by his intense gaze. Stop looking at me. Why aren't you leaving yet? Just then, Professor Bai Luo suddenly spoke. By the way, Wei Lan, quickly check the results of the Supu Devil Fruit Index. It's very likely that the devil fruit is the reason why the soil and water can't fuse. Hearing the professor's words, she snapped back to attention. Oh, right. Ying Wu quickly noticed a change in Wei Lan's mood and cautiously asked, Vivi, what's wrong? Is there anything I can help with? Wei Lan seized the opportunity and said with a smile, Ying Wu, I suddenly feel like eating something. Ying Wu said without hesitation, Vivi, I'll give you the sweetest devil fruit. She quickly took the devil fruit from his hand and calmly thanked him. Thank you. His tail wagged nonstop, his joy evident. After savoring the fruit, Wei Lan sighed. So sweet. She continued to act spoiled without shame. Ying Wu, I want to eat more. Can I have your whole basket? Inwardly, she worried that there might be something wrong with the fruits and that he shouldn't eat any more. Ying Wu asked hesitantly, Vivi wants them all. Wei Lan replied without hesitation, yes. Are you willing to give them all to me? Before she could finish speaking, Ying Wu immediately handed her the basket and said firmly, of course. Wei Lan had already taken the entire basket but still wasn't satisfied. She pointed to the fruit in his hand. And that one too. Ying Wu realized she also wanted the last devil fruit in his hand. This time, he hesitated, saying with a hint of grievance, I only have half left. But Wei Lan persisted, pretending to wipe away tears and saying pitifully, you're not even willing to give me half a fruit. Ying Wu gave the devil fruit one last longing look before resolutely handing it to her. Here, Vivi. Wei Lan took it, held the basket in her arms, and stood up. Wait here. I'll go to the kitchen to take care of this. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she took out a fruit and scanned it with her smartwatch. The screen displayed scanning. After carefully observing and analyzing the charts, she concluded, as expected, the devil fruits grown on Supu Star have lower indices than regular fruits. She immediately notified Professor Bai Luo, Professor, I've sent you the data. I suspect the commander ate low-quality devil fruits here, which caused the crystal energy in his body to become disordered, leading to the heat period reaction. Professor Bai Luo agreed. Yes, that's highly possible. Wei Lan, be careful. Commander Ying Wu's current situation is very dangerous. He could experience breathing difficulties at any time. You must monitor him closely. Just as Professor Bai Luo finished speaking, Ying Wu's black leather shoes appeared at the door, accompanied by his coquettish voice calling her name over and over. Wei Wei, Weilan rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Speak of the devil. His handsome face was filled with grievance, his eyes brimming with tears. She quickly asked him what was wrong, thinking to herself, it must be because I took his devil fruit that he's so upset. Unexpectedly, he opened his arms and ran towards her, wanting a hug, crying and whining, Baby, we've been apart for a whole 5 minutes, and I haven't had a hug yet. Weilan sighed, rubbing her aching temples, thinking, is this really all it takes? Ying Wu continued to sob pathetically, complaining aggrievedly that Wei Wei was now only focused on work and no longer cared about him. He even grabbed his own tail and tormented himself, looking utterly wrong. He even bit his own tail, trying to hold back his sobs, all to soften her heart. What a baby. Weilan couldn't take it anymore and slumped down, thinking, this is completely against the rules, but his cuteness is impossible to resist. Weilan took a deep breath to calm herself down. Weilan, calm down. This is just his devil form acting up. We need to deal with this quickly. She couldn't let him lose control, or the whole company would suffer. Thinking of this, she pulled his tail from his hand and hugged him tightly, trying to quiet him down. She patted his back gently and comforted him. All right, I was wrong, okay. Ying Wu's tears streamed down his face. Weilan thought, does he even know what I did wrong? Weilan felt extremely awkward, but didn't dare let go. This was all too much. She could barely breathe, her cheeks flushed. I shouldn't have focused only on work and neglected you, she said, embarrassed. Weilan was so ashamed she wanted to crawl into a hole. Saying such things was incredibly cheesy. Having gained her attention, Ying Wu hugged her even tighter, sobbing Ye Wei Wei. Weilan thought, this feels exactly like a concubine who's finally been favored by the emperor after waiting for 5 minutes, haha. She even imagined herself wearing a dragon robe, while he clung to her hand like a little concubine, crying, Your Majesty, you haven't favored your concubine for 5 minutes. But she quickly shook off these ridiculous thoughts, chanting to herself, delete, delete. She continued to coax him, good, Ying Wu, don't cry, okay? Weilan hugged him tightly and sighed, thinking, I absolutely cannot leave him alone until he's back to normal. Suddenly, Ying Wu called her Wei Wei. She immediately responded, what's wrong? Just then, the phone rang incessantly. The caller ID showed Duke Ying. Weilan felt a pang of worry. Why is Duke Ying calling me at this hour? She quickly released Ying Wu to check her phone, completely oblivious to the angry expression on his face. Ying Wu immediately reached out and hung up on Duke Ying, making her face pale with fright. He cupped her face, pulling her closer, and murmured, Wei Wei, I won't allow your gaze to leave me for even a second. Weilan was speechless, her mind in a whirl. What do I do? I can already imagine Duke Ying's furious face after having his call hung up on. She mustered her courage and told him the truth. Ying Wu, that was your father calling. Ying Wu looked indifferent. I only want Wei Wei. His straightforward confession made Weilan truly blush this time. Not only her face, but even her neck turned crimson. She couldn't deny it. She had completely fallen for him. Damn it. Duke Ying stubbornly called again, the shrill ringing, making Ying Wu want to hang up again. She quickly grabbed his wrist, thinking, I can't let him cause any more trouble. This is it. Weilan gently kissed his lips, startling Ying Wu. After the kiss, she coaxed him softly, be good, okay? Ying Wu was momentarily stunned, still processing what had just happened. Ying Wu touched his lips, overjoyed. Wei Wei kissed me. The person I love most kissed me. He pulled her even closer, his eyes full of adoration. I want another kiss. Weilan decisively put her hand between their lips. She pleaded helplessly. Maybe Duke Ying really has something important to say. Can you wait a few minutes? Ying Wu held her hand, pressing it against his cheek, and asked, will Wei Wei kiss me again later? Weilan cleared her throat awkwardly, trying to compose herself. Yes, okay. Ying Wu looked at her with tearful, longing eyes. You have to hurry, Wei Wei. Weilan couldn't refuse, so she sighed in resignation. Ying Wu was in a rebellious phase and too clingy. After getting his agreement, Weilan immediately called Duke Ying back. As soon as the call connected, she was met with a barrage of reprimands. Assistant G, you've got some nerve daring to hang up on the Duke. Duke Ying's attitude displeased Ying Wu. How could he bully his Wei Wei? He instinctively took her hand and began sucking on each of her fingers, one by one, until they were clean. You Weilan just opened her mouth to explain when Ying Wu accidentally bit her. She cried out in pain. Seeing this, Ying Wu panicked and quickly apologized. Wei Wei, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bite you so hard. Let me blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore. Who? He blew on it earnestly for a while, occasionally looking up to coax her. Wei, don't be angry with me, okay? He even took her hand and rubbed it against his face. Duking, hearing this familiar yet somewhat strange voice, didn't know what to say for a moment. After a moment of silence, he pretended to cough. Ahem, are Ying Wu and Assistant G together? The doubt in his heart grew stronger. Was this really his son, the one who always opposed him? It was the first time he had seen him like this. Knowing that she couldn't hide it any longer, You Weilan sighed and replied, yes. Duking calmly continued to ask, has he been like this since yesterday? She answered without hesitation, yes. Professor Bailuo said he hasn't adapted to this planet yet. That's why he's like this. He needs to return to his own planet for medication. As You Weilan spoke, she suddenly noticed Ying Wu's actions. His little finger gently hooked hers. She thought he was just being a little playful. Although her cheeks flushed, she still tried to continue, but there are still some things that haven't been finished here. Unexpectedly, Ying Wu whined impatiently, Wei, didn't you say we just had to wait a few minutes? You Weilan quickly covered his mouth with her hand, silently praying, please don't cause any more trouble. Duke Ying will kill me. Ying Wu struggled to break free, accidentally letting out some ambiguous sounds. Duke Ying was also helpless with his son. He wasn't someone who didn't understand the atmosphere. He could only rub his aching forehead and say, then I'll hang up first and contact you later. He immediately ended the call. Catching her off guard, Ying Wu suddenly picked her up and placed her directly on the kitchen counter, his arms firmly wrapped around her waist. You Weilan panicked and quickly soothed him. Ying Wu, don't do this. He started to act pitiful again, his eyes brimming with tears as he whined. Didn't we agree to kiss? He buried his face in her shoulder, pretending to cry miserably. You Weilan closed her eyes, rubbing her aching forehead, and muttered under her breath, I'm going crazy. While she was distracted, Ying Wu quickly raised her hands above her head and fiercely kissed her lips, their fingers intertwined. Ying Wu's other hand was still tightly wrapped around You Weilan's slender waist, his kiss becoming increasingly fervent, interspersed with soft moans. Suddenly, a sliver of reason returned, and she abruptly opened her eyes. No, we can't kiss anymore. You Weilan quickly pulled away, urgently saying, Ying Wu, wait. Ying Wu looked at her in confusion, still holding her. He whispered clingily, Wei, no more kisses. At this point, she felt like her soul was leaving her body. If they continued, she was afraid she would faint. She put on a stern face and warned, Ying Wu, I'm warning you, be good, or you won't get dinner tonight. Ying Wu retorted defiantly, fine, I won't eat. She narrowed her eyes, revealing her trump card. Then you don't want me to hold you while we sleep tonight, do you? Ying Wu froze as if struck by lightning. Two options flashed through his mind. Let go of Wei, or not be able to cuddle with Wei tonight. He didn't want to choose either. It was killing him. Finally, Ying Wu reluctantly released her. You Weilan seized the opportunity and quickly jumped off the counter. Before she could steady herself, Ying Wu was already yelling behind her, Wei, don't go. She pointed at him and shouted sternly, stay there. Ying Wu froze on the spot. You Weilan said with a serious face, go stand over there and reflect on your actions. Ying Wu was completely dumbfounded. Unable to bear the blow, he burst into tears, large teardrops rolling down his cute face. Wei, how can you punish me? He cried loudly, his wails echoing down the hallway. You Weilan crossed her arms, giving him a stern warning, or he would face the consequences. Ying Wu, his eyes brimming with tears, poked his finger at her and bargained, then can I just stand at the doorway? She couldn't bear to be too harsh and nodded. All right. You Weilan finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, as long as he doesn't cling to me anymore, it's fine. After making him stand for about 2 minutes, You Weilan busied herself in the kitchen with a basket of devil fruits. She scanned one of the fruits with the interstellar super analyzer. As she worked, she couldn't shake the unsettling feeling of being watched. It felt like Weilan was secretly watching her from behind. Sure enough, Ying Wu was hiding behind the door, secretly observing her every move. Weilan thought to herself, Commander Ying, stop looking, but pretended not to notice. Afterwards, Weilan brought up the analysis chart of the demon fruit she had just scanned, wanting to study it, but she couldn't concentrate at all because the noises Ying Wu was deliberately making behind her were distracting. Weilan turned around and exasperatedly called out, Commander Ying, what is it now? At this moment, Ying Wu was knocking on the door frame, whimpering and sobbing, feeling neglected. Seeing that she still ignored him, he became even angrier, scratching at the door forcefully, making a series of sounds that left Wei Lan dumbfounded. She thought, did I push him too hard? Why is he starting to make animal-like noises? She wondered if she should just call him over. Actually, Ying Wu couldn't be blamed. After all, he was acting clingy because he was sick. Finally, Ying Wu spoke first. He poked his two index fingers together and asked pitifully, "Baby, when are we going to eat?" Wei Lan clutched her chest, thinking, he's so cute, I really can't stand it. Ying Wu couldn't help but stamp his feet in protest. But I'm really hungry, so hungry. Wei Lan was both exasperated and amused by his exaggerated behavior and could only force herself to say, give me 10 more minutes. But in her heart, she thought, you're not hungry at all, you just want to kiss, don't you? Ying Wu immediately wilted and muttered softly, okay. Wei Lan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. The scene changed to Duke Ying sitting in his office, listening thoughtfully to his assistant's work report. The assistant reported a whole bunch of things and finally concluded, that's all for the relevant matters. Suddenly, Duke Ying asked a question completely unrelated to the previous content. Has Ying Wu always been too dependent on Wei Lan? The assistant beside him was stunned for a moment, scratched his head, and tried to explain for Wei Lan. Dr. G is the ship's doctor and also Commander Ying's special assistant. He's used to Dr. G's care, which is within the normal range, right? Duke Ying frowned slightly after hearing this. Is that boy just used to Wei Lan's care? On the phone just now, his voice sounded like a wife clinging to Wei Lan. Finally, Duke Ying turned his head impatiently, his heart filled with conflict, and snorted. So imposing in front of others, but so embarrassing when he loses his temper. Duke Ying slammed the table in anger, startling the assistant beside him, and sternly ordered, immediately send someone to Xingpu Star and bring Ying Wu back. The assistant immediately replied, yes. On the other side, Wei Lan's watch beeped with a new message notification. It was from Duke Ying, Assistant G. Prepare Commander Ying's psychological work records. I have already dispatched the planet's first battleship to Xingpu Star, and it will land this afternoon. After reading the message, Wei Lan thoughtfully touched her chin. Ying Wu's psychological work records. Could it be? She immediately asked, Your Grace, does this mean I don't have to go back with the commander? I mean, the commander is in no state to be away from me right now. Duke Ying replied, that's why Assistant G needs to find a way to make him willing to leave on his own. After reading this message, Wei Lan was furious, cursing internally. At this moment, she remembered that Ying Wu was still standing there being punished. So she glanced at him secretly and saw him still standing there pitifully, clutching the door frame. She pursed her lips and quietly approached him. As soon as Ying Wu saw her, his eyes lit up and he started to act coquettishly. Baby, I've been waiting for you for so long. Hearing his words, Wei Lan's heart was instantly struck by Cupid's arrow. She thought, how can he be so cute? She looked at Ying Wu with concern, but then remembered that the Duke was sending someone to pick him up this afternoon and felt inexplicably lost. She happily ruffled his hair and asked, didn't you say you were hungry? What do you want for lunch? Ying Wu excitedly made his request. I want something sweet. Wei Lan agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll make it for you now. However, she was still thinking about how to coax Ying Wu onto the spaceship later. Wei Lan busied herself preparing the food, and after a while called out, okay, can you give me a spoon? Ying Wu was overjoyed to be needed and immediately ran to get a handful of cutlery, proudly handing them to her like a child. Here you go. Wei Lan smiled and patted his head, saying, thank you, baby. The two happily sat down at the dining table, and Wei Lan spoke first. Eat up. Ying Wu took a bite and immediately exclaimed, Vivi's cooking is so delicious. But at this moment, Wei Lan's mood was completely the opposite, her face suddenly darkening. She turned, her expression pained as she looked at him. Ying Wu, she began, there's something I need to tell you. Before she could finish, he popped a strawberry into her mouth. Vivi, try this, it's so sweet. Ying Wu calmly bit down on the fork Wei Lan had just used, asking, what is it? Wei Lan carefully wiped her mouth with a napkin, then hesitantly replied, well, a ship will be here soon to take you back, and me too. We'll go back to the first planet together. As expected, Ying Wu asked excitedly, we're going back together. A pang of guilt shot through Wei Lan, but she pressed on with the lie. Yes, we are. She worried he would object if she told him the truth. Hearing this, he immediately cheered with delight and agreed without hesitation. Okay. It wasn't long before the ship arrived at their location. Meanwhile, on Sepstar, Ying Wu had already changed his clothes. Seeing that Wei Lan had only brought out one suitcase, he asked curiously, "Where are Vivi's things?" She pointed inside, slightly embarrassed. "They're inside. I'll go get them." But he quickly ran in. "I'll help Wei Lan." Then, grabbing a suitcase in each hand, he said cheerfully, "Let's go home together." Wei Lan didn't know how to stop him, so she just sighed helplessly, rubbing her aching forehead. Deputy Officer Gao was stunned by the scene before him. Ying Wu was happily carrying luggage like a porter, a blissful smile on his face, while Wei Lan shyly covered her face and followed behind. He began to question his reality. Was that really commandering? As soon as they entered, Wei Lan quickly took his hand and led him away. "Let's go to the rest cabin." The automatic sensor detected their approach, and the cabin door opened automatically. She gently settled him in, and he asked reluctantly, "Baby, do we really have to rest?" Wei Lan faked a cough, turning away to hide her guilt. "Yes, we do. When you wake up, we'll go back to the first planet, okay?" Tears welled up in Ying Wu's eyes. Although reluctant, he obediently laid down. "Okay, I'll listen to Wei Wei." Seeing this, she thought to herself, why is he so obedient today? Before she could react, he grabbed her hand tightly. She gasped. "Ying Wu, he whispered, "I want to sleep with Wei Wei." In less than a second, they were lost in a passionate, lingering kiss. Wei Lan struggled to open her eyes, clinging to her last shred of reason. She tried to wriggle out of his embrace, but he murmured, wanting more kisses. "All right, that's enough." Her gentle words didn't deter him. He continued to caress her neck. Wei Lan decisively pushed Ying Wu away, sternly warning him, "Go to sleep." He looked like he was about to cry, but finally lay down obediently, hugging her arm and smiling. "Good night, Wei Wei." She finally breathed a sigh of relief. The room fell silent, gradually filled only with the sound of his breathing. Carefully, she removed his hand from her body, whispering guiltily, "I'm sorry, Commander." She gently placed his hand on the mattress and quietly left the room, leaving Ying Wu still asleep, completely unaware. As soon as she left, the code lock activated. Wei Lan carefully instructed Deputy Captain Cablau, "Please inform me when the commander wakes up." He nodded calmly. She lowered her head and sighed sadly. Alas, she had no choice but to leave the warship. Wei Lan glanced back at the untouched plate of pastries and the glass of milk on the table, thinking, I've only lived with him for a day, and I'm already used to him clinging to me. Her gaze became vacant, devoid of its usual direction and liveliness. She closed her eyes, trying to push all thoughts of him away. He's only like this because he's sick, not because he really likes you, Vivi. Wake up. Suddenly, her wristwatch notified her of an incoming call. Wei Lan wondered, is it from Ying Wu? Is he back on the planet already? Ying Wu's panicked face appeared on the screen. He was banging on the door, frantically calling out for her. Vivi, where are you? Why can't I find you? Deputy Captain Carlo quickly grabbed his hand. Commander, stop hitting it. You'll break your hand. She blurted out his name in her urgency. Ying Wu. Hearing her voice, Ying Wu's eyes widened and he froze. Tears immediately streamed down his face. Doesn't Vivi want Ying Wu anymore? Ying Wu promises to be good. He sobbed, his words broken and choked with tears. Deputy Captain Cassio, also at a loss, could only offer comfort. Commander, please calm down. But this time, he angrily pushed him away, yelling, Get out. The screen flickered with a warning before going black. Seeing this, Wei Lan grew even more worried. Ying Wu, did something happen? She persistently tried to call him back, her calls echoing unanswered. But all she got was the message. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. After a long while, she finally pressed the end call button, stopping the dialing attempt. She consoled herself, deciding to just wait for their news. Then she sighed. 2 hours later, the commander finally arrived safely at the experimental base. As soon as he arrived, Vice Captain Carlo immediately called to tell her, he's here. The commander has arrived at the experimental base. He's still unconscious, and Professor Rombai is on the way to examine him. For the next 3 days, Wei Lan kept her phone ringer on, afraid to miss any calls from Ying Wu. But in reality, no one called her during those days. She felt like she'd lost her soul, constantly worried about his physical condition. Ying Wu, are you alright? This continued until she completed her mission on this planet and returned to the galaxy. One night, she finally saw the man she had been longing for. She walked out of headquarters towards the nearby spaceship, softly calling his name, Ying Wu. Then she peeked inside, wanted to see what was going on. Seeing him with his eyes tightly closed, she thought to herself, did Ying Wu come here specifically to pick me up? She stared at him for a long time, admiring the handsome face of the man from her dreams. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes. He sternly asked her, Weilan, aren't you going to report on this planetary investigation yet? Weilan immediately explained and apologized to the commander. I was negligent. I haven't had time to draft the report, so I haven't submitted it yet. I'll go back and complete it right away. Wake up, girl. He must be back to normal now. Don't expect the commander in his right mind to be patient with you anymore. She mocked herself internally. Ying Wu coldly said to her, in the car. Weilan got into the car and sat properly in the passenger seat. She turned and asked with a smile, where does the commander want to go? He didn't even open his eyes, just said indifferently, to eat. She was both angry and confused. He waited for me outside for so long, just to take me to eat. The two went to a high-end restaurant together. Sitting in the private room, facing a table full of delicious food, Weilan still couldn't believe he had waited for her just for a meal. Really just to eat. She subconsciously said to Ying Wu, quick, get me that. Before she could finish, he interrupted her, get it for you. At this moment, Weilan's cheeks flushed slightly, realizing she had misspoken. Oops, I have to get rid of this habit. I can't always boss my boss around. She quickly closed her eyes to avoid the embarrassment. Each is nothing. Unexpectedly, Ying Wu picked up a plate of pastries and handed it to her. He placed the pastries in front of her and gently asked, is this what you wanted? The atmosphere had just become a little ambiguous when he immediately picked up a plate of shrimp and placed it next to her, saying, Weilan, peel the shrimp for me. She instantly sobered up. That soft and clingy Ying Wu is gone. Stop fantasizing. Now there's only the commander exploiting his subordinate. She complained internally while peeling the shrimp. Just after she finished complaining, Ying Wu pushed over a plate of fish, saying, for you. Caught off guard, Weilan, busy peeling shrimp, was stunned. The fish bones had all been removed. Is this really that exploitative boss? Ying Wu casually said while cutting his steak, Weilan, my father said he found the woman who was with me that night. Upon hearing this, she almost spat out the fish in her mouth and started coughing violently. After calming down, she wiped her mouth with a napkin and calmly asked, really? Ying Wu didn't hide it, admitting frankly, yes, I've seen a picture of the woman. I don't like her. Weilan worried that he didn't remember anything about that night. Does he really not remember? To be sure, she turned and asked, Commander, do you remember what happened that night? How do you know what she looks like? Ying Wu frowned, saying irritably, I don't know, but I can be sure of one thing. He just wants to keep me in the dark and make me meet another woman. Weilan continued to ask, then what does the commander plan to do? He replied, meet the woman first. I'll send you the information later, and you can arrange it for me. She suddenly raised her voice, arrange it for you. Hearing this, she felt instantly uncomfortable and a little wrong. Weilan couldn't help but declare, since I'm arranging it. Ying Wu retorted without hesitation, leaving her speechless. Who else would it be? TSK. Weilan's face darkened, and she continued, Commander Ying, I think it would be better for someone else to do it. Oops. The atmosphere has become delicate. Ying Wu looked at her in confusion. Why? He looked puzzled. She answered awkwardly, because I'm very busy for the next few days. She wanted to find an excuse to get out of it. He jumped up angrily and questioned her sternly. Assistant G, are you playing me? He was unhappy. Although Weilan didn't want to, she turned her back to him. What could she do? She really didn't have the courage to work with him anymore. This job was probably over. It was time to leave, time to get out. The scene shifted to the banquet hall of La Palais Castle, brilliantly lit, the epitome of luxury and splendor. Speaking of luxury, inside, Weilan was making introductions. This is Commander Ying Wu, and this is Miss Song. You two can get acquainted. An awkward matchmaking moment. After she finished speaking, Miss Song politely greeted Ying Wu. This surprised Weilan a little. As expected of someone from a noble family, just a single word and gesture exuded elegance. One glance was enough to be captivating. Truly, the rich were different, right? She sighed and looked back at herself. She was truly different from someone like Miss Song who spent all day in a military camp. She felt the class difference. While Miss Song was speaking, Ying Wu paid her no attention. Instead, he stared at Weilan's sad and dejected face, completely giving himself away. He was worried, unsure what problem she had encountered, completely absorbed. Before he could speak, Weilan spoke first. Then I won't disturb you too. I'll take my leave. She thought she had smoothly found a reason to leave. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Ying Wu grabbed her wrist and pulled her back, his face full of concern. He asked anxiously, "Where are you going?" He simply wouldn't let her go. Weilan replied gently, "Commander Ying, I have other matters to attend to," pretending to be calm. Ying Wu still refused to let go, setting a condition, "But you must also go to the riding ground with me later." He began to be forceful. She thought, "Isn't Miss Song already here?" Of course, Ying Wu was always one step ahead of her. He just wouldn't give in, continuing to be demanding. "I told you to stay, so stay." What's wrong with that? Actually, what he said made some sense. Finally, Weilan compromised. Forget it. She was too tired to argue with him. Anyway, today was her last day of work, so she might as well accompany him through it. Unexpectedly, before she could say anything, he pulled her away again, leaving Miss Song standing there alone, watching their retreating figures. The scene was quite awkward. She lowered her head, feeling that there was indeed something amiss between the two of them. At this moment, a waiter announced with a bright smile, "Commander, your riding attire is ready. Please come in and change." The waiter's enthusiasm contrasted sharply with the gloomy and impatient expression on Ying Wu's face. Yes, this guy was so stubborn. 30 minutes passed quickly. Waiting time always flew by. His slowness made Weilan pace anxiously outside, having walked back and forth dozens of times. Why was everything so slow? It was truly frustrating. Lost in thought, she suddenly heard a noise. Looking up, her heart filled with anticipation. Ying Wu had changed into his riding outfit, looking even more handsome than usual, giving her a completely new impression, almost making her jaw drop. He walked gently to her side and lightly took her arm. She calmly asked herself, what was he up to now? He was putting the watch back on her wrist. Ying Wu surprised Weilan time and time again. She immediately asked him, "Hey, isn't this the watch from last time? You even sent a plane to pick me up and force me to find it." Before she could finish, the watch slid down to the back of her hand. Seeing this, Ying Wu muttered to himself, "It seems the size isn't quite right." He then domineeringly lifted her hand, letting the watch slide up near her shoulder, then released it, letting it slide back to the back of her hand, and then glared at the ill-fitting watch. Ying Wu put one arm around her waist and held her hand with the other, examining it carefully. "Are my hands too big?" Weilan blushed from his actions. She quickly regained her composure, withdrawing her hand and asking, "Why are you putting this watch on my wrist?" Ying Wu casually replied, "For you to keep safe for me." His annoying tone calmed her down. It was probably just her overthinking. "Oh, okay." She watched his retreating figure as he walked towards the stables. Ying Wu skillfully mounted his horse with clean, fluid movements. She could only sigh and watch him. Just as she was lost in thought, someone suddenly called out to her, startling her, "Weilan." Weilan turned around to see that it was Miss Song. Miss Song smiled, resting her chin on her hand, and said, "Assistant G, you and Commander Ying, is there something special between you two?" Weilan earnestly denied it. "Miss Song, you're overthinking it." Miss Song was, of course, very perceptive. She wasn't blind. "Really? But Assistant G, the way you look at Commander Ying isn't like how you look at a colleague." Weilan didn't know how to explain for a moment. Fortunately, Miss Song was understanding. "It's all right. I don't intend to marry him. This meeting was just for show. I don't care what your relationship is." At this moment, Weilan felt a bit more relaxed and continued, "If I may be so bold as to ask, Miss Song, why did you agree to the Duke's proposal?" Miss Song made a hushing gesture and winked. "That's my little secret. I can't tell you." Weilan tactfully said, "Then I won't disturb you two any longer. I'll take my leave." After saying this, she turned and left directly. Even so, after returning to her apartment, a faint trace of sadness lingered on her beautiful face. Weilan changed her clothes, applied a face mask, and leaned back comfortably in her chair to relax. Finally I can rest. Suddenly, the notification tone on her watch rang. Weilan glanced at it and thought, it's a message from the Duke. He must have seen my resignation letter. As soon as she answered, the Duke questioned, "Assistant Weilan, are you resigning?" Weilan calmly removed her face mask and replied, "I'm only resigning from my position as assistant. If there's a war, I will still participate as a warship doctor, as you know." Duke frowned and shook his head. "I need a reasonable explanation." She spoke frankly, "Duke, haven't you already arranged a marriage for the commander? You can't still expect me to continue helping him handle those sensitive personal matters, can you? After all, I'm just a special assistant. Duking nodded, feeling that her words made sense. Ethically, it would indeed be awkward. He continued, but he's already accustomed to your care. Now that you're resigning, how can he bear to let you go? Weilan thought for a moment. Indeed, he's used to me, but it's just a habit. However, she remained firm in her decision. Please rest assured, Duke. The commander is just used to me. Without me, he'll naturally get used to it after a while. I've already recommended a replacement and will send you the information later. If there's nothing else, I need a rest. After saying this, Weilan hung up the phone without hesitation. Great. Finally, I could take a long vacation and take my parents on a trip. She gently took off her watch and walked into the bedroom, completely unaware that Ying Wu was calling, and the watch she had just taken off was in do not disturb mode. Duking looked at the suddenly disconnected call and said helplessly, "It seems Assistant Weilan is determined to leave this time." His wife beside him retorted, "Isn't it because you're too presumptuous? If you don't respect her, she definitely won't tolerate this grievance." He defended himself somewhat aggrievedly, but I felt Ying Wu was too reliant on Weilan, so I thought of finding Miss Song to divert his attention. I didn't expect her to think this way. But no matter how Duking explained, it was useless in front of his wife. She stormed off, leaving a warning, "If he demonizes again, you'll see how I deal with you." Duking chased after her with tears in his eyes. "Wife, don't be angry." It turned out he was just a man who feared his wife. The next morning, the sun was already scorching. Weilan woke up lazily, yawning. Although it was more comfortable at home, she still felt tired after a sleepless night. How awful. Why did I keep thinking about Ying Wu last night? She walked to the water dispenser and picked up her watch, only to realize in shock, "You have 230 missed calls, all from Commander Ying Wu." What the hell? Weilan finally mustered the courage to call back. I have to face it eventually, so I might as well deal with it now. As soon as she pressed the dial button, the call was immediately connected, and his voice came through, "Assistant Weilan, you're late for work today." She was so startled that she dropped her watch. How did he answer so quickly? Commander Ying Wu, on the other end, casually instructed, "But because your superior is so merciful, your tardiness will be forgiven this time. Now come and prepare breakfast for me. I'm hungry." Weilan felt a vague unease in her heart. Didn't the Duke already tell the commander? She finally summoned the courage to ask, "Commander, didn't Duking tell you that I've already resigned?" Hearing this, Ying Wu gripped the fork in his hand tightly and asked through gritted teeth, "Weilan, you dared to resign and leave me." Weilan immediately retorted, "Commander, I was originally hired by Duking." Ying Wu coldly asked reason. 2 words, yet they carried a strong, killing intent, leaving her momentarily speechless. How can I explain this? Should I say it's because you already have a fiancé? It's inappropriate for an assistant to be too close to you, and it's not suitable for me to stay by your side anymore. Seeing her hesitation, he changed his question. "If you're not working for me, who do you plan to work for?" This question was easier to answer. Weilan replied without hesitation, "I don't plan to work for you anymore, nor do I plan to work for anyone else. I'm still a warship doctor, just not your assistant anymore." Hearing this, Ying Wu hung up the phone without saying a word. Weilan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having finally gotten rid of this difficult obstacle, she immediately perked up, waving her hand dismissively with a smile. "Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Mom, let's go on vacation." The whole family went to Luoyang. The first place they arrived at was the shopping mall. You Weilan bought ice cream for the whole family. Her mother ate it with relish, while her father awkwardly declined. Next, the mother and daughter dragged her father to buy new clothes. When it was her mother's turn to try on clothes, You Weilan watched as her mother put on a light green hat and complimented, "Mom, this hat really suits you." 1 second the mall was bustling with activity. The next it was plunged into chaos by the bombardment of warships. You Weilan quickly embraced her mother to protect her. Looking up at the warships wreaking havoc in the sky, she determined that there was an enemy invasion. Although her mother was scared, she anxiously reminded her, "Weilan, your father is still outside." She looked at her mother resolutely and said, "Mom, you go inside and hide first. I'll go find Dad." After settling her mother, she calmly drew her specialized pistol from her waist, instantly entering professional mode, and contacted the first planet. Xingwan Shopping Mall urgently needs support. Rebels are on a rampage. After reporting the situation, she immediately rushed outside to look for her father, constantly thinking of countermeasures. There are too many of them. This won't do. She wondered when the first planet's rescue would arrive. Suddenly, 2 warships overhead were shot down. You Weilan immediately looked up to observe. Could the first planet's rescue have already arrived? She happily turned around to look for support, but the scene behind her surprised her. It was indeed someone from the first planet. But why did this warship look so familiar? Just then, the warship's hatch opened, and unexpectedly, Ying Wu, the man she had ruthlessly rejected not long ago, walked out. Ying Wu and You Weilan locked eyes, and she finally came back to her senses. She quickly looked for a way out of this situation. Why would a commander of his level need to come personally? Just then, her father suddenly appeared behind her and asked anxiously, "Weilan, are you all right? Where's your mother?" She quickly replied, "I came out to find you, Dad. Mom is safe in the mall now. You go find her first." You Weilan thought to herself, "Forget it. Let's deal with the problem at hand first." She added to her father, "I'll stay and help people." Around You Weilan, everyone was busy treating the wounded. Seeing this, her father didn't say anything more, his wrinkled face filled with worry. But he could only tell his daughter, "Then be careful." After her father left, You Weilan immediately found a nurse and showed her credentials. "I'm a doctor. I can help." The nurse pointed to a wounded man and said, "That's great. We're short-handed right now. Can you help look at that gentleman's injury?" Unexpectedly, when she walked over, You Weilan discovered that the man was actually Fu Chung, her former blind date. "It's you." Fu Chung saw her and said with a smile, "I'm just here in Liu Town on business." "What about you, Dr. G?" You Weilan concentrated on bandaging him, but still took the time to reply, "I brought my parents here on vacation." Suddenly, someone called her, "Dr. G." She looked back and saw that it was Vice Captain Carlo. He continued, "Dr. G, the commander wants you to come over." You Weilan asked again in confusion. Vice Captain Carlo scratched his head, a little embarrassedly yes. Fu Chung took the bandage from her hand and said, "You go ahead, I can do it myself." Before leaving, You Weilan couldn't help but remind him, "Be careful not to get it wet." She slowly walked into the warship. Sitting in front of her was Ying Wu, who was looking at the data on the control screen. Without even turning his head, his tone serious. "Have you forgotten that you're still a doctor on my warship?" You Weilan responded emotionally. Only then did Ying Wu turn his chair around and casually say to her, "I'm injured." You Weilan immediately brought the medical kit and asked with concern, "Where are you injured, Commander?" Ying Wu coldly pointed to the first button on his shirt. She looked at where he was pointing, somewhat worried. It was his chest. Even so, she quickly knelt down to help him unbutton his shirt. Seeing You Weilan kneel down, Ying Wu immediately lowered his head and focused on her. You Weilan was completely absorbed in treating the wound and didn't notice his actions at all. When she finally took off his shirt, she found another bleeding wound on his left chest. You Weilan looked up and asked with concern, "Commandering, how did you get injured?" Ying Wu didn't answer her question, instead focusing on something else. "What's your relationship with that man just now?" You Weilan turned to rummage through the first aid kit, avoiding his gaze, and answered casually, "Just someone I recently met." She disinfected his wound with an alcohol swab, asking, "Does it hurt?" Ying Wu replied indifferently, "No." Then he asked her, "Why did you come to Luo Xing with someone you just met?" You Weilan, afraid of a misunderstanding, quickly explained, "We just happened to run into each other. We didn't come together." After speaking, she realized, "Does this have anything to do with you, Commander?" Then she focused on the task at hand, quickly unwrapping the bandage. She reached around behind him, as if to embrace him, and sternly reminded, "Don't move, let me bandage you." At this moment, their faces were extremely close, and he could kiss her lips if he lowered his head slightly. Perhaps it was this proximity that made Ying Wu's cheeks flush slightly. You Weilan had just risen onto her tiptoes when her legs suddenly cramped. She winced, crying out in pain, "Ouch. My leg's numb." She turned her head and added another reminder, "Commandering, please sit still." Unexpectedly, he suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around You Weilan's slender waist, pulling her into his embrace. She blushed shyly and softly called out, "Commandering." But he just held her tightly and pleaded in a low voice, "Don't move. I missed you." These words made You Weilan's heart melt. All right, she still retained a shred of rationality, right? Coming back to her senses, You Weilan couldn't help but complain inwardly. How could Ying Wu say such things? Why? Ying Wu gently stroked her hair and whispered, "Because Assistant Jiyu isn't by my side." This time, she wasn't buying it and pushed him away. Pushing him away without hesitation, she explained with a slightly awkward tone, "Commander, I have to go. My parents are waiting for me. I need to get them back to Anqing safely." Ying Wu still gracefully offered, "Let me take you. Come aboard my warship." You Weilan just smiled and declined, "No, thank you. I wouldn't want to trouble the commander." After saying that, she practically fled, as if this place were a dangerous den she needed to escape immediately. He just watched her leave silently, without saying a word, silent and sullen. After You Weilan's figure disappeared, he flipped open his watch and asked, "Are there any suitable islands for detaining people near here?" As soon as he finished speaking, the system began to sound frantic alarms. "Warning, warning, master. Reminder, illegally detaining someone in the Galactic Empire is a violation of the law. Warning, warning." Ying Wu reacted quickly and immediately changed his words. "Then is there any other way, such as legally making Assistant Jiyu? I'll stay by my side." The AI gave him an answer within 2 seconds. Based on the master's question, 2 legal methods have been located. One is to give You Weilan a raise, but she doesn't care about money right now. The second method, marry her. At this, Ying Wu fell in a deep thought. Marriage, huh? Night fell, and You Weilan's apartment was the only one with lights on. She soaked in the bathtub and sighed contentedly, finally home. Then she recalled Ying Wu's strange behavior today and muttered to herself, what was wrong with him today? So strange. She gracefully rose from the bathtub and refreshedly put on her bathrobe. After tying her belt, she subconsciously reached out and smoothed her lapel as if she were doing it for someone else. Suddenly, she froze. Why would I suddenly do something like that? You Weilan patted her face to wake herself up. I must be too tired today. Time for bed. Time for bed. The scene changed to the next morning, and the alarm clock rang. The alarm kept ringing, causing her to frown until she couldn't stand it anymore and abruptly sat up to answer the phone. "Hello." Ying Wu heard her sleepy voice mixed with the annoyance of being woken up and asked, "Assistant Ji, are you still sleeping?" You Weilan recognized Ying Wu's voice and instantly woke up, all traces of sleepiness gone. She immediately switched to a professional tone. "Just woke up? What can I do for you, Commander?" He nodded to himself, thinking her just-woken voice was quite cute, before replying, "The watch I asked you to keep for me last time, did you forget to return it?" You Weilan scratched her head, trying to recall a watch. "I remember putting it in the commander's aircraft." Ying Wu adjusted his cuff and immediately denied. "No, Assistant G, didn't you just return to Anqing a few days ago? It should be at your place." Suspected by him, You Weilan raised her voice slightly. "Why would I take the commander's watch home? It's so big, I can't even wear it. It's definitely not here." At this, Ying Wu chuckled and changed the subject. "Assistant G, are you always this fierce when you first wake up?" She then realized she had been a bit rude. "I'm sorry." He magnanimously waved his hand and asked with concern, "It's all right. Did you find the watch, Assistant G?" She replied without hesitation, "No." But just as she reached into her pocket to look, before she could finish, she had to correct herself, realizing the watch was in the pocket of the jacket she wore yesterday. Ying Wu secretly congratulated herself on her clever plan, as she had deliberately slipped the watch in there. He suppressed his inner joy, feigning seriousness as he said, "All right, I'll go to your house to get it now." Weilan blurted out in a panic, "Wait, I'm at my home in Anqing." Ying Wu ruffled her hair and replied, "I know. Wait for me outside in 5 minutes." A flurry of questions raced through her mind. "He's coming to my house." Weilan hurried out, ready to return the watch to Ying Wu. But as soon as she reached the door, she saw a warship parked outside. It wasn't until Ying Wu stepped down from the warship that Weilan muttered to herself. The commander came personally. He responded quickly, agreeing without hesitation, Assistant Weilan, please lead the way." Weilan gestured with her hand, inviting him inside, occasionally glancing back to observe his actions. He seemed a little embarrassed, casually remarking, "I'm not too fond of the entire garden being filled with roses." Weilan was momentarily speechless, finally responding sternly, "This is my home, Commander. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant." "It's all right," he said, suddenly stroking his chin thoughtfully. "It's not entirely unacceptable, though." Watching his increasingly strange behavior, Weilan was completely stunned, thinking to herself, what on earth does this guy think about all day? She placed a pair of slippers at his feet, politely saying, "Please change into these, Commander." Meanwhile, Weilan's parents were peeking from behind the door, scrutinizing the newcomer. As soon as Ying Wu changed her shoes, Weilan's mother rushed forward enthusiastically, taking his hand and introducing herself. We've heard Bao mention the commander before. We're so happy to finally meet you in person. Hearing this, a new nickname popped into Ying Wu's head, Bao. Weilan could only make an excuse to get away from her mother. Mom, I'll go upstairs to get something. Unexpectedly, Ying Wu chimed in, perfect. I have some work to discuss directly with Assistant Weilan. Would you mind if she took me upstairs? Before she could refuse, her parents said in unison, Weilan, quickly take the commander upstairs. Don't delay official business. Weilan resignedly opened her bedroom door for him. With a click, the door closed, and she sighed inwardly. My parents are really making things worse. Suddenly, Ying Wu approached her, his deep, magnetic voice calling out, Bao. The new nickname made her face flush crimson, and she could only warn him in embarrassment. Don't call me that. To avoid his gaze, she quickly turned around, making an excuse, I'll get the watch. Please wait a moment, Commander. Before she could take a few steps, he grabbed her wrist. He gently wrapped his other arm around her waist, pulling them close. Ying Wu looked directly into Weilan's eyes and said earnestly, Assistant Weilan, I have something important to discuss with you. The seriousness in his voice made her extremely uncomfortable, and she just wanted to avoid his gaze. Let go of me. Ying Wu respected her wishes and immediately released her, creating some distance between them. All right then. He casually sat down in her office chair, as if he were in his own home, opened the computer, pulled up some documents, and adopted a cool demeanor. Weilan, take a look at this contract. Naturally curious, Weilan leaned in for a look. What is this? But when she actually saw the contents of the contract, her eyes nearly popped out. She looked down and saw that it was a marriage contract. He simply took a calm sip of his tea and continued, Assistant Weilan, think about it carefully. He remained serious throughout, not sounding like he was joking at all. Marry me. The news was so unbelievable that she couldn't help but ask, Commander, are you teasing me? Ying Wu replied seriously, do you think I would come all the way to your house just to joke around? Weilan grew even more curious. Then can I ask why? Hearing her question, he beckoned her closer. Come here. Unsuspectingly, she slowly approached him. As expected, Ying Wu was not to be trusted. Before she could get close, he suddenly stood up, instantly closing the distance between them. He gripped her wrist tightly, refusing to let go, then pressed her hand against the desk behind her, forcing her to use her other hand to brace herself against him for balance. Ying Wu's face drew closer and closer. Weilan's heart raced, and she closed her eyes tightly, her mind in a whirl. Is he going to kiss me again? But we're at my house now. His cheeks flushed, but he just pressed his face against her side, then nuzzled against her shoulder like a child. Because you weren't here, I couldn't live or work normally. Before I came, I asked Professor Bai Luo, and he said the magic crystal in my body has gotten used to your aura. So, will you marry me? This sudden question left You Weilan speechless. She anxiously thought, he's clearly trying to say something romantic, but it sounds like a business deal, as if he's only marrying me because I'm useful. Ignoring her reaction, Ying Wu continued, as if negotiating. You can make any demands you want. As long as it's within my power, even if it's not, I'll do my best to make my assistant, Yu, happy. You Weilan didn't dare look at him. Turning her face away, she tentatively asked, but doesn't the commander have an engagement with Miss Song? Ying Wu immediately explained, I don't have an engagement with anyone. Unexpectedly, she coldly withdrew her hand and calmly refused, but I don't want to marry anyone either. Not even the commander. Ying Wu was stunned, seeking an answer from You Weilan. Why? Why won't you marry me? You Weilan replied seriously, my family is actually quite wealthy. Although it can't compare to your upper-class society, we have some businesses in Anqing. I don't want to sell myself off for a marriage alliance, just to marry you. She imagined telling her parents, who would surely be overjoyed and supportive. Honey, your mom and dad support you. This made her even more irritated. Her family lacked nothing. There was no need to compromise for this man. After hearing her reasoning, Ying Wu instantly radiated a murderous aura, though his expression remained neutral. Having been his special assistant, You Weilan naturally sensed this and made an excuse to leave. Cough, I'll go get your things, I'll be right back. As soon as she finished speaking, the door slammed shut with a bang. He stood there quietly in the empty room, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss, missing her warmth. Finally, Ying Wu could no longer suppress his emotions. He let out a cold snort, biting his lip. Then, he yanked off his neatly tied necktie and angrily commanded the system brain, I order you, no matter what method you use, bring You Weilan back. After speaking, he pressed the execute button on the control panel without hesitation, the anger on his face undiminished. He only wanted her to stay by his side for the rest of her life. With this thought in mind, he coldly walked out of the room. When You Weilan returned with his watch, she couldn't find him and could only walk to the living room in a daze. She saw her parents looking dejected, still holding the pastries they hadn't had time to offer their guest. They told her Commander Ying said he had something to do at military headquarters, so he left. Her father asked worriedly, "Honey, what did you two talk about just now?" Dad saw that Commander Ying's face didn't look good when he left. You Weilan smiled perfunctorily, nothing. Before she could finish, her eyes widened suddenly, and a retching sound immediately followed. You Weilan quickly covered her mouth. Her parents panicked, anxiously asking, "Honey, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly unwell? Do we have any medicine at home? Do you need to go to the hospital?" She struggled to suppress her nausea and slowly comforted her parents. "It's probably my old stomach problem acting up again. I've already made an appointment to go to the hospital. I'll go today. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'm fine." You Weilan quickly left, preparing to see the doctor. Just as she stepped out the door, she felt a sudden wave of dizziness. Before losing consciousness, she thought in terror, "Oh no, it's a tranquilizer." With that thought, she completely collapsed to the ground. Scene change, Planet 1. The wind and sunlight playfully teased the thin curtains. You Weilan slowly opened her eyes. It wasn't until she sat up that she suddenly realized this was Ying Wu's bedroom. You Weilan tried her best to get out of bed, but she couldn't muster any strength. She wondered, "Why am I so weak all over?" The next second, the door opened, and Ying Wu walked in wearing a sexy open bathrobe. Water droplets clung to his handsome face and trickled down his damp hair. He walked to the bedside and leaned down like a gentleman, asking with concern, "You're awake." All her anger instantly erupted. "Commander Ying, did you kidnap me here and drug me with sleeping pills?" Ying Wu readily admitted to all of You Weilan's suspicions. "Yes." She angrily questioned, "Do you know that what you're doing is illegal?" Ying Wu stubbornly stated his reason, "But you just wouldn't marry me." Weilan was nearly speechless with Ying Wu's stubbornness. He was clearly in the wrong, yet he acted as if he were the one being wronged, his face practically etched with the words, "She won't marry me," in utter dejection. She pushed against his chest, trying to get him to leave. "Get away from me." Unfortunately, the drugs had left her weak and limp, making it difficult to even stand, let alone fight back. The result, naturally, was that he only tightened his grip on her wrists. He then pushed her back onto the bed, and they lay there together, embraced. Weilan continued to reason with him. "This isn't a justification for kidnapping me and drugging me. You know I can report you, right?" Despite her threat, Ying Wu simply replied gently, "I know," while his grip on her wrists intensified. He lifted her chin, turning the threat back on her. "I can lock Assistant G away, and when Assistant G is pregnant, you won't be able to leave me." Weilan's eyes went blank for a moment, and she asked in a frightened voice, "Who gave Commander Ying such an idea?" He nibbled on her cufflink, avoiding the question. "Wasn't it you? You don't want to continue being my assistant, and you don't want to marry me, so I have no choice but to break the law." As Ying Wu finished speaking, her cufflink snapped. The fabric on her arm quickly slipped down, and Ying Wu caressed her arm lovingly. "I want your entire body covered in my scent." The words sent shivers down her spine. "Assistant G, your lips look so enticing." Weilan looked at him with a mixture of shyness and fear. Ying Wu slowly leaned down, his face close to hers, almost kissing her. Suddenly, a wave of nausea overcame Weilan, breaking the tension. "I got cough, cough, cough." She coughed violently, struggling to push him away. Ying Wu's face instantly paled. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from her, and he froze. "Did I make Assistant G so disgusted that she vomited in front of me?" Weilan glanced at him worriedly, thinking to herself, "If I don't appease him now, who knows what terrifying thing he'll do next." She continued to feign a pitiful appearance, her hair disheveled, closing her eyes to avoid his gaze and turning her face away. "My stomach hasn't been feeling well today." Upon hearing this, Ying Wu simply stared at her silently, not saying a word. His attitude made Weilan's mind race even more. Why isn't he saying anything? Suddenly, he pulled her onto his lap. Weilan cried out in surprise, "Ah, Commander Ying Wu." His arms wrapped around her waist, tightening around her hips, causing her to let out a soft moan. Weilan could only bite her lip to suppress her moans, trying to persuade Ying Wu. Don't do this. Ying Wu looked directly into her eyes. What's wrong? Weilan racked her brain. The commander was acting like he was possessed. She had to bring him back to his senses first. Finally, she conceded, I can go back to being your assistant. Ying Wu moved closer to her face, questioning her. How do I know Assistant G isn't lying to me? Weilan, feeling suspected, raised her voice. I can sign a new contract with Commander Ying. Will that satisfy you? Ying Wu remained silent for a moment, seemingly in thought. Weilan continued to persuade him. Commander Ying, I don't want to. Do you really want to force me to have sex with you? Her wronged expression made him blush, and he turned his head away. Even more unexpectedly, he made a new demand. Then you have to let me lock you up for a while. Weilan cried out in alarm, and Ying Wu immediately pulled out a pair of handcuffs he had prepared beforehand from under the bed. He skillfully cuffed her hands together, as if he had practiced it many times before. 2 crisp clicks rang out, and her freedom was completely restricted. From the moment he finished speaking to the moment the handcuffs clicked shut, Weilan was so shocked that she could only utter one word. You. Ying Wu explained shamelessly, I had these custom-made to fit Assistant G's wrists. I haven't had the chance to put them on you yet. They fit perfectly. He even gave them a twist to make sure they were secure. Only then did Weilan come to her senses, immediately questioning him. So, Commander Ying, when you put that bracelet on me the other day, you were actually planning to imprison me, weren't you? Otherwise, how would you know my wrist size so precisely and even custom make these terrifying handcuffs? The mere thought of it made her want to kick him in frustration. Just as she was fuming, Ying Wu suddenly picked her up and said, I'm going to print the new contract. He then gently placed her back on the bed. He whispered a warning in her ear. Assistant G, wait for me here. Don't even think about escaping. Then, Ying Wu casually walked out. The door slammed shut with a bang, and Weilan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he's finally gone. She looked at her wrists, reddened by the handcuffs, and thought to herself, if I don't want to drive him even crazier, it seems I can only play along for now. I need to give him more hints, so he doesn't imagine even more terrifying things. A moment later, Ying Wu returned with a new contract and handed it to her. Weilan, take a look and see if there's anything you're not satisfied with. If not, sign here. Weilan sat on the edge of the bed, took the contract, and began to read it carefully. Suddenly, his gaze narrowed slightly as he noticed Weilan's hands trembling. She didn't notice his gaze and pointed to the last clause of the contract, asking, if the commander's magic crystal loses control, must I rush to his side to soothe him, no matter what? Ying Wu calmly affirmed, yes, that's very important. Weilan was silent for a moment, pondering, but he didn't give her time to hesitate. He stared at her intensely, almost threateningly, his assistant Weilan unwilling. His eyes darkened, as if they would swallow her whole. Weilan could only awkwardly reply, no, I agree. Then she reluctantly signed the contract. After Ying Wu verified her signature, she cautiously asked, can I go home now? He looked out the window, trying to find an excuse to make her stay. It's getting late. But she insisted, I still need to go home. Ying Wu silently turned to look at Weilan's determined face, feeling guilty for forcing her, and finally relented. All right. He gently unlocked the handcuffs. Weilan, already prepared to slip away at the first opportunity, immediately turned to leave, saying without hesitation, I'm going. But before she could take more than a few steps, he grabbed her wrist. Weilan was startled, unsure of what he was going to do. Ying Wu pulled her into his arms and whispered, Assistant Weilan, can I kiss you? Just once. Weilan unhappily refused, no. Ying Wu certainly wouldn't give up because of her one word. He continued, his voice a little hoarse. I have to leave Weilan alone for the entire night. If I could have some intimate contact now, it would be a great comfort to me. Hearing this, Weilan panicked inwardly. He was actually using a legitimate reason to do this kind of thing. His sense of morality was severely lacking. Looking at his expression, she knew that if she didn't agree, she probably wouldn't be able to leave today. She sighed and said, fine, only on the cheek. But before she could prepare herself mentally, Ying Wu had already wrapped his arm around her neck, pulling her close. In an instant, he captured her soft, full lips. Weilan was caught off guard and could only weakly push against him. When he finally released her, Weilan looked at him and softly said, Commander, I feel like this kiss was different from before. At this, Ying Wu gently touched her lips again. He placed another light kiss. Weilan could only let him have his way. Finally, Ying Wu stepped back, seemingly satisfied. I'll take you home. Weilan, still stunned, touched her lips and stared blankly at Ying Wu. Ying Wu's private plane took off shortly after. That evening, in her villa, Weilan sat by the window, looking outside, thinking that the day had been like a dream. She touched her lips again, her face involuntarily flushing. That kiss. Weilan buried her head in a pillow, her heart full of confusion. Stop thinking about it, Weilan. But she had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She suddenly sat up and touched her stomach. My stomach has been uncomfortable these past 2 days. I need to go to the hospital for a checkup tomorrow. I hope I'm just overthinking it. From the look in her eyes, it seemed she already had a vague answer. The next morning, while undergoing a physical examination at a large hospital, after a while, a prompt sounded. Physical examination complete. Processing results. Please wait. Weilan looked at her watch and muttered, "It's almost time for work. Let him wait another hour." Weilan sent Ying Wu a message. "Commander, I have something to do at noon and can't accompany you to the military headquarters. If you need anything, you can contact Deputy Commander Gao. I've already synced the project with him." As soon as the message was sent, Ying Wu called. Weilan answered, and he immediately asked, "Weilan, what are you doing this afternoon?" Weilan looked at the report while answering, "Just some personal matters." Ying Wu didn't press further, instead asking, "Then will you come to headquarters to pick me up this afternoon?" Weilan heard the implied threat in his tone and immediately replied sweetly, "Yes, I will." Hearing this, Ying Wu smiled with satisfaction. Good. Weilan could only smile helplessly at this benefactor, thinking, why does he become more and more charming whenever he acts normal? Weilan looked up at the ultrasound screen, her eyes suddenly fixed, her brows furrowing unconsciously. Judging from the screen and the ultrasound results, she felt as if she had fallen into an abyss, hardly daring to believe her eyes. The next morning, I was actually pregnant. Weilan's voice echoed through the base. "Wait, the commander wants to see me." Ying Wu handed the documents to Weilan and announced, "Assistant Geo, you have 1 hour to prepare. Take Miss Song to this location to sign the winery contract and come back immediately after signing." Weilan stared blankly at the documents, thinking he's actually giving her the entire winery. A sudden surge of anger welled up inside Weilan, her inner voice roaring. So Song and she are that important to him. He got me pregnant, and now he wants me to wait on her. What does he take me for? But Weilan sighed, a flicker of sadness in her eyes. There's no point in being angry with him. Ying Wu didn't know anything. Thinking this, she decisively left. Scene change. Weilan arrived at Song Yinchu's location and pushed a stack of documents in front of her. "If Miss Song has no objections to the terms, please sign here." Yinchu, sitting opposite, pushed up her glasses, picked up a pen, and looked at Weilan. "Assistant Geo is rather cold today." Then she signed, "But I like it." Yinchu picked up the documents and said happily. Weilan gathered the documents and said, "All right, if there's nothing else." Before she could finish, Yinchu's phone rang. "I see your brother still has time to play superior subordinate love games. If he's really that busy, he shouldn't come see me, okay? Bye." Yinchu hung up after speaking. Weilan thought with some surprise, "Is she talking about me?" Weilan couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Yinchu chuckled softly, "Of course." Weilan pressed, "Miss Song, aren't you afraid I'll tell the commander?" Yinchu replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead, tell him. It won't affect me at all." Weilan wondered, but Ying Wu still thinks she was his first. How am I supposed to tell Ying Wu about this? Scene change. Weilan placed the documents on Ying Wu's desk. Ying Wu paused his work, looked up at her, and asked, "Is everything settled?" "I got the winery for Song Yinchu. She told me the truth. The person who slept with him that night wasn't her. We're just in a cooperative relationship." Weilan was slightly taken aback. "So that's how it is." Ying Wu looked at her again, thinking, if I'm going to give a gift, I can only give it to my assistant Geo Weilan. The person I want to marry can only be assistant Geo Weilan. Perhaps my previous actions caused you to misunderstand. My bad. After a moment of silence, Ying Wu tapped the desk lightly and warned with a hint of impatience, "Geo Weilan, if you dare to complain or throw up on me again, I won't be so polite." Weilan stared at him, speechless and stunned. Hearing this, Ying Wu coldly ordered, "Come here." Weilan felt a little uneasy, secretly worrying. Can we really have a relationship? This time I want to try. Thinking this, Weilan walked towards him without hesitation and boldly sat on Ying Wu's lap. Ying Wu was clearly surprised by Weilan's actions. The atmosphere became indescribable, truly difficult to put into words. His expression changed from red to blue, from surprise to astonishment, as he stared blankly at Weilan. Weilan thought to herself, I originally wanted to keep my distance from this boss, but what he said just now made me feel. Weilan reached out and touched Ying Wu's face, feeling that he wasn't the kind of person she had imagined. At least he cared about her feelings. Then she reached behind his neck and gently took off his glasses, softly calling, Commandering. Ying Wu couldn't help but stammer. Assistant Geo. Weilan naturally touched his lips, then slid down to Ying Wu's neck. Judging by his expression, he was clearly already quite flustered by her teasing. The top button of his shirt was unbuttoned little by little. Weilan decisively grasped Ying Wu's collar. Weilan boldly asked, Do you really want to have an office romance with me? The temperature between them seemed to skyrocket. Weilan touched him, her own heart racing. But before she could retract her hand, Ying Wu firmly grasped it. Then he turned Weilan around, facing the desk, his large hand wrapping around her waist. Ying Wu's deep voice sounded in Weilan's ear. Assistant Geo, are you seducing me? Weilan, clinging to her last shred of rationality, retorted, Clearly, Commander, you started it. Ying Wu didn't bother arguing, directly caressing Weilan's waist and burying his face in the crook of her neck. Do you really want to do this with me? Weilan hesitated. Before she could answer, Ying Wu's kiss left her mind blank. Ying Wu held her tightly in his arms, savoring her without restraint. Weilan's mind was a jumble, feeling ticklish. After a long while, Ying Wu finally released her. Just like that, a red mark bloomed on Weilan's neck, captivating Ying Wu's attention. He simply stared at it. Without hesitation, he leaned down again, kissing her deeply. Instinct drove him to stroke Weilan's hair as the kiss quickly escalated. Weilan, still somewhat lucid, pushed Ying Wu away and averted her gaze. No, we can't do this. Don't we still have work to do? Ying Wu looked at her with burning eyes. I think I'm a little addicted. Weilan immediately interrupted him, her expression serious. Commander, you should work. Ying Wu seemed to be processing something, but Weilan's raised eyebrow clearly had a sobering effect on him. He could only concede, burying his face in her neck. Fine, as you wish. Ying Wu consoled himself by inhaling Weilan's scent before looking at her seriously. Assistant Gu, have you had milk? Weilan asked in confusion. What do you mean? Ying Wu answered frankly. You smell like milk. It's sweet. Weilan's face flushed at his words. Embarrassed, she pushed Ying Wu away, leaving him looking slightly aggrieved. Assistant Gu. Weilan returned to her workstation, sulking, and gritted out a warning. Get to work. Ying Wu simply looked at her playfully. I'm in a very good mood right now. Weilan put her hands on her hips and scolded loudly. If Commander Ying isn't satisfied, he can hire another assistant. Ying Wu could only laugh helplessly as he handed her the documents. All right. Having gotten the response she wanted, Weilan finally relaxed. A moment later, the door closed, and Weilan immediately went to the restroom. Looking at the red mark on her neck in the mirror, she couldn't help but frown. Suddenly buttoning her shirt all the way up, she muttered, My colleagues absolutely cannot see this, or who knows what rumors will spread. But then Weilan recalled Ying Wu's words and felt a pang of worry. You smell like milk. It's sweet. Thinking about this, she hugged herself, her mind in turmoil. Is it really starting to change? Could my memory gland really be starting to produce milk? Meanwhile, someone called out, Assistant Gu. It was Ying Wu. Weilan cautiously poked her head out. Commander, is something the matter? Ying Wu looked at her and said, I want coffee, and my work efficiency is much higher with Assistant Gu by my side. Weilan reluctantly agreed. Yes, Commander, but inwardly cursed. Anything to get off work early. Soon, a cup of fragrant coffee was brought over. Ying Wu then asked, Assistant Gu, have you heard? Prince Jin Yuan is getting married next month. Weilan replied calmly, Of course. Ying Wu and Weilan looked at the screen together, where Prince Jin Yuan was saying, Princess Ala and I are about to become husband and wife. She will be my wife, my woman. He then spoke. Prince Jin Yuan said that Princess Ala will be his wife, his woman. Hearing this, Weilan became even more confused. Is there a problem? Suddenly, Ying Wu looked at Weilan and called out wife. She was a little surprised, thinking to herself, what is he saying now? Ying Wu called out again, Wife, if we get married in the future, I can call you wife. He leaned back in his chair, stroking his chin smugly. I personally prefer this term, he said with a mischievous grin. Weilan, however, wasn't pleased. She thought thought to herself, if anyone else said that, I'd think it was a proposal, but coming from Ying Wu, it probably just means he wants to change how he addresses me. Sigh. Thinking this, Weilan looked at the documents on the table and busied herself organizing them. I personally don't like it. Hearing this, Ying Wu didn't say anything more. Time passed, and before they knew it, it was evening. The aircraft left the base, and Weilan unbuckled her seatbelt. But Ying Wu kept staring at her, making her movements stiff. She looked at him questioningly. We're at your place now. Is something the matter? Ying Wu said seriously, you kissed me before you went home last night, remember? Weilan touched her lips in surprise, thinking she didn't expect him to bring that up. Wasn't he the one who insisted on the kiss last night? Is he greedy enough to want a good night kiss every day now? Ying Wu didn't wait any longer and leaned in to kiss her. Weilan could only accept the sudden kiss. After a while, Ying Wu finally released her. He looked at the girl before him, an indescribable emotion welling up inside him. But Weilan took the initiative to kiss him back, a smug feeling rising within her. In that case, I'll take advantage of him a little too. Ying Wu was certainly happy to oblige, enjoying it immensely. The two were immersed in a sweet embrace. Weilan finally opened her eyes, feeling a little uncomfortable. Okay, that's enough. I can't breathe. She tried to push him away with all her might, but couldn't budge him, so she had to resort to her own methods. She bit Ying Wu's lip. Ying Wu felt a slight pain and finally released her. He touched the bitten spot and chuckled. Assistant Wei, could you be a little gentler next time? Weilan frowned and retorted, it's your fault. Just then, the signal on her hand went off. It was a message from the Duchess. Scene change. Weilan was preparing food in the kitchen when suddenly, this guy appeared out of nowhere, hugging her waist from behind as if nothing had happened. Weilan was startled. She raised an eyebrow and turned to face him. It was the commander. Weilan simply gave a sweet smile. It's almost ready, dear. Please wait in the living room. He gave her a sour look. Oh, that wasn't the case yesterday when we were fighting side by side. This brought back the memory of her receiving that message yesterday. Weilan put on a pitiful look and pleaded with Ying Wu. The Duchess asked me to take care of something, and the commander wants to come along too. I bet the Duke is trying to mess with me again. Ying Wu sighed in resignation, completely giving in. All right, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Back in the present, Weilan patted his arm reassuringly. Yes, I have to get this done quickly or we'll be late. Then, the sly old fox Ying Wu tried to kiss her. But suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over Weilan, completely ruining Ying Wu's good mood. His expression instantly darkened. What's wrong? Weilan pushed him away, panting. Nothing. Ying Wu interrupted impatiently. How are you going to help like this? You're too busy throwing up. Weilan covered her mouth, trying to hold it back. It's not because of the commander. Ying Wu wouldn't let it go. Then why? Weilan avoided his gaze, muttering softly, I haven't been feeling well lately. Ying Wu immediately became worried, leaning closer to her stomach. Not feeling well. You haven't eaten anything strange. How could you be unwell? He started poking her stomach, completely oblivious to the concept of personal space. Weilan yelped, don't touch me there. Ying Wu continued poking innocently. Why not? Weilan waved her hand to block his fingers. She gave him a warning look, the meaning clear, don't touch. She picked up the plate and left. Let's go eat. We need our strength to deal with them. A while later, the two arrived together. The Duchess, Ying Wu's stepmother, was already waiting at the door, greeting them warmly. You're here. The Duchess hurried towards Weilan. Weilan, dear, before she could finish, Ying Wu stepped in front of her. Madam, where are you planning to take her? Seeing his cold attitude, the Duchess hesitated. I want to take Weilan for a walk in the garden, so as not to disturb your father-son chat. Ying Wu responded indifferently. It's not really a disturbance. The Duke, standing nearby, yelled angrily, can't you leave Weilan alone for even a minute? Weilan seized the opportunity to slip away. Commander, I'm going to pick some devil fruit. With that, Weilan quickly ran off. In the garden, the Duchess took Weilan's hand. Weilan, it's so good that you're here to help Ying Wu. I apologize on behalf of the Duke for what happened before. I hope you don't take it to heart. Weilan simply smiled faintly in agreement, thinking to herself, whatever, it's just a story. No need to dwell on it. The Duchess then asked, has Ying Wu been in contact with any noble ladies these past few days? I just saw a hickey on Ying Wu's neck. It's quite obvious. Weilan felt exposed and blushed. Really? Weilan casually picked a fruit from a nearby bush. The Duchess continued, Weilan, You need to be mindful of Ying Wu's influence. After all, he's the commander of the fleet. His subordinates in the military are watching. It wouldn't be good for his image. Weilan, for some reason, picked a bright red fruit. Seeing this, the Duchess gasped. Weilan, still not understanding what was happening, looked at her quizzically. The Duchess said in surprise, "Are you eating devil fruit?" Weilan panicked internally. Wait, ordinary people like me don't need to eat devil fruit. Could it be because I'm carrying a devil child? Thinking of this, she forced a smile and gave the Duchess a look that said, "Ah, just helping the commander see if it's sweet." The Duchess smiled. "Eat it if you like." But in her heart, she thought, Assistant Wei has always been calm and collected, never doing anything out of line. This is a bit unusual. It seems she also has some ordinary human emotions. The Duchess then looked away and called out cheerfully, "Xiao Meiyan, come here." Weilan also looked over curiously. Ying Jimian, Ying Wu's younger sister, the youngest scientific genius in the Federation, was indeed brilliant. Jimian walked to the Duchess and asked with concern, "Mother, how have you been lately?" The Duchess beamed, "I'm very well. Your father and brother are resting in the living room. Would you like to go see them?" Jimian glanced at Weilan, a certain tone in her voice, "I'll go over later." "Is this Assistant Gu, who works with my brother?" Weilan responded politely, "Hello." Ying Jishu pointed behind him and said, "There's a shooting range over there, Assistant Gu. Would you like to go with me?" Weilan didn't refuse, simply nodding, "Okay." Weilan thought to herself, "Aha, I think I understand. She wants to talk to me alone." Soon, the two arrived at the shooting range. Jimian had already prepared a gun and aimed it at the target. Suddenly, she asked Assistant Gu, "How much does my brother pay you?" Weilan looked at her blankly. "Wow, that's a bit of a jump in topic. Why are we suddenly talking about money?" The sight was perfectly aligned with the bullseye. Jimian's posture was perfect as she prepared to fire. The first shot rang out, grazing the edge of the bullseye. Jimian turned to her and said, "I'll give you 10 times your salary, as long as you can stop my brother from marrying Gu." It was Weilan's turn. Full of confidence, she thought, so she really does need my help. Her first shot rang out, hitting the 10-point ring dead center. Jimian exclaimed, "Wow, you're that good." After finishing her shot, Weilan turned and asked her, "May I ask why?" Zhu Jin said calmly, "Song Jimian is my girlfriend." Weilan looked as if she had heard some shocking news, dropping her gun and staring blankly at Zhu Jin. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Song Jincheng almost got engaged to Ying Wu, and now he's dating Ying Wu's younger sister. This family was certainly interesting. Weilan touched her forehead. "That's a lot to take in. It's none of my business anyway." Zhu Jin didn't seem to care, continuing, "But my brother will handle it." Weilan picked up her gun and added, "I suggest you talk to Miss Song yourself about your relationship. As for the commander, he's only met Miss Song twice. Their relationship is perfectly normal." Zhu Jin looked surprised, hesitating before saying, "Thank you." Just then, the butler rushed over in a panic. "Miss Gu, I've finally found you." He stammered, "Master Ying Wu is looking for you." He's practically frantic. "He's piloting a ship right now. You'd better go see him quickly." Weilan immediately put down her gun and turned to leave. "I understand, I'll go right away." She worried slightly. What does he want now? Then she turned back to Zhu Jin. "Excuse me, I have to go." The scene shifted to the aircraft. Ying Wu was writing something. Weilan walked over. With a gentle smile, she explained, "Zhu Jin called me to the shooting range just now. I didn't mean to ignore you, Commander." But Ying Wu was still sulking, clearly acting like a pouting puppy, with an air of she hasn't come to see me in so long. She doesn't care about me at all. Weilan watched him sulk, mumbling his displeasure, but still forcing a smile as she tilted her head to look at him. She had to resort to her trump card, tempting him with devil fruit. "I picked a lot of devil fruit. Would you like to try one, Commander?" Clearly, Ying Wu was hooked by the aroma of the devil fruit. He immediately dropped the act and wrapped his arms around Weilan's waist. "You ate devil fruit." Weilan replied casually, "Yeah, I had them while I was picking them." Then, Ying Wu leaned close to Weilan's lips and whispered, "Let me have a taste too." With that, he kissed her without hesitation, his arms tightening around her. The kiss deepened, and the only sounds were those of their intimacy, until Ying Wu finally released her lips. She turned her head shyly. The commander has to have dinner with his family, and then he has an important meeting at headquarters in 2 hours. Ying Wu, holding an apple, simply nodded. He took a large bite and then glared at Weilan with puffed cheeks. This bit of sweetness isn't nearly enough. Time passed in this manner. Thanks to Ying Wu taking her to the headquarters meeting after dinner, everything went smoothly. Until The special day finally arrived. As was customary, Ying Wu visited his mother, who was confined to an island on Banlian Star, every year. Today was that day. The scene shifted to the sanatorium. Ying Wu and Weilan walked up to a woman, who was Ying Wu's mother, Zhu Ji. Although she was older, she still looked vibrant. Seeing them, she looked up and said, "You've come." Weilan politely handed her a document. "Auntie, the Duke asked me to give this to you." Zhu Ji stared intently at Wei Lan's stomach. Weilan felt a bit unnerved under that gaze, wondering why she kept staring. He hoped she hadn't noticed anything. Ying Wu stepped in front of Weilan, glaring coldly at Zhu Ji. His face darkened, and his voice was devoid of warmth as he warned, "Don't look at my person." Zhu Ji chuckled softly. "Assistant Jiyu has lost quite a bit of weight recently." Weilan replied, "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Ying Wu looked at her with a puzzled expression. Weilan added, "Auntie, I'll go back to the Research Institute to pack my things. You two can chat." Zhu Ji frowned slightly. "She can go, but you stay here with me." Weilan hesitated. "It's all right, I'll still." Zhu Ji stood up, her expression serious as she questioned, "Can't you even pack your own things?" Hearing this, Ying Wu immediately fell silent, acquiescing. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Weilan quickly waved his hands to lighten the mood. "Auntie, then I'll be going." A sudden protectiveness surged within Ying Wu. He snatched the suitcase and extended a hand towards Weilan. "Keys." Weilan looked bewildered. "Huh? Oh, okay." He handed the keys over. Ying Wu happily started packing with the suitcase, leaving Weilan standing there. Weilan felt speechless, wondering what was going on. Zhu Jin then interjected, "Haven't you been feeling well lately?" Weilan gave a nervous laugh. I have a slight cold. I hope I haven't worried you, Annie." He prayed desperately that she wouldn't see through him. Just as he finished speaking, Weilan sneezed. Achoo! Seeing this, Zhu Ji picked up a shawl and draped it over his shoulders. Weilan looked at her in confusion. "Auntie, you don't have to do this. You'll catch a cold too." Then she sat down in a nearby wheelchair. "It's windy here. Push me back to rest." Weilan immediately went over and replied, "Okay." A moment later, Ying Wu caught up. Weilan tilted his head and asked, "Annie, what would you like for dinner?" "I was thinking of walking around the island later and buying some things to cook." Zhu Jin frowned in displeasure. "There are people here who do that." Then she looked coldly at Ying Wu. "Assistant Jiyu is here to help, not to be your nanny." Ying Wu asked with a bewildered expression, "Jiyu Weilan is my assistant. Why can't he do these things?" He nevertheless snatched the wheelchair handles from Weilan, adding sullenly, "And Mom, stop calling him my exclusive special assistant." At that moment, Zhu Jin pressed a button on the wheelchair, stopping Ying Wu's pushing. She turned around and said discontentedly, "I can walk myself. I don't need you." With that, Zhu Jin controlled the wheelchair and left. Ying Wu simply watched her go, murmuring, as eccentric as ever. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly pulled Weilan closer, his gaze sweeping over him possessively. His arms tightened around Weilan's waist. "Why are you so thin?" he whispered. Ying Wu embraced his waist again. Weilan hesitated, a flicker of avoidance crossing his face. "Commandering, please mind your image." Ying Wu said, "It must be from that time you resigned. You didn't eat or sleep well. That's why you're so thin." Weilan pinched Ying Wu and pushed him away. "Let go of me." The young Ying Wu clenched his fists, thinking that he needed to get him to gain some weight. He couldn't be this thin. Weilan pointed to the side. "Look, there's a patch of strawberries in the garden over there." Before them was a patch of fresh red strawberries. Ying Wu asked, "Did the workers plant these?" Weilan walked over and gently plucked a strawberry. "Probably. Auntie planted them in her spare time. I just asked her, and she said we can pick them if we want." Ying Wu stood beside him, his gaze fixed on him, completely captivated. Ying Wu suddenly leaned closer to Weilan. "Assistant Jiyu, I want to plant some too." Weilan turned back with a smile. "Then let me teach commandering." Weilan handed the tools to Ying Wu, whose expression seemed to say, "Is it too late to regret this now?" The two of them began to work. Weilan patiently instructed, "Loosen the soil first." Ying Wu followed his instructions carefully. "Is this okay?" The strawberry seedlings he planted were crooked, but Ying Wu seemed quite satisfied. Poor Weilan could only give a speechless smile. "Commandering, your strawberries are all crooked. They look awful." Ying Wu glared at him coldly. "Who said that?" Weilan added enthusiastically, "Look." But Ying Wu suddenly did something that stunned him. He backed him against the wall. Weilan frowned slightly. "Commandering." Ying Wu bit his neck without hesitation. Weilan cried out, "Commandering, what are you doing?" Surprise flashed across his face. Why did he suddenly kiss him? Ying Wu didn't stop. His hand was firmly grasped by Ying Wu, and he couldn't break free. Weilan could only plead helplessly, "Commander, don't." But Ying Wu wouldn't listen, his actions growing bolder. Weilan's hand remained tightly clasped in his, only released after he'd left several strawberry marks on her neck. He'd been careful with his touch, clearly knowing how to leave a mark. Honestly, impressive. Weilan suko, setli pouting. Great, my mood is now represented by the strawberry marks on my neck. How childish. Ying Wu poked Weilan's cheek innocently and asked, "Need some comforting. Are you angry?" Weilan uncomfortably brushed his hand away. "Don't touch me." Ying Wu asked again with an innocent face, "Is Assistant Gu angry again?" Weilan was clearly annoyed, but still replied, "No." But when Ying Wu was about to leave, she asked unhappily, "Hey, where are you going?" Ying Wu didn't answer. He simply bent down, like a machine, to pick a strawberry. Walking closer to Weilan, she saw Ying Wu grab her chin. Weilan exclaimed angrily, "What are you doing?" But Ying Wu just stuffed the strawberry into Weilan's mouth, leaving her to passively chew. Finally, Ying Wu leaned down and asked meaningfully, "Sweet." Weilan ak wadili zipli u. Sweet. But looking at his attitude, Weilan was a little confused. However, the two quickly exchanged glances and laughed. So she wasn't angry anymore. Later, Weilan knocked on Zhu Ji's door with a few strawberries in hand. From outside, Weilan called, "Auntie, Ying Wu just picked some strawberries and asked me to bring them to you." Zhu Ji immediately threw on a robe and opened the door. "I don't need them. Come in and sit down." Weilan quickly went inside, smiling. "Then I'll impose on you." The first thing she saw upon entering stunned her. Isn't that the president? The photo showed a younger president and Zhu Ji together. Zhu Ji quickly turned the photo over. "Assistant Gu, sit down." Weilan smiled slightly and nodded. "Okay." She sat next to Zhu Ji and asked softly, "Assistant Gu, do you know why I'm confined to this island?" Weilan answered without hesitation, "The file says you committed murder." Zhu Ji calmly replied, "Then Ying Wu should have put me in prison. I'm confined to this island because I was pregnant." Hearing this, Weilan couldn't help but show a surprised expression, subconsciously touching her own stomach. Zhu Ji looked at Weilan with concern. "Did Ying Wu force you?" Weilan looked back at her thoughtfully. "I don't know how much Annie knows. I had to find my own way to get through this." Zhu Ji added, "Assistant Gu, do you think if I were the child's biological mother, I wouldn't know when he went into heat?" Weilan carefully replied, "No. I just happened to be with the commander when he first went into heat." "Oh no," she thought. "Annie is too direct. It seems I can't fool her." Thinking this, she lowered her head and added, "His Grace Duke Ying blocked the news, so the commander doesn't know about it." Zhu Ji wasn't surprised at all. This was very much in line with the president's style. Weilan finally understood. So, the president had Duke Ying block the news. It was the president's order. Suddenly, Zhu Ji turned and grabbed Weilan's hand. "I just want to remind you, some things are not as simple as you think. If you find yourself losing control of the situation, think twice before you act." Then she asked, "By the way, Assistant Gu, aren't you curious about the relationship between me and your president, the one you saw in the photo?" Weilan smiled and replied, "If Annie doesn't want to talk about it, I won't ask." Zhu Ji lowered her head and continued, "It's not that I don't want to talk about it. I'm just a tool he tricked into coming here." Weilan asked in surprise, "Does the commander know?" Zhu Ji smiled. "What do you think?" Weilan couldn't hide her suspicion. "So Annie has been deprived of her freedom since the day Ying Wu was born. All of this is because of Ying Wu. No wonder Annie didn't want to see Ying Wu, especially if he knew the truth." But at this moment, Ying Wu suddenly barged in. "We're returning to First Star," he added with a serious face. "U-47 Star is under attack. We have to go back and deal with it immediately." Hearing this, Weilan immediately stood up. "Auntie, we'll be going now." Suji kapit here Wait. She pressed something into Weilan's hand. "This, use if you feel unwell." Weilan took it and turned around. "Thank you, Auntie." Zhu Ji then looked at Ying Wu. "Ji, Weilan hasn't been feeling well lately. Don't let her go to the front lines." This time, Ying Wu remained silent, but it was clear he took it to heart. A while later, their ship took off from the island. Sitting in her seat, Weilan announced, "We'll arrive at First Star in half an hour. The advance team has already started their defense. The situation is currently under control." Ying Wu, while chewing on candy, interjected, "That woman really cares about Gu Weilan." This time, Weilan sighed and retorted, "Commander, that woman is your mother." Suddenly, Ying Wu lunged towards her and asked, "Gu Weilan, are you really not feeling well?" Weilan was startled. "I'm fine." Ying Wu then stared at her with a look as if trying to see through her. The next second, he pinched Weilan, making her jump in surprise. "What are you doing?" He teasingly stroked her chin. "Your face is red, and so are your lips." Before he could finish, he couldn't resist kissing her. Then he finally said, "And sweet too, Jiyu." Weilan blushed even deeper at his words. She struggled to avoid his gaze. "Stop it." Weilan tried to pull away. All right, I get it. Let go of me." Ying Wu released her as she asked. Then, pointing to his high-collared tie, he said, "Jiyu, you messed up my tie. Fix it for me." Weilan sighed helplessly and straightened his tie. Ying Wu looked at her seriously. "I just checked. The situation on U-47 isn't too bad. I'll be back in 3 days." Weilan asked with a puzzled expression, "Doesn't the commander need me to go along this time?" Ying Wu feigned exasperation. "Yeah, I don't want that lady to see us and accuse me of mistreating my assistant, Jiyu." Weilan raised an eyebrow, clearly understanding. "Auntie is just joking." He leaned closer to her. "Don't mention her anymore. It's bad luck. As for Assistant Jiyu, you need to eat and drink on time at home, understand? I'll check when I get back." Weilan agreed a little shyly. All right, but thought to herself, when did the commander become like my mother? Ying Wu suddenly pulled her closer and pinched her cheek threateningly. "Assistant Jiyu, did you hear me?" Weilan looked reluctant. At the same time, Ying Wu's expression became complex. Weilan unexpectedly grabbed his collar. Without hesitation, she kissed him deeply, even biting his lower lip. Cupping his face in her hands, she said, "I also hope Commander will be careful on the front lines. I'll check if you're injured when you return." Ying Wu's heart bloomed like a flower. Holding her hand, he said, "I know." He greedily kissed Wei Lan's lips again. "I'm willing to be bossed around by you." A moment later, Wei Lan stood below, bidding him farewell. "Remember to stay safe. I'll be waiting for you." After the spaceship took off, Wei Lan yawned. "Why am I so tired and listless lately? Is something wrong?" Wei Lan returned home and fell into a deep sleep. Just then, Ying Wu called. Wei Lan woke up with a start. "Oh my, how do I sleep so soundly?" She answered the call. Ying Wu said calmly, "Assistant Jiyu, show me your face." Wei Lan rubbed her eyes and replied, "Oh, okay." But when she looked at the screen, Ying Wu suddenly froze. Wei Lan instinctively asked, "Commander, are you coming back soon?" But his expression was strange. He averted his gaze and murmured, "I want to kiss Assistant Jiyu." Wei Lan sensed something was amiss and waved her hand. I have to go." But Ying Wu stroked his chin and leaned closer to the screen. "Assistant Jiyu, do you want to see me?" Wei Lan asked, puzzled. "Aren't I seeing you right now?" But as soon as she spoke, she froze, blurting out, "Is this?" The other side, Ying Wu's tail, had unexpectedly appeared. The tail gently touched Wei Lan's nose. This incredibly seductive gesture sent shivers down her spine. Who could stand it? It was just too tempting. Wei Lan snapped back to her senses and shouted, "Commander, why is your tail suddenly out?" Ying Wu said calmly, "I couldn't help it when I saw Assistant Jiyu. What else do you want?" He propped his chin on his hand and said in a low, seductive voice, "It misses Assistant Jiyu too." Needless to say, Wei Lan immediately hung up. Her mind was in turmoil. If I hadn't hung up so quickly, who knows what other nonsense I would have heard. Just then, someone called from outside the door. "Assistant Jiyu, it's Secretary Lin. Do you have time to come to the palace with me?" Wei Lan asked hesitantly, "Does His Excellency, the President, need me?" The voice outside replied, "Yes, he would like to see you if you have the time." A moment later, in the palace, the president got straight to the point. "Assistant Jiyu Wei Lan, I heard that 2 days ago, you and Commander Ying went to Lian Island to visit his mother." Wei Lan quickly replied, "Yes." He added, "The reason I called you here today is because the data shows that Ying Wu is becoming increasingly inseparable from Assistant Jiyu. Is that true?" Wei Lan replied without hesitation, "Mr. President, the commander likes to be around me because the incubus crystal in his body is highly dependent on my scent." The president looked at her and asked, "Professor Bailuo also mentioned this to me. I heard that you helped him through his first susceptible period, so that's why he's dependent on you." Looking at his attitude, Wei Lan suddenly wondered if the president's expression meant he was thinking, "I did it all on purpose." She frowned. "The commander was injured first. I had no ulterior motives. If you don't believe me, Mr. President, you can send someone to the military to investigate." He opened a file and said, "Assistant Jiyu, that's not what I meant. You'll understand once you see this. This is information about Ying Wu's amnesia before he joined the military." Wei Lan was instantly surprised. The president explained that out of the 3,259 memory fragments Ying Wu lost all those years ago, 2,971 were related to Assistant You Weilan. His expression turned serious. Assistant Yu, do you know what method the military used to erase these 2,971 memory fragments related to you? Weilan frowned and replied, I don't know. Looking at the data, Weilan couldn't help but feel shocked. I only knew that his past memories were erased, but I never imagined that so many of them were actually related to me. She clicked on the arrow next to it, and other small windows popped up around her. However, the video playing on the screen made Weilan freeze. Ying Wu was tightly bound to a chair, screaming in pain. The president observed her and tentatively said, the military's methods are extremely cruel. Ordinary people can't bear them at all. It's a gradually intensifying pain, completely erasing all memories related to the name You Weilan from Ying Wu's mind. Weilan could no longer control her emotions and demanded, why erase those memories? He calmly replied, before erasing the memories, the military investigated Ying Wu many times. 200 of those investigations proved that whenever the name You Weilan was mentioned, Ying Wu would say without hesitation, let her go, I can die in her place. At this point, the president's brow furrowed slightly. Even when tied up, he wouldn't resist, willing to give up everything for You Weilan, even his life. I always thought that erasing memories was just a simple operation in words. But he had to endure unbearable torture again and again. At this moment, Weilan could no longer hold back her tears. 2,971 memories. Ying Wu had to endure 2,971 times the pain just to forget her. He was too devoted. Her heart felt like it was falling into an endless dark abyss, her body trembling uncontrollably. The president had only casually revealed this information, but she felt both shocked and powerless. However, this was the truth. The boy's obsession back then was both ridiculous and heartbreaking. Assistant Yu, I hope you understand that the Federal Empire doesn't need a commander with a fatal weakness. He shoulders a huge responsibility, and you, Assistant Yu, know this better than anyone. This is also why I don't want any relationship between you two that goes beyond work. Weilan couldn't help but retort, but what right do you have to do this? The president, as if hearing a joke, pushed up his glasses and continued, what right? Because I am the president of the Federal Empire. Because Ying Wu can protect the Alliance's strongest cyborg. Weilan's heart was filled with anger. He only saw Ying Wu as a tool and spoke so self-righteously. Just like how he kept Ying Wu's mother on that island, simply to use her. Thinking of this, Weilan said, aren't you afraid that I'll tell the commander all of this? The president calmly replied, I heard that Assistant Jiyu's father is currently being promoted in Incheon. Assistant Jiyu is very smart and should be able to weigh the pros and cons. Before calling you here, I already spoke with the director of the Research Institute. If Ying Wu becomes too reliant on you, we just need to conduct a test during his next estrus period and make him dependent on someone else. So I had the military add estrus-inducing agents to his food and arrange for a woman to be in his resting room. After Ying Wu returns tomorrow, Assistant Jiyu can work with him as before. Hearing this, Weilan could only turn around and leave gloomily. If the president has nothing else, I'll take my leave. She finally understood why Ying Wu had been acting so strangely earlier. He had been drugged. After leaving the president's office, Weilan rushed back to the base and anxiously dialed Ying Wu's number. Ying Wu, please answer the phone. But no matter how long she waited, Ying Wu didn't answer. Weilan grew more anxious. I must stop him. I can't let that kind of thing happen to him. But because she ran too fast, a sharp pain shot through her abdomen. Weilan trembled all over, sweat pouring down her face. She was in severe pain when someone shouted, Dr. Jiyu, where are you? Come to the command center quickly. The commander is critically injured. Hearing this, Weilan ignored the pain. She wiped herself and immediately rushed out the door. Understood, I'm coming. Ying Wu, you must wait for me. Subsequently, Weilan also arrived at the unit. Someone at the base looked at You Weilan with concern. Only you and the commander's fingerprints are on the hatch, so we could only call you. She opened the hatch. A girl brought by the president, covered in injuries, screamed and ran out. Help, please help me. You Weilan asked in surprise. What happened? The girl hugged her leg, crying her heart out. The commander wouldn't let me near him. As soon as I got close, he shocked me. He wouldn't even let me breathe loudly, telling me to get out, saying my breath smelled bad. Ooh. You Weilan helped her over to a nearby man and instructed, take her to get her wounds treated first. I'll go see what's going on. The man replied with some concern, yes. After he finished speaking, You Weilan went inside. The door closed as she stepped into the cabin. The interior was a mess. She turned to the bed beside her. Ying Wu was curled up on it, her tail and horns already visible. He still wore the tracking shackles on his ankles. The poor little thing's heart was racing, and he whimpered uncomfortably. Weilan cautiously approached and softly called, "Ying Wu." As soon as he heard her voice, his eyes lit up. Ying Wu bit down hard on his own tail until it bled. His eyes filled with tears as he looked at Weilan. Weilan anxiously touched Ying Wu's tail. "Let go quickly." Just then, he grabbed Weilan's hand and pulled her closer. By the time she came to her senses, she was already lying on the bed. Tears streamed down Ying Wu's face. He choked out, "Baby." He couldn't help but kiss her lips. "You finally came." Weilan was caught off guard, and her mind was in a whirl. "Commander." Her last shred of reason made her pat Ying Wu's back. "Ying Wu, get up first." Ying Wu gripped her hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "No." He put on a pitiful expression, but his hands held her firmly. "Baby can't leave me." Weilan responded helplessly. "Ying Wu, you're injured. Let go first, and I'll bandage your wounds, okay?" He was being too clingy, but Ying Wu hugged Weilan's leg and refused to let go. "I don't want to let go." Weilan's cheeks flushed red at his actions. Ying Wu kissed her soft thigh, continuously marking her as his own. "I'm going to keep baby locked by my side and never let baby leave again." Weilan suddenly clutched her stomach and cried out, "Ying Wu, no." Seeing his plan fail, Ying Wu became even more aggrieved. "Why not? Does baby think I'm uncomfortable? Does baby not like me anymore?" After saying this, Ying Wu slid off the bed and bit down hard on his little tail, crying even harder, even leaving teeth marks on it. Then, he looked at Weilan, choking back sobs. "It hurts, baby." Weilan, her heart aching, lifted his little tail. "Why are you hurting yourself?" She looked at Ying Wu again. He was still crying. She sat beside him, gently stroking his head to comfort him. "I won't leave you. Don't cry, okay?" Comforted, Ying Wu reached out and hugged Weilan, whimpering hug. "Hug." So Weilan stood up and pointed to the first aid kit not far away. "I'll go get the medicine kit. I'll be right back, okay?" Ying Wu ignored her completely, sulking where he was, clearly unhappy. But she had already walked away, so he could only endure it. He could only hold it in and resigned himself to accepting it. "Okay." Weilan secretly glanced back at the man behind her, thinking to herself, "Judging by this, if I dare to run, he'll definitely grab me back in an instant." Weilan opened the first aid kit and said, "I'm adjusting the dosage. Give me 2 minutes, okay?" After a while, Weilan finally found the right medicine. But as soon as she turned around, she froze. Ying Wu was standing pitifully behind her, holding his injured tail. Weilan walked over and took his hand. "Ying Wu, let go of your tail. I'll treat your wound." Ying Wu pouted, his tail wrapped around Weilan's hand. Weilan touched it with a heavy heart. "I'll disinfect it first. It will hurt a little." But as soon as the antiseptic touched the wound, Ying Wu screamed in pain. My tail hurts. It hurts." Ying Wu immediately pulled his tail back. "Baby, I'm dying." Weilan quickly gave him a candy and whispered comfortingly, "No, you're not. Don't talk nonsense. Ying Wu, next time you want to bite something, tell me. Don't bite your tail again, and don't take the bandage off. Do you hear me?" She frowned at him as she spoke. "It took me a lot of effort to bandage you. It was really troublesome." In a short while, the little tail was bandaged into a very conspicuous heart shape. Ying Wu couldn't help but hug it, then leaned in to hug Weilan. She gently stroked his hair and added, "Come here. Let me see how your horn was injured." But at this moment, Ying Wu's face nuzzled against a soft spot. Note to viewers, he immediately hugged her waist tightly, burying his face in her embrace, his little tail wagging excitedly from side to side. Weilan looked at him, still puzzled. "What's wrong?" Ying Wu hesitated. "Baby, But Weilan firmly refused him. I said no, and I mean it. But she was once again moved by the beautiful man's appearance. He looked so adorable that Weilan couldn't help but lean closer. "Don't be angry. I'm really not feeling well right now. We can't do that." Having said that, Weilan kissed his lips as a form of comfort. Ying Wu lowered his head and agreed, dejectedly. "Okay." Weilan helped him sit back on the bed. "Ying Wu, let's get out of here. This place is ruined, many areas are damaged, and it's dangerous to stay here." Ying Wu hugged her tightly. "I don't want to." "Baby, you're lying to me again." Weilan looked helplessly at this grown man who was still acting like a spoiled child, complaining inwardly. Sigh. He still remembers the last time I left him. Thinking this, she patted Ying Wu's back. "This time is different from last time. Just then, the federal president called. Weilan was feeling irritated and was about to hang up when she accidentally pressed the answer button. She cursed inwardly, thinking, oh no. As soon as the call connected, the president on the other end yelled, You Weilan. Ying Wu's face immediately darkened. Get lost. You're not allowed to call my baby. With that, Ying Wu hung up. You Weilan panicked slightly, thinking, this is bad. After Ying Wu's heat is over, I'm going to get grilled by the federal president. Seeing Ying Wu turn around angrily, Weilan cautiously called out, Ying Wu, do you know who that was? She tentatively tilted her head and softly said, I was wrong last time. I'm sorry, baby. Don't be angry anymore. But he still used his tail to shield her, avoiding her. Weilan frowned, her expression serious. Are you really going to keep ignoring me? Ying Wu remained stubborn. Although a little reluctant, he still stubbornly turned his back. Weilan grew tired of waiting. She turned to leave. If you're going to ignore me, I'm leaving, Ying Wu. Ying Wu immediately wrapped his tail around Weilan, pulling her back without warning. He hugged her aggrievedly, complaining, you're the worst. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably as he choked out, baby's so bad, Weilan. Weilan was still confused, looking at him hesitantly. I haven't even said anything, and you're already like this. She could only soothe him. All right, I'm not leaving. Don't cry. Ying Wu didn't respond, just lowered his head and started fidgeting, rubbing against Weilan while he chigged up. Weilan frowned at him. His actions made her heart race a little, but she still forced herself to say, put your claws away and retract your horns. It had to be said that Ying Wu was experienced. He found a soft spot to place his hands and happily replied, but it smells so good here, want to take a bite. Weilan decisively pushed him away. No, she reminded him seriously, Ying Wu, we can't stay here forever. You've already broken a lot of things. Are you even aware of it? But he just stared at her with that the world owes me look. Weilan thought to herself, reasoning with him usually works, but now I have to change tactics. I'm not like you. I'm just an ordinary person. If I stay here, I'll be in danger. Ying Wu immediately took the bait, anxiously asking what? My baby will be in danger. He immediately switched to inspection mode, searching every corner of the room. A moment later, Ying Wu frantically covered his face. No, it's too dangerous here. Then he looked at Weilan. My baby is so soft and delicate. She can't stay in such a dangerous place. Without another word, Ying Wu walked towards her and suddenly picked Weilan up. She was startled, thinking he's worried about my safety after all, and he'll definitely leave with me. But she didn't expect him to be so anxious. She said awkwardly, wait, I haven't gotten the first aid kit yet. Hearing this, Ying Wu picked up the first aid kit. Lost in thought, he gently put her down and then picked her up in a different position. Now Weilan was worried. Oh no, this is the military command center. If Ying Wu carries me out like this, everyone will see him in his heat state. She finally called out, Ying Wu. He calmly asked, what's wrong, baby? Are you uncomfortable somewhere? Weilan looked at him anxiously. No, can you please retract your horns and tail first? Ying Wu looked obviously confused, pointing at himself. Why? Weilan added, it's a bit too conspicuous. Can you try to retract your horns and tail? Ying Wu, I know you have your own thoughts, but I'm also a little possessive. I don't want others to see you like this. Ying Wu also became serious, closing his eyes and trying hard to control his body, but he couldn't retract them. He looked at Weilan pitifully. Baby, I can't control it. I can't hide it QAQ. Then, as if nothing had happened, he held her in his arms, secretly gloating to himself. Holding my baby, she's so soft and sweet. I really want to show her off 360 degrees. How could I possibly hide it? Weilan coughed awkwardly. Then I'll just call Assistant Gao and explain a few things. Unexpectedly, Ying Wu wouldn't budge, immediately refusing. No, I won't allow it. Weilan had to resort to her trump card, leaning in and kissing Ying Wu. Instantly, the little guy wilted, obediently putting Weilan down. She even patted his head as a reward. Ying Wu looked incredulous, his face full of surprise. Baby kissed me. Good, Ying Wu. Wait for me to handle some things. Okay. Assistant Gao, issue an order. No one is allowed to pass through the area from the main ship to the shuttle. I'll explain later. Assistant Gao replied, yes, I'll arrange it immediately. Their plane should have arrived by now, probably already landed. Weilan sai how bo. Ying Wu, it's okay. It's safe here. You don't need to hug me anymore. Ying Wu suddenly became agitated. No, I want to hug baby. Weilan tried to soothe him. You're injured. Your wound will split open. You can't hug me anymore. Ying Wu pouted and turned his face away, his mind fixated on the stubborn thought, can't hug anymore, can't hug anymore. The more this big baby thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt, his tail slapping hard against the floor. Weilan walked behind him and tugged his hand. Ying Wu. But he ignored her, not even acknowledging his soft, sweet little darling. Weilan pinched his thumb and softly apologized. I was wrong. Ying Wu began to waver, his tail wagging so fast it almost touched the ceiling, but he still stubbornly asked, what do you want? Weilan pulled Ying Wu to the table and added, let me see your tail, see if it still hurts. Ying Wu practically offered his precious little tail to Weilan, his heart blossoming with joy. My baby still cares about me. Weilan carefully examined it and concluded, fortunately, it's not bleeding anymore. Don't hurt yourself again next time, okay? Ying Wu stared at her intently, his face full of innocence, and softly said, baby cares about me so much. I like you the most. How could Weilan resist the adorable human in front of her? She could only cough a few times to hide her emotions. Just looking at him made her feel like her affection was about to overflow. Ying Wu asked happily, then can you stay with me? Weilan stood up and turned around. I'm going to the second floor. She couldn't help but complain inwardly, such a childish and direct confession, without any technique at all, and he actually thought of it. Reaching her destination, Weilan said, go take a bath. Take your clothes off. She seriously reminded him, be careful not to get your tail wet. Just then, someone called. Seeing her go out to answer the call, Ying Wu was clearly unhappy, his brows furrowed tightly. On Weilan's side, the person on the other end of the line clearly stated, after Ying Wu's sensitive period is over, have him come to the palace to see me. Weilan remained silent, not saying anything more. Then she heard Ying Wu calling, baby, baby. Weilan immediately threw down the communicator and ran towards him. Wait, I'm coming. Weilan anxiously asked, what's wrong? Ying Wu sat naked in the bathtub, pitifully hugging his little tail, sobbing. My tail is wet, it hurts. It hurts so much. Weilan didn't care about anything else and quickly touched his little tail, carefully examining it. Didn't I tell you not to get your tail wet? Does it hurt that much? Weilan asked again, somewhat impatiently. I asked you if it hurts. But the only response she received was Ying Wu's eyes filled with pink affection. Ying Wu suddenly grabbed Weilan's hand. She asked warily, what's wrong? Ying Wu asked inexplicably, does baby hurt? She raised an eyebrow in confusion. No, it doesn't hurt. What's he trying to do now? Ying Wu stubbornly hugged her and nuzzled against her. No, baby hurts. Then he brought his lips close to Weilan's. I want to blow on it for baby, so you don't hurt. Weilan was once again trapped by the childish Ying Wu, and could only let out a few weak protests as he held her tightly. Weilan tried to speak, all right, the water's getting cold. Ying Wu nuzzled her neck and replied, it's not cold. Weilan hesitantly added, after we're done washing up, let's go back to the room and take a nap together. Ying Wu immediately obeyed, his mind already fantasizing about what would happen next. Bath, nap, cuddles. Then he added, wait for me, baby, I'll be quick. Weilan helplessly blocked the splashing water from the excited fellow, thinking, isn't this a bit much? Before she could react, Ying Wu had finished his bath and pulled Weilan back to the room. Ying Wu was happily admiring his bandaged tail, while Weilan looked hesitantly at the ointment in her hand. Then she turned to look at Ying Wu, who was engrossed in his little tail, thinking, I must protect the bandage. Weilan looked at him in disbelief, thinking, he remembers everything I said so clearly. She happily picked up the medicine and walked to Ying Wu. Drink this. Ying Wu immediately took it, closed his eyes, and drank it in one gulp, then dramatically turned the tube upside down. He indicated that it was empty and casually tossed the empty tube aside. Without a word, Ying Wu picked Weilan up and placed her on the bed. Time's up. Time for cuddles and rest. She didn't resist, letting Ying Wu hold her in his arms. Time passed, and the two fell asleep on the bed. Weilan tentatively asked Ying Wu, are you asleep? The sleeping Ying Wu mumbled vaguely, baby, don't go. Weilan frowned slightly. This person is so clingy. She hugged him tightly and secretly confessed, Ying Wu, you know, I also have a little devil in my belly just like you. Weilan held his hand and added, I wonder if he will be as clingy as you. Anxiously, she placed Ying Wu's hand on her abdomen. But I didn't dare tell you. I was afraid of how you'd react to the baby when you woke up. After a moment of thought, Weilan added cheerfully, but don't worry, I'll definitely protect our baby. The next morning, Weilan was awakened by the sunlight. She was surprised to find herself lying properly on top of Ying Wu. Weilan smiled softly, her face full of happiness. Looking at the face before her, she couldn't help but sigh. Such a handsome face. Playfully, she poked his nose. Just then, the communicator beside them rang with an incoming call. Weilan carefully slipped out of bed and went outside to answer the call. Mom, what's wrong? Her mother asked anxiously. Wei, your grandfather collided with another aircraft on his way back to launching. Hearing this, Weilan immediately rushed out. I'll be right back. That morning, the sun stubbornly refused to show its face. Weilan's communicator rang again. As soon as she answered, the other party asked urgently, Assistant Jiu, where are you? Weilan replied, I'm at the hospital in Anqing. Calling me Assistant Jiu means you're finally awake. Weilan returned home and carefully pushed open the door. Mom, Dad, how's Grandpa? Jiaer's father answered for Jiaer's mother. He just finished surgery. The doctor said he's fine. You don't have to worry too much. Your mother was just a little startled. Weilan walked to the bedside and carefully looked at her grandfather for a long time. Fortunately, his injuries weren't serious. She turned to comfort Guyan's mother. Mom, Grandpa will be fine. Don't worry too much. Guyan's father added, Yes, if you don't believe the doctor, you should at least believe your daughter. Guyan's mother wiped her tears. Just then Ying Wu called. Weilan immediately said, Mom, Dad, I'm going out to answer a call. She thought to herself, it hasn't even been 10 minutes. What's wrong again? As soon as she answered, the other party said directly, Come pick me up, Ying. Ying Wu's private aircraft was already parked neatly on the landing pad. Standing inside, Weilan hesitantly asked Commander Ying, Did you come all the way to Anqing? Unable to read his expression, Weilan added, Wait for me. I'll be right down. A moment later, Weilan arrived. Looking at Ying Wu inside, she thought to herself, he hasn't even changed his clothes. Did he rush over as soon as he woke up? Ying Wu looked serious and asked her coldly, Assistant Jiu, yesterday was my heat cycle. Weilan raised an eyebrow and looked at him again in disbelief. Ying Wu grabbed Weilan and pulled her closer. But I've already had a physical examination. He anxiously handed her a report. This is my basic physical examination report. The data inside proves that I didn't have relations with anyone last night. Weilan hesitated, thinking, so he rushed to find me as soon as he woke up because he was afraid I'd misunderstand that he slept with someone else last night. Seeing that she didn't speak, Ying Wu anxiously explained, Assistant Jiu, you still don't believe me. Weilan smiled Li. I believe you. Ying Wu seemed touched and swallowed nervously. He pulled her closer again and softly probed. Will you take me back now? Weilan said awkwardly, My grandfather. Ying Wu leaned his head on Weilan's shoulder and added, I'll ask the best doctor to come over. You can rest assured. Weilan frowned, thinking he seems really uneasy. She patted his shoulder gently and comforted him. Okay, I'll go tell Mom and Dad. A while later, Ying Wu had fallen asleep in Weilan's arms. Looking at him, she thought tenderly, was he so relaxed that he let his tail show? A small tail was already swaying back and forth in front of Weilan. Weilan didn't hesitate to grab the small tail, stroking it lovingly. So soft. Suddenly, Ying Wu woke up and asked Assistant Jiu, what are you doing? He couldn't hide the smile on his face. He looked up at her. Weilan hesitated. Commander, you're awake. Ying Wu, as mischievous as ever, tilted his head. Assistant Jiu, isn't this angle good too? Did you know? Weilan feigned composure and coughed lightly. The warship is about to land at the military headquarters. Commander, please prepare. But Ying Wu had already moved closer to Weilan. He casually unbuckled her seatbelt and lifted her directly onto his lap. Weilan struggled uncomfortably and said apologetically, I didn't mean to wake you up by touching your tail. Ying Wu just smiled and pulled Weilan closer. It's okay. My tail is very beautiful. It's normal for you to be attracted to it. And now, only Assistant Jiu's touch can suppress my incubus traits. After saying that, Ying Wu took her hand and whispered, Come on, Assistant Jiu, touch it. Weilan sighed helplessly, grabbed his horn, and completely surrendered. So you were waiting for me this whole time. Ying Wu was clearly enjoying this moment, her arms wrapped around Weilan, tail wagging happily, her face full of pride. Just then, an announcement came over the intercom, declaring their imminent arrival at the command center. Weilan's expression immediately turned serious as she pushed Ying Wu away. Commander, we've arrived. Ying Wu glared at the screen with displeasure, letting out a muffled grunt, then walked out with Weilan. At the door, Ying Wu asked, Are you coming in with me, Assistant Jiu? Weilan thought it best not to embarrass the Federation president at a time like this, so she smiled and replied, It doesn't seem appropriate to go in right now. I'll just walk around outside and wait for you, Commander. Ying Wu could only nod in agreement. All right then. The two parted ways. While strolling outside, Weilan overheard a voice. Are you still mad at me? Curious, she parted the leaves to peek and saw Mian and Xiaoyan. Mian crossed her arms, a disgruntled expression on her face. I'm just a little upset that the marriage with your brother didn't work out. You don't care about me anyway, right? Xiaoyan patiently smoothed her hair, comforting her. When I finish this project, I'll take a month off to be with you. Don't do this anymore. Mian coldly replied, Really? So you still don't care? Before she could finish, Xiaoyan leaned down and kissed her, saying affectionately, Of course I care. Before Weilan could react, Mian was being tightly embraced and kissed by Xiaoyan. Mian wrapped her arms around Xiaoyan's neck. The two lost in each other. Weilan, witnessing this, shyly covered her face, yet couldn't resist peeking through her fingers, thinking, Oh my God, they're so bold. Being so intimate in broad daylight. Aren't they afraid of being seen? Suddenly, a wave of nausea washed over her, and she couldn't help but dry heave, inwardly groaning. Why does morning sickness have to hit me now? Weilan hurried to the restroom, the nausea coming in waves. It took a while for her to recover slightly. She looked at herself in the mirror, her face filled with worry. Why is my morning sickness so bad this time? Just then, she noticed someone beside her. It was Mian calmly reapplying her lipstick. She asked, Assistant Jiyu, do you need me to take you to the hospital? Weilan cautiously replied, Thank you, but no, I'm fine. Mian got straight to the point. Assistant Jiyu, you saw all that just now, right? As far as I know, you have a lot of contact with the Ying family, so could you keep this a secret? Weilan replied without hesitation, Don't worry, Miss Song, I never meddle in things that aren't my business. Mian still seemed a little uneasy. After a moment of silence, she chuckled softly. Can you really keep your mouth shut? Weilan didn't bother saying more, turning to leave. Your business is your business. I won't gossip, and I hope you'll do the same for me. The scene changed to the airplane taking off. Ying Wu worriedly touched Weilan's face. Assistant Jiyu, are you all right? Weilan reassured him, taking his hand. I'm fine, just a little tired. Commander, can I sleep for a while? Ying Wu immediately agreed. Of course. He happily watched his beloved fall asleep. But then he noticed Weilan's stomach, and Ying Wu cautiously reached out his hand. He gently touched it, and Weilan immediately stopped him. Ying Wu looked at her quizzically. Assistant Jiyu, it seems a little swollen here. What's going on? Weilan's heart raced, trying to remain calm. I drank too much water on the way when I went to pick up the commander. I'm fine. But she quickly realized something was wrong. This wasn't a route back to headquarters. Weilan checked the map and discovered the plane was heading towards Ying Wu's residence. She asked uneasily, Commander, aren't we going back to the military headquarters? Ying Wu replied casually, No, take me home first. I have some things to deal with. Weilan inwardly groaned. Great, first I have to take him home, and then I'll have to work overtime again. Soon, they arrived at the residence. Weilan followed behind, repeating, We're here. I'll be going now. But inside, she was panicking. Oh no, I'm getting sleepy again. I need to get back to work. Before she could react, Weilan's body went limp and she collapsed. Fortunately, Ying Wu caught her in time. He ordered seriously, Listen to the commander from now on. I'm going to study to work and you're going to sleep. Weilan asked incredulously, You want me to sleep? He nodded. Yes, Assistant Jiyu. Don't worry, sleeping counts as work hours. Weilan happily went upstairs without hesitation. Thank you, Commander. Ying Wu then began to work, his expression particularly serious. Less than 10 minutes later, Ying Wu put down his documents, tiredly rubbing his forehead, and sighed with a helpless expression. A moment later, he went upstairs with the documents in hand, and everyone could guess where he was going. It turned out that his way of relieving fatigue was to peek at Weilan while working. Just then, a subordinate walked in and reported, Master, the bedroom door is open. Should I close it for you? Ying Wu seemed impatient and coldly replied, No, return to your charging station. The subordinate bowed and answered, Understood, Master. After that, the poor subordinate was dismissed by Ying Wu. About 10 minutes later, Ying Wu wandered back to Weilan's room. He casually placed his laptop on the table and just stood there, staring at her for a long time. Seeing Weilan right before his eyes, he couldn't help but smile slightly. Finally satisfied, as if filled with energy, Ying Wu threw himself back into his work with renewed vigor. Weilan happened to wake up and sighed. I haven't slept so soundly in a long time. What's that sound? She turned her head instinctively, a puzzled look on her face. Commander, shouldn't you be working in the study? Why are you here? Ying Wu replied indifferently. The study isn't comfortable enough, so I changed locations. Weilan clearly didn't believe him. Oh, the study isn't comfortable, but working here while I'm sleeping is. Ying Wu then instructed Assistant Jiu, prepare for the next 2 days. You're accompanying me to Prince Puyuan's engagement banquet on Thursday. Weilan, still a bit sleepy, rubbed her eyes and replied, okay, I'll prepare a suitable gift for Prince Puen. Ying Wu added, Assistant Jiu, all male guests attending the engagement banquet must bring a female companion. Hearing this, Weilan suddenly woke up. Her eyes widened. Ying Wu frowned, hands on his hips, looking as if she couldn't possibly refuse. His expression seemed to say, everyone else has a female companion, so I should too. Weilan, still confused, asked, Commander, do you want me to find you a female companion, or do you want me to accompany you? The corner of Ying Wu's mouth curled up, interrupting her. No need, I've already found one. Weilan could only agree, thinking to herself, so he already had someone in mind. Weilan got up and left, a little disappointed. Commander, it's getting late. I'll go back now. She muttered to herself. What was I even expecting? On the day of the engagement banquet, Weilan walked out of the residence. Beside the aircraft, she softly called out, Ying Wu, as she boarded. Today, Ying Wu looked radiant and exceptionally handsome. He said in a low voice, Assistant Jiu, go to the restroom and change your clothes. Ying Wu looked at her affectionately and added, the female companion who accompanies me to the banquet must be the most beautiful. Weilan was a little unhappy and turned to look at Ying Wu. Did he mean that she wasn't worthy of being his special assistant in her uniform? The aircraft took off, heading towards the banquet venue. Weilan looked at herself in the mirror, her eyes filled with emotion. Wearing a simple yet elegant dress, she exclaimed, wow, this is so formal. Weilan cautiously peeked her head out from behind the door and said to Ying Wu, Commander, am I your companion tonight? Ying Wu was stunned by Weilan's appearance, his eyes full of affection. Seeing that he didn't respond, Weilan hesitantly asked again. Ying Wu immediately pulled her closer and replied in a low voice, yes, let's go. My girlfriend. Hearing these words, Weilan shyly tucked her hair behind her ear and lowered her head. They quickly took their seats, and Ying Wu turned to look at her again. Assistant Jiu, when we get married, you'll wear a wedding dress too, right? Weilan replied awkwardly, but I don't want to marry the commander. But Ying Wu didn't seem to care and continued, you don't know how beautiful you look in a wedding dress. At this moment, Weilan thought helplessly, does he even know what he's saying? She simply turned her head away, but when she heard Ying Wu call out, come here, Weilan still subconsciously replied, yes. Before she could react, a tall figure appeared beside her. Ying Wu enveloped her in his arms and whispered in her ear, let's go. Hand in hand, they walked as if on a red carpet. Ying Wu helped Weilan down the steps. As she walked, Weilan said, thank you, Commander. He took her hand and guided her to link her arm with his. Weilan carefully pulled her hand back. Commander, this isn't very appropriate. Ying Wu continued to hold Weilan's hand and said, you're my companion tonight. It wouldn't be appropriate not to hold hands. They entered the venue together, and everyone exclaimed, isn't that Commander Ying? Who's the girl beside him? She's so beautiful. They look so good together. Ying Wu led her to greet the guests. Someone asked curiously with a smile, Commander, who is this? Ying Wu held her hand and smiled slightly. My companion for tonight. Weilan thought to herself, I've heard that phrase countless times tonight. After a while, Weilan finally managed to escape the banquet hall and sighed wearily. Thankfully, the president called Ying Wu away. I can finally relax. At the same time, the Duke walked over with a cold expression. Ying Wu invited you, didn't he? Weilan maintained her composure and replied, otherwise, why would I be here? The Duke questioned disapprovingly. Ying Wu is acting up again, and you're still indulging him. Do you know what day it is today? Weilan replied impatiently, sir. Instead of asking me, why don't you ask the commander? The Duke was momentarily speechless and loosened his tie in frustration. Forget it, you go. Remember to keep an eye on Ying Wu. Weilan took the opportunity to say, Your Highness, I would like to request a 2-month leave. Hearing this, the Duke quickly said, how much money do you need? I can help you if you're short on money. Ying Wu can't be without you right now. Weilan firmly replied, I don't need money. I just want to rest. Standing before him, she added, I will prepare enough suppressant for the commander, just in case, so that the commander's condition will be stable. No one knew when Ying Wu appeared, nor how much he had heard. The Duke's voice grew louder. Assistant Gu suddenly asking for such a long leave, there must be a reason. Just say what's the matter. I can find someone to replace you. Assistant Gu Weilan felt no gratitude whatsoever, inwardly complaining. I'd like to say, but I'm pregnant. What can I do, Sing? The Duke added, I can't make the decision on this matter unless Ying Wu willingly grants you leave. Actually, I'm also helpless. Last time Weilan took a few days off, Ying Wu almost turned the world upside down. I dare not make the decision on my own. After finishing, he pretended to be nonchalant and awkwardly cleared his throat. All right, there's nothing else. Go back to the banquet and don't keep Ying Wu waiting. Weilan looked at him impatiently. If Ying Wu agreed, would I need to talk to you? She then returned to the banquet hall. As soon as she entered the hall, someone came over to chat her up. Hello, may I have this dance? Weilan politely declined. Thank you, but I already have a partner. The person was persistent, extending his hand. It's just one dance. Don't be so nervous. But before he could touch the beauty's hand, Ying Wu grabbed his hand, and with a slight exertion of force, the man cried out in pain. The man hadn't even seen who it was and dared to glare. But when he saw the murderous aura emanating from Ying Wu, he was instantly frightened into silence. He immediately lowered his head and apologized. Assistant Gu, I'm sorry. I was presumptuous. After the man left, Weilan looked at Ying Wu and said, Thank you, Commander Ying. How much longer will this banquet last? Ying Wu asked with concern. Do you really want to leave? Weilan replied somewhat shyly. Yes, I'm a little sleepy. Ying Wu looked at her deeply and said, The ball is about to begin. He was clearly a little jealous and stubbornly wanted to invite her to dance. Weilan rubbed her forehead, a little annoyed. I don't know how to dance. But Ying Wu had already put his arm around Weilan's waist. She was startled and could only follow his rhythm. Commander Ying Wu guided her step by step, gently saying, I'll teach you. The surrounding people watched them and couldn't help but sigh, wow, they're a match made in heaven. After the dance ended, Ying Wu said with satisfaction, Let's go, I'll take you. Weilan hesitantly followed behind Ying Wu. She finally mustered the courage to speak. Commander Ying, I would like to request a 2-month leave. Unexpectedly, Ying Wu agreed. Okay. Weilan tentatively held up 2 fingers and repeated, Commander Ying, I would like to request a 2-month leave. Ying Wu turned to look at her and replied, I heard you. Weilan replied, a little uncomfortably, Yes, thank you, Commander Ying. She couldn't help but think. He agreed so easily. Ying Wu leaned against the headboard and looked at her. You said you were sleepy, so lie down and sleep for a while. Weilan also lay down, putting everything behind her, thinking it's good that he agreed. With this thought, Weilan fell asleep peacefully. After a while, Weilan was awakened by a beam of light. Have we arrived? Why does it feel like I've been asleep for a long time? She looked out the door. Where is this? Weilan rubbed her forehead, feeling irritated when she heard a metallic clang. She looked down and saw the iron shackles in her hands, instantly filled with terror. Then, burying her head in the pillow, she cursed herself. No wonder he agreed so readily. Does this guy have some strange fetish? Why am I locked up? At this moment, the door opened, and Ying Wu walked in with a calm expression, pulling up her hand without any guilt. Assistant Gu, you're awake. Weilan hesitated when she saw him enter. I want some water. Ying Wu didn't seem to care, as if he was already used to it. He thought to himself, why isn't she angry yet? Thinking about this, Ying Wu lifted Weilan's chin and coaxed her, Come on, open your mouth. Weilan obediently opened her mouth, but inside, she was on the verge of tears from feeling wrong. Like a child, so embarrassing, feeling like she was being treated like a kid. Ying Wu fed her milk, but some of it dribbled out of the corner of Weilan's mouth. Ying Wu gently touched her collarbone and reproached, Assistant Gu, how can you be so useless? You can't even drink properly. Just then, Weilan's communicator beeped, the screen clearly displaying no signal. Annoyed, Weilan thought, signal jammed again, seriously. Weilan frowned, telling Commander Ying Wu, I know you need me as your partner, but living together and fighting side by side are 2 different things. Do you understand? Ying Wu responded with a smile. She's finally angry. A strange thought flitted through his mind. As long as she doesn't completely ignore me, anything is fine. Weilan tried to remain calm, adding, You can seize anything on the battlefield, but with people, if they don't agree, you can't force them by any means. Ying Wu's tail flicked slightly, revealing itself. You're unwilling, so Assistant Gu really doesn't want to stay with me, he said with a straight face, then grabbed Weilan's hand. He unceremoniously wrapped his arms around Weilan's waist, pulling her close and burying his face in the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling her scent. Then he slid to her shoulder and gently bit her. Just then, Weilan grabbed his tie. Ying Wu looked up at her, appearing self-justified. Assistant Gu was the one who disobeyed first. I've already asked Gua to make dinner. After speaking, he lowered his head and bit her again. It made Wei Lan shiver. She struggled, kicking Ying Wu in the chest. Gua's cooking is terrible. Then she added, I want the head chef to cook. Hearing this, he immediately asked, what would Assistant Gu like to eat? Wei Lan, frowning, replied, something light. As soon as she finished speaking, a passionate kiss landed on her lips. Ying Wu gently placed her on the bed, tucked her in, and instructed, wait for me to come back, Assistant Gu. Hugging the blanket, Wei Lan thought to herself with resignation. He agreed so readily. Will he really cook? Half an hour later, Ying Wu walked in wearing a pink apron and carrying a tray. Seeing this, Wei Lan was a little touched, thinking, this is too ridiculous. The contrast was too stark. Ying Wu continued, placing the tray on the table and calmly picking up a large bowl, preparing to feed his darling. But Wei Lan said awkwardly, I can do it myself. He responded with a doting glare. Wei Lan could only eat with resentment. If this guy tries anything else, it'll be troublesome. Just bear with it for now. After the first bite, Wei Lan looked at him and asked, this isn't made by Gua, is it? Ying Wu scooped another spoonful and offered it to her, replying, Gua's attempt failed. I threw it away. One could imagine the terrifying scene when Ying Wu entered the kitchen. Wei Lan frowned, swallowing a large mouthful. I'm pregnant now. I can't just mistreat my body. Ying Wu wiped the rice from the corner of her mouth, adding, I won't fail next time. Wei Lan hurriedly said, I'm a better cook. Let me do it. Ying Wu immediately understood, leaning closer to Wei Lan. Don't even think about it, Assistant Gu. Just then, someone called. Ying Wu didn't say much, only replying, I'm busy right now, feeding Wei Lan. The protagonist was very unhappy. I really can't see how he's busy right now. Ying Wu then asked the person on the other end, is it urgent? Wei Lan also took the opportunity to whisper to him, I can eat by myself. Focus on your work. But Ying Wu just held her hand and said to the person on the phone, yes, send it over now. After hanging up, Ying Wu picked Wei Lan up and sat her on his lap. So, this happy fellow worked while feeding his darling. Wei Lan naturally felt awkward. Commander, don't you think it would be more efficient for you to focus on your work while I eat by myself? Ying Wu actually touched his ear, hesitantly reminding her, Assistant Gu, I haven't hung up yet. Now all the gossipy subordinates heard everything. Wei Lan covered her mouth. It was too late. It's over. So embarrassing. How will the subordinates view our relationship? Wei Lan didn't say anything more, tugging on Ying Wu's tie and warning him in a low voice, hang up now. But this only made him like her even more. He really liked it when she was like a bristling kitten. It was too cute. Ying Wu just stared at Wei Lan. Then he listened and said to the person on the other end, hanging up now. Wei Lan added, I'm full. Don't you still have things to deal with, Commander? Go ahead and get busy. Don't mind me. Ying Wu stubbornly fed Wei Lan another bite. Assistant Gu, you haven't finished eating yet. I can do two things at once. Wei Lan stopped him. Let me eat by myself, or I'll handle the documents. Choose one. Unexpectedly, he pointed to the work and said, then let Assistant Gu handle the work. So Wei Lan had to work while eating, and Ying Wu contentedly kept feeding her. 10 minutes later, the work was finally completed and sent to the subordinates. Wei Lan wiped the sweat from her forehead. Finally, it was over. Ying Wu chuckled behind her. It seems Assistant Gu likes being fed by me. Wei Lan was stunned, focused on work. She hadn't noticed how much he had been putting in her mouth. Ying Wu kissed her hair. Good girl. He held Wei Lan's hand again, looking at her affectionately, his emotions unconcealed. Assistant Gu, I really like having you around. Wei Lan, Zawen, Di Sagun. How long do you plan to keep me confined like this? Commander, restricting someone's freedom is illegal. Ying Wu calmly replied, you know, Assistant Gu is safe with me. Besides, you can think carefully here about whether you really want to leave me. Ultimately, you're the one who wants to resign, who wants to leave me. Wei Lan angrily kicked him hard and shouted, get out. Ying Wu, unfazed, leaned back. It seems Assistant Gu hasn't seen my ruthless side yet. She calmly retorted, oh, what ruthless side? As soon as she finished speaking, Ying Wu sat up straight, moved closer to Wei Lan, his expression turning serious, acting extremely earnest. Are you scared now? Seeing her directly criticize him, can you speak properly? Can you stop acting cute? Ying Wu pinched Wei Lan's chin, adding, I'll let you off this time, but if you dare do this again, no matter how much Assistant Gu pleads, I won't feed you a single bite. Wei Lan said indifferently, I understand, Commander. Can you leave now? I'm sleepy. Ying Wu felt his pride wounded and was stunned. What? She's not afraid of me at all. He tried to look angry, asserting his dominance. This is my bedroom. He thought triumphantly. Now she should know how scary I am, right? But Wei Lan wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she replied, "But I'm used to sleeping alone. Get out." Ying Wu felt insulted, his little heart crying out, "She's not afraid of any threats." Just then, someone called. Ying Wu immediately answered. The other person said, "Come down," and opened the door. Downstairs was Eugene, standing outside the door, looking at the communicator. She said again, "Hand over Assistant Gu." Eugene looked at Ying Wu and asked, "Where's Assistant Gu?" Ying Wu asked back impatiently, "What do you want with her?" Ying Wu's mother said, "I'm the one who suggested You Weilan take 2 months off." Ying Wu retorted, clearly displeased, "You Weilan is my assistant. Why did you contact her behind my back?" His mother explained, "Because after giving birth to you, I developed a very serious illness, and it's acting up again. Only Assistant Gu can treat me. I don't trust those people at the research center." Ying Wu fell in a deep thought, suddenly realizing, so the reason she's always disliked me is because she was forced to be a test subject at the research center and gave birth to me. Ying Wu turned around and said, "I won't agree unless Assistant Gu agrees." His mother immediately perked up. All right, then go ask her if she's willing to help me." Ying Wu went to the other room and asked the person inside. "That lady said you took leave to treat her illness. Is that true?" Weilan immediately confirmed, "Yes." She thought, "It seems Annie has explained everything clearly." Ying Wu approached her and expressed, "Then what about me, Assistant Gu? You know I can't live a day without you." She worried, "Doesn't he know he shouldn't say these things casually? He's getting better at saying them." His face darkened, and he lowered his voice. "If Assistant Gu leaves me for 2 months, I'll die. She's just taking you away, not caring whether I live or die." Weilan gently comforted him, stroking his face, and softly said, "I care about you. Don't say such silly things." Ying Wu held her wrist and whispered, "You're my only support, You Weilan." Weilan tried to comfort him. "And Annie isn't that kind of person. She wouldn't ignore whether you live or die. It's only 2 months." Weilan softly asked, "Shall we go downstairs?" He immediately agreed. "Okay, let's go together." The two held hands and went downstairs. Ying Wu's mother handed him a slip of paper, instructing, "I'll be receiving treatment in the suburbs of the capital for the next 2 months. The address is on this paper. Assistant Gu will be taking care of me during this time." Weilan politely agreed. "Okay." She added, during the treatment, "Commander Ying can visit Assistant Gu once a week. He bargained with his mother, at most, every other day." His mother said impatiently, "Every 3 days. Any more, and you won't see her at all." Ying Wu turned away sulkily. Weilan could only helplessly coax him, "Be good for now." His mother started to push her wheelchair away. Before leaving, she reminded Assistant Gu, "Come out in 5 minutes." Weilan gently hugged Ying Wu from behind, coaxing him, "Commander, it's only 2 months. You can still come see me." She kept whispering in his ear, "You can come see me, remember." Ying Wu turned around and wrapped his arms around Weilan's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Without saying a word, Ying Wu placed a gentle yet long and passionate kiss on You Weilan's lips. Weilan was surprised at first, then slowly closed her eyes, savoring his sweet kiss. Time flowed quietly as the two embraced. Outside, someone waited anxiously, and Mo Ming thought to himself, it had already been 20 minutes. Why hadn't she come out yet? The next day, although the agreement was to visit You Weilan only every 3 days, someone couldn't hold back any longer, bright and early. In the suburban residence, an unexpected guest arrived. You Weilan sat in a chair, gently rubbing her cheeks, murmuring, "I'm getting sleepier and sleepier. It's so strange." Ying Wu's mother was wheeled over by a servant and advised, "A succubus's pregnancy is very difficult from the 2nd month until just before delivery, so you must be prepared at all times. Now, quickly drink this nutritional supplement." You Weilan happily accepted the nutritional milk and asked with confusion, "Annie, did you bring me away from the commander because you were worried about me, or?" The commander's mother simply nodded kindly and smiled gently. A modern aircraft appeared in the sky, and both of them looked up. Ying Wu's mother watched in disbelief as the ship landed and the hatch opened. Ying Wu stepped out of the aircraft in a sharp suit, looking radiant. You Weilan looked up and asked in confusion, "Why are you here so early?" Ying Wu's mother said reproachfully, "Wasn't it agreed that the commander couldn't come here except during the designated visiting hours?" Ying Wu moved her lips and explained, "I happened to be passing by on a mission this morning, so I came to see Assistant Gu." Ying Wu's mother didn't say anything more and wheeled herself back to her room. "I'm feeling a little dizzy. I'll go rest first and leave you two alone." Filled with longing, Ying Wu pulled You Weilan into her arms. This embrace contained all the young woman's affection for her beloved, expressed without reservation. Gu Weilan patted Ying Wu's shoulder lightly and said, Ying Wu, I'm a little uncomfortable. Let go of me. Ying Wu said unhappily, Assistant Gu, I still have to go to Star 2 for a meeting. Afterwards, Gu Weilan was still a little shy from the embrace, her cheeks flushed. She asked softly, but didn't you just say you were passing by on a mission? Ying Wu replied, Assistant Gu is currently on Star 1. Isn't it normal to stop on away from Star 1 to Star 2 for a meeting? Gu Weilan was speechless after hearing this, thinking, is traveling from one star system to another considered passing by now? Ying Wu rubbed her chin. Gu Weilan asked shyly, does the commander want to kiss me? Ying Wu murmured, after I go to Star 2, I won't be able to see Assistant Gu all day. She then expressed, I want to be closer to Assistant Gu. That will be enough to comfort me for the whole day. This time, Gu Weilan took the initiative. She leaned in and kissed Ying Wu on the lips. In the garden, the scene of the young woman and the young man embracing and kissing was warm and touching. Gu Weilan gently pushed Ying Wu's shoulder and asked in a low voice, are you feeling better now? Ying Wu's cheeks were slightly flushed, but she still said shamelessly, why do I still feel like it's not enough? The two continued to kiss affectionately. It wasn't until a phone notification suddenly rang that they reluctantly parted. Gu Weilan asked nervously what had happened. Ying Wu explained that an enemy had appeared near the cultivation star, and she had to leave immediately. Thinking of something, Ying Wu's expression became heavy and sorrowful. She turned to Gu Weilan and said, a round trip will take at least half a month away from Assistant Gu, you know? Gu Weilan comforted her. Half a month isn't too long. Ying Wu lifted Gu Weilan's chin and said unhappily, Assistant Gu, you're not me, so how can you understand how much I need you? Gu Weilan gently coaxed her, but the commander has to go to battle now. You should hurry up and go. Ying Wu gently kissed Gu Weilan's forehead and instructed, wait for me to come back, okay? After Gu Weilan went inside, Ying Wu's mother was sitting and painting. She calmly asked, Ying Wu left. Gu Weilan softly replied, yes, she left. Her mother advised, next time she comes, don't let her act so recklessly, you understand. The more you spoil her, the more she'll take advantage of it. Gu Weilan shyly agreed, okay. A week later, without Ying Wu to disturb her, Eugene went to the palace again, and Gu Weilan finally had some free time. The gentle and beautiful young woman leisurely sat on a garden swing, reading a book. The sound of a man's footsteps appeared before her, and a neatly pressed suit gradually came into view. Ying Wu looked tenderly at the figure before her. Wasn't this the person she yearned for day and night? This was the figure she missed day and night. Ying Wu didn't rush over, but stood where she was, carefully examining the beautiful figure. The lovely Gu Weilan sat on the swing, reading, seemingly sensing something. She looked up and found someone standing nearby. Seeing that it was Ying Wu walking towards her, Gu Weilan wondered why he had returned a week early. Wearing loose-fitting home clothes, her slightly swollen belly showing, she shyly covered it with her jacket and hesitantly asked, Commander, why are you back so many days early? Ying Wu replied, the operation ended early, so I came back. Gu Weilan stood up, walked closer to him, crossed her arms, and muttered softly, really. Sensing her strangeness, Ying Wu pulled Gu Weilan closer and probed, Assistant Gu, what are you hiding? Gu Weilan stammered, no, nothing. Don't look at me like that. Still unconvinced, Ying Wu immediately bent down and looked Gu Weilan over from head to toe, asking suspiciously, Assistant Gu, are you hiding something from me? Gu Weilan still tried to cover up, muttering, I don't know what the commander is talking about. Ying Wu placed his hand on her stomach, startling Gu Weilan. He smiled and asked, then why is this so round? She tried to explain, stammering, I've been eating a bit much lately. I've gained weight. Ying Wu moved closer to her and suggested, Assistant Gu, how about a different excuse? Gu Weilan stubbornly insisted, it's all true. He continued to press, then tell me, why haven't you gained weight anywhere else? Only here. Only here. Gu Weilan was still trying to convince him, my body type is like this, I only gain weight here. Knowing that further questioning wouldn't get him anywhere, Ying Wu directly took Gu Weilan's hand and led her away. She asked worriedly, what are you doing? Ying Wu retorted, didn't Assistant Gu say it was just weight gain? He narrowed his eyes and turned back to warn her, then I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup and we'll find out soon enough. Gu Weilan immediately pulled her hand away and exclaimed vehemently, absolutely not. Ying Wu, now even more certain of his suspicions, took a step closer and pressed, so, Assistant Gu, are you pregnant? Gu Weilan stopped hiding it and confessed to Ying Wu. Yes, I'm pregnant. Ying Wu gently touched her shoulder and softly asked, whose is it? When did it happen? Was it like this the last time I asked you? Gu Weilan forcefully pushed his hand away and firmly stated, it has nothing to do with you. Ying Wu stubbornly grabbed Gu Weilan's wrist and gritted his teeth. Assistant Gu, before I went to the topological starfield for my mission, you kissed me first, remember? Ying Wu angrily questioned. Now you're saying it has nothing to do with me. What do you take me for? Gu Weilan felt uncomfortable with him gripping her shoulder and softly cried out, it hurts. Seeing this, Ying Wu awkwardly released his grip. Gu Weilan lowered her head and murmured sadly, Commander, aren't you just after me because of my pheromones? You were the one who insisted on pursuing me. I just made a mistake in a moment of confusion. Ying Wu let out a humorless laugh and asked, Assistant Gu, you dare to call me a mistake. It seems I've been too good to you. He angrily walked towards Gu Weilan and suddenly pulled her into his arms. Gu Weilan froze, momentarily at a loss. At this moment, a robot ran over and blocked his path. Warning, danger, danger, Commander, please do not enter this area. Ying Wu angrily ordered it to move. Gu Weilan gave the robot a reassuring smile. I'm fine. Go about your business. She worried inwardly. Ying Wu was still angry. It was better to appease him. Ying Wu carried her into the house. His face was grim as he placed Gu Weilan on the soft seat, his expression still stern. Ying Wu slowly took out a roll of short cloth and wrapped the strips around Gu Weilan's hands, tying them up, then tied the other end to the bedpost. Then, Ying Wu gave Gu Weilan a choice. Assistant Gu, will you tell me the person's name yourself, or should I find out myself? Gu Weilan remained silent, not saying a word. Ying Wu seemed to understand and angrily leaned down, saying, Fine, fine, you decided to say nothing. Is that it? He projected an information panel and declared, Then I'll find out which bastard it is myself. Gu Weilan thought to herself, We, Commander, are just superiors and subordinates. You have no right to interfere in my private life using your authority. Ying Wu stubbornly declared, I will use my authority. Assistant Gu, what can you do about it? He sneered. A moment later, Gu Weilan suddenly felt nauseous and retched softly. She weakly called out, Commander, I'm going to be sick. I feel awful. Hearing this, Ying Wu's face darkened further, and he muttered Gu Weilan's name through gritted teeth, thinking, not only is she carrying someone else's child, she dares to throw up in front of me. How little does she regard me? Gu Weilan gently tugged on his hand and pleaded, Commander, please untie me. Although Ying Wu was still angry, he could only sigh. Such a bother. Ying Wu untied the cloth binding Gu Weilan's hands and, lifting her up, carried her into the bathroom. After Gu Weilan finished vomiting, she reached for water to rinse her mouth. Ying Wu quietly stood behind her, waiting. She looked up and sighed deeply, wondering why she suddenly felt so weak. Ugh, pregnancy, she thought. Gu Weilan took a step, but her legs felt soft. Ying Wu immediately supported her, reminding her, careful. Ying Wu helped Gu Weilan sit down on her lap. Gu Weilan turned her head slightly, shyly whispering, I'm done being sick. He looked at her tenderly and took out a handkerchief to gently wipe the corners of her mouth. Gu Weilan suddenly felt a pang of guilt and turned her head, whispering, Commander, I'm not being this weak on purpose. Hearing her bring it up again, Ying Wu felt a little impatient and replied, I know you're pregnant. You don't have to keep explaining. Ying Wu picked Gu Weilan up and added, Assistant Gu has been by my side for the past 2 years, especially these past 6 months, and has hardly taken any leave. I even had the military personnel department check. Your longest vacation in the last 6 months was 6 days, 4 months ago. Still puzzled, Ying Wu asked, then when exactly, and with whom, did you get pregnant? Ying Wu sighed and asked again. Since she wouldn't say whether it was true or not, he would find out sooner or later anyway. Ying Wu gently placed Gu Weilan back on the soft bed. Someone knocked on the door and then barged in. Ying Wu's mother rushed in anxiously, asking, Assistant Gu, are you all right? She wheeled herself further into the room and noticed Ying Wu was also there. She angrily scolded Ying Wu, since you already know, let her rest properly. Get out of here. Don't be an eyesore. Ying Wu pursed his lips, his face displeased. Gu Weilan sat up, secretly grateful. Is Madam helping me? She wondered. Ying Wu looked back at Gu Weilan one more time, and Gu Weilan cautiously looked back at him. Ying Wu said nothing and walked straight towards the door. Then, with a bang, the door closed. She came over and gently caressed You Weilan's face, comforting her. "It's all right. He won't bother you for now." You Weilan gratefully replied, "Thank you, madam." 3 nights later, Ying Wu lay in bed, clothes scattered on the floor. The crystal had been unstable these past few days. He could barely suppress it anymore. He tossed and turned in bed, muttering, Assistant Gu, I really want to hear her voice." Ying Wu brought up the screen and dialed her number. On the other end, You Weilan answered the phone, coughing incessantly. "Commander, is something the matter?" Ying Wu observed her through the screen and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" You Weilan explained, "I might have caught a cold a few days ago. I'm a little unwell, but it's nothing serious." Ying Wu immediately hung up the phone, got dressed, and left. The spaceship sped through the night. Soon, Ying Wu arrived at You Weilan's room. You Weilan sat up in surprise and asked, "Commander, why are you here?" Ying Wu walked over and touched You Weilan's forehead, cursing inwardly. He muttered to himself, "Just as I thought." You Weilan asked hazily, "What's wrong?" Her head was still dizzy. Ying Wu asked, somewhat angrily, "You Weilan, do you even realize you have a fever?" She thought hazily, "Why am I so tired this time? It's different from before." Ying Wu reached out and touched her forehead again. You Weilan quietly asked, "Is something wrong?" He suppressed his anger and picked her up. You Weilan cried out, "What are you doing? Why are you doing this?" Ying Wu explained, "You have a fever. I'm taking you to the hospital now." You Weilan immediately struggled, shouting, "I don't want to go. I'm not going to the hospital. I'm a doctor myself. There's no need." Ying Wu relented with concern, putting her back on the bed and asking gently, "Then where's your cold medicine?" You Weilan stubbornly replied, "No need for medicine. I'll be fine after some sleep." Ying Wu asked suspiciously, "Why not take medicine?" You Weilan carefully replied, "Because I'm pregnant. Fever reducers have side effects on the fetus. It's best not to take them." Ying Wu's face darkened when he heard this. He straightened up and scolded her. "You Weilan, are you so intent on having that philanderer's child that you're not even going to take care of yourself?" You Weilan blushed. "Commander and I aren't married, so don't call him a womanizer, okay? If anyone's a womanizer." She paused. "If anyone's a womanizer, it's you." Ying Wu immediately flew into a rage. "Are you saying you're married to that person? He's just taking advantage of you. Have you been around me for so long and still can't see that?" Practically spitting fire, Ying Wu continued, "You Weilan, you'd better pray I don't find out who that guy is, or I'll break his legs." You Weilan glanced down at Ying Wu's legs, thinking his legs are quite long. She advised, "Don't say things like that." In the end, they both turned their heads away, sulking. Even though Ying Wu was angry, he couldn't help but steal a glance back at her. Ultimately, he couldn't bear to leave You Weilan alone. Ying Wu turned back to see her breathing heavily, her face flushed. He patted his forehead and sighed. "I really can't leave her alone. She's going to be the death of me. Honestly." And so, someone stayed up all night, watching over their beloved. Ying Wu muttered as he cared for her, "She simply doesn't know how to take care of herself." He softly said, "Have some water." Ying Wu scooped a spoonful of water. You Weilan weakly replied, "No, thank you." Ying Wu was speechless with frustration, but he couldn't bring himself to scold her. Finally, he drank the water himself, holding it in his mouth. Ying Wu kissed her, transferring the water over. "You have to drink, even if you don't want to," he said forcefully. Ying Wu sat up straight, carefully observing You Weilan. Her cheeks were still flushed, her whole being beautiful yet distressed from the fever. Ying Wu gently wiped You Weilan's lips, murmuring, "It's her fault for not drinking her water obediently." Then he covered her with a blanket. Ying Wu saw her hand protectively over her lower abdomen, as if guarding the child within. You Weilan threw the blanket off. "No," she cried. "Rejected." Ying Wu's face darkened. "Is she afraid I'll hurt the baby?" He thought, jealousy evident on his face. He leaned down and softly urged, "Cover yourself with a blanket or you'll catch a chill." You Weilan reached out and touched Ying Wu's waist. He froze when she suddenly embraced him. He sat there stiffly, letting her hold him. You Weilan moved her lips. "No." Ying Wu indulgently let her hold him, gently stroking the head of the person in his arms. Night enveloped everything. On the table lay the tissues Ying Wu had used to cool You Weilan down. On the bed, he lay gently beside her, watching her sleep. At a sound, Ying Wu woke up alertly. "Who's there?" he asked. His mother approached, telling Ying Wu to come downstairs quickly. She said, "I'm going out. It's my fault that Assistant Gu isn't well." Ying Wu was surprised, a tremor running through him. It was the first time he'd heard her apologize. He said coldly, "If you can't even guarantee this much, then I can't let Assistant Gu continue to suffer here." His mother explained repeatedly it was just a small mistake. It won't happen again. The more Ying Wu listened, the stranger he felt. Why is she acting so differently today? So cooperative. He wondered. You Weilan slowly opened her eyes, her headache gone. The robot girl came over and asked, Master, your temperature is 36.7 degrees. You're finally no longer feverish. You Weilan sat up and asked, when did Commander Ying leave? The girl began to recount. Commander held you, fed you water, kissed you, cooled you down with his mouth, coaxed you to sleep, and even covered you with the blanket. You Weilan waved her hand awkwardly. Okay, that's enough. Just then, she received a phone call. You Weilan answered, hello, Mom. On the other end, You Weilan's mother asked, honey, come to the front gate. Your father and I are right outside your villa. You Weilan asked in shock, wait, you and Dad are already here. Her mother replied, yes, your grandfather is doing much better recently. I know you're busy, so your father and I came to see you. Hearing this, she held her head and muttered, Mom, this really isn't a good time. You Weilan thought, knowing their personalities, they won't give up until they see me, which means they'll definitely discover my current condition. You Weilan looked down at her stomach worriedly. There's no way I can hide the pregnancy now. Finally, she decided to tell the truth. Mom, she said into the phone, I'm pregnant. Her mother froze on the other end. You're pregnant. Honey, are you seeing someone? Her father anxiously asked, who is it? Do they know you're pregnant? You Weilan anxiously replied, he doesn't know. But thinking about it, does this count as knowing or not? He knows I'm pregnant, but he doesn't know the child is his. You Weilan's father walked over worriedly and instructed, darling, contact him immediately. Your mother and I will wait for you at the villa. I must have a good talk with him. You Weilan asked anxiously, Dad, can we not see him? Her father immediately interrupted her. Darling, that's impossible. Listen to your father. I have my own way of handling this. You Weilan sighed helplessly. The maid came over and suggested, Commander Ying took care of you all night and is still downstairs. Do you want to go find him? You Weilan hesitated. He's downstairs. You Weilan peeked from the doorway, looking at Ying Wu's back, wondering if they had finished talking. Ying Wu turned around and saw her figure standing at the door. He walked over and asked, Assistant Gu, is something the matter? You Weilan stammered, actually, yes, I wanted to ask Commander Ying for a favor. She explained in a low voice, it's like this, my parents are coming today, but they don't know who got me pregnant. You Weilan closed her eyes shyly and said in one breath, so I wanted to ask if you could pretend to be my fiancé and meet my parents with me. Is that possible? She added nervously, it's okay if you're not willing. Sigh, You Weilan, what are you doing actually making such a request? Ying Wu moved closer to her face and asked probingly, Assistant Gu, what do you take me for? You Weilan's tone softened, and she compromised. All right, I didn't think it through. I'll find someone else to help. Hearing this, Ying Wu immediately retorted, you dare. In the end, he still agreed to go to You Weilan's villa. While walking, You Weilan explained to Ying Wu, after today, I'll find a suitable time to tell my parents that we're not suitable and have already broken up. She turned to him and said, I only need your help with this today, Commander. This is just a one-time thing, okay? Ying Wu replied coldly, I don't want to hear another word from you right now. He thought to himself, she hasn't said a single word I want to hear. Ying Wu felt indignant. He took You Weilan's hand and led her away, thinking, You Weilan is actually doing so much for that irresponsible guy and still wants to protect him and keep me in the dark. How ridiculous. You Weilan glanced at Ying Wu and noticed he seemed a bit angry. After entering the house, You Weilan's mother gently pulled her aside. Weilan, darling, come upstairs with me first. You Weilan froze and protested. Wouldn't that be very awkward? Her father interjected. I'll just be blunt. I have to make one thing clear. Commander Ying, are you taking advantage of your authority and having some sort of private dealings with my daughter? You Weilan hadn't gone far, and her face immediately paled upon hearing this. She turned back worriedly and called out, Dad. Her mother soothed. Darling, let your dad talk to him, okay? Upstairs, her mother asked worriedly, Darling, how could you not tell Mom about such a big thing? You Weilan said guiltily, Mom, I'm sorry. Her mother immediately comforted her. Silly child, what are you saying sorry for? Mom just feels bad that you haven't had anyone to take care of you these past few months. That high and mighty commander, do you really like him? You Weilan confided in her mother. I don't even know myself anymore. She thought to herself, do I really like him? To have come this far. You Weilan replied to her mother that she didn't understand her own feelings either. She placed her hand on her belly, feeling their child, lost in thought. She felt like she had been forced to accept Ying Wu's dependence and this child. Everything was an accident. Her mother gently patted her head and comforted her. It's okay to be uncertain. Let your dad test this Commander Ying's intentions. If he truly cares about you, Mom and Dad will agree. But if he's just playing around, Mom will definitely take care of you and never let you suffer any grievances. You Weilan happily agreed. The two went downstairs together and saw Ying Wu casually drinking water. You Weilan wondered what they had talked about. There were no swords drawn, and the atmosphere was quite relaxed. Her father put his arm around her and said, "Darling, are you sure this commander didn't force you? This child, do you want it yourself?" She nodded and replied, "Yes, Dad." Her father then said, "All right then, after dinner, you two can go back. Your mother and I are going home too." You Weilan let out a surprised "ah." Even while on the spaceship with Ying Wu, she didn't understand. So she asked, "Wait, why did Dad agree to let us go back?" She cautiously approached and asked, "Commander, what exactly did you and my dad talk about?" Ying Wu replied casually, "Your dad and I have already discussed the engagement process." Hearing this, You Weilan immediately exclaimed in shock, "Commander, how could you get engaged to me without my consent?" Ying Wu turned and asked indifferently, "Didn't Assistant Gu ask me to pretend to be your fiancé?" He said smugly, "Without an engagement, how could I be considered a proper fiancé?" You Weilan could only sigh helplessly. At this moment, a call appeared on Ying Wu's smartwatch. Ying Wu pressed her wrist, listening to the information from her subordinate. "Commander, as per your instructions, we have investigated and thoroughly screened. The data shows that the alien with the most contact with Dr. You Weilan seems to be you, sir." When she returned home, Ying Wu's mother anxiously asked You Weilan, "So, does this mean your parents have agreed to you and Ying Wu being together?" You Weilan clutched her stomach, feeling guilty. "It's all my fault for not explaining clearly. I was just afraid they would worry." But the result was completely the opposite. Ying Wu's mother anxiously asked, "So you mean?" Just then, the maid called from outside. "Madam Zhu, the president is here." Ying Wu's mother instructed her assistant, "Jiyu, you can leave first. I'll handle this." Jiyu obediently agreed, "Okay," and left. The president looked around and asked, "Where's Assistant Gu?" Ying Wu's mother replied, "It's nothing. I'll let her go." The president took out a letter and ordered, "Have her come down immediately." He said, "Actually, I just discovered something interesting and wanted to ask her about it." Ying Wu's mother looked down at the paper. It was a pregnancy test report from the Military General Hospital. Ying Wu's mother, Zhu Jin, softly pleaded, "Please, let her go." The president stood up and asked with a smug tone, "Oh, is Jin begging me now?" He leaned down and said, "This child's identity is too special. The entire nation needs him. But my greatest act of mercy is to not lock You Weilan up in the base's maternity ward." He continued, "This means she'll have the best prenatal environment." How ironic. Zhu Jin angrily shouted, "Mr. President." Just then, You Weilan walked out and said, "Mr. President, you don't have to make things difficult for her. She silently encouraged herself. Annie has done too much for me. I can't implicate her any further." Zhu Jin worriedly called out, "Weilan." The president smiled brightly and asked, "You Weilan, I thought Assistant Gu had run away and didn't want to show her face again." She picked up the paper and firmly asked, "What do you want to say?" He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Gu, you're a smart person, so I'll be frank. I'll arrange a suitable marriage partner for you. Publicly, he'll be your husband, but in reality, he'll just be your subordinate. This way, the outside world won't think I'm interfering in your life. After the child is born, I'll arrange for someone to give the child to Ying Wu. For him, this was his first time sharing a bed with a woman during her fertile period. Let him raise the child and serve the country." You Weilan pressed her lips together, then firmly responded, "Mr. President, I absolutely cannot agree." You Weilan stepped forward and frankly stated, "The federal president would never think like back then that Duke Ying could just find any woman. Do you think Ying Wu will believe it? Do you think Ying Wu won't investigate and find out the truth?" The president waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Gu, you don't have to worry about these things. I have my ways." Ying Wu's voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the president's atmosphere. "Mr. President, you don't have to worry about these matters." Even You Weilan looked over in surprise. "What's going on?" Ying Wu strode forward confidently and announced, "I've already investigated everything. Ying Wu directly revealed the truth. That night happened to be my estrus period. The person who stayed by my side all night was Assistant Gu. You Weilan exclaimed with mixed emotions. Ying Wu, why are you suddenly here? Ying Wu walked over and gently embraced You Weilan. Then, he unreservedly swept her up into a princess carry, right in front of the two elders, stunning them both. Ying Wu placed her on the swing, leaned down close, and whispered, "Wait for me here, okay? I'll be right back." You Weilan asked worriedly, "But the president is so stubborn." Ying Wu just smiled confidently. "Leave it to me, darling." Outside, the two sat facing each other. The president questioned, "Commander Ying, you know everything now. What are you going to do?" Ying Wu calmly sipped his tea and said nonchalantly, "Get engaged to Assistant Gu, of course." The president immediately flew into a rage. "I don't approve of this marriage." But Ying Wu retorted directly, "I'm merely informing you, Mr. President, not seeking your approval." The president slammed his hand on the table in anger. He tried both persuasion and threats. "Commander Ying, are you really going to be this stubborn? Think carefully. If you insist on marrying You Weilan, she won't have an easy time in Anqing." Ying Wu simply smiled faintly. "Mr. President, you're mistaken. I'm not negotiating with you." He continued calmly, "Since I took office, the troops under my command have risked their lives year after year, eliminating countless enemies for the Federation. Our deployment rate is the highest among all the Federation's forces. The reason I'm reminding you of this is that I hope you understand your boundaries. As long as the Federation still needs me to fight for the country, you have no right to discuss these matters with me, let alone interfere with my freedom of marriage." He casually touched the gun at his waist, his voice suddenly dropping. "If you can't agree, then there's only one way." A chill ran down the president's spine as he saw the muzzle of the gun. He said flatly, "If you don't agree, then you'll have to leave your life here." You Weilan obediently listened to Ying Wu's instructions, sitting on the swing, waiting for him to return. She eventually drifted off to sleep, her head tilting to one side, one hand gently supporting You Weilan's face. Ying Wu approached and softly called, "Jiyu." You Weilan looked up, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Commander Ying, for getting me out of that situation." She then told a lie. "I absolutely cannot have any mishaps during this time." Ying Wu smiled and handed over a piece of paper, urging her not to be so polite. "Assistant Ji, take a look at this." You Weilan looked up at the paper Ying Wu handed her. You Weilan recognized it. It was the complete sealed record of Ying Wu's first sensitive period. He watched her expression with amusement, and then softly said, "Is Assistant Jiyu curious how I got this sealed document? I actually barged directly into the laboratory's secret chamber." A scene flashed through You Weilan's mind. Ying Wu smashing open the door to the laboratory's secret chamber with a rock. She thought to herself, "I thought it was some clever method to get the lab people to unlock it, but this guy just used brute force, huh?" You Weilan looked away. Ying Wu gently turned her face towards him, his tone serious. "So, Assistant Jiyu, is there anything you want to say to me?" You Weilan looked at his face, momentarily confused, thinking, "It seems like all my previous worries were unnecessary. Can I trust him?" She teased, "Congratulations, Commander, on finding that mysterious lover." Ying Wu released his hand, sighed, and asked, "Assistant Jiyu, have you been joking with me these past few days?" You Weilan poked her own cheek and replied, "Not at all." Ying Wu seriously pressed further. "Then the child in Assistant Jiyu's belly, is it mine?" She smiled and replied, "Of course not." Looking at his face, a thought suddenly occurred to You Weilan. "He's so cute when he's serious. It makes me want to tease him more." You Weilan lightly kicked his leg, smiling and saying, "I'm carrying the mysterious lover's child." She added, "If I remember correctly, Commander, you once said you would break that mysterious lover's legs, right?" The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Ying Wu went from taking the initiative to being speechless. You Weilan kicked him a few more times. Ying Wu's face grew even redder, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. Ying Wu grabbed You Weilan's foot, his expression sincere as he pleaded, "Break my legs now." You Weilan asked doubtfully, "Are you serious?" But he said earnestly, "Assistant Jiyu, break my legs now. Let me feel reality, okay?" Hearing this, she gasped in surprise, truly bewildered. "Wait, him so directly admitting to being the other man is actually making me a little flustered." You Weilan urged him, "How about we keep your legs for now?" Ying Wu stubbornly insisted, "Then you at least have to hit me." You Weilan held her head in confusion. What is the commander thinking all day long? Ying Wu placed her hand on his cheek and said seriously, "Assistant Jiyu, I feel so unreal right now. Gu Weilan's heart beat faster, thinking, is he very nervous right now? Gu Weilan's hand gently caressed Ying Wu's face, giving him some tangible evidence. Commander, haven't you already broken into the laboratory's secret chamber and obtained the relevant evidence? What else is unreal? Isn't this real enough? Ying Wu stood up decisively and said, yes, I have evidence. He pointed to himself and solemnly declared, I have evidence to prove that the child in Assistant Jiyu's belly is mine. Suddenly, Ying Wu leaned down and called, Assistant Jiyu. Gu Weilan asked in confusion, what does the commander want to do? He coughed and shyly suggested, Assistant Jiyu, I want to touch your belly. I hope you can obey your superior's orders. Gu Weilan laughed and replied, but I've never seen an assistant who has to listen to their superior's orders to look at their belly. Only a perverted superior would make such a request, don't you think, Commander? Ying Wu pursed his lips, jealously looking at Gu Weilan's hands cradling her belly, thinking, those hands are holding my baby every day. He said sadly, every day, I haven't even touched it. Seeing the expression on Ying Wu's face, Gu Weilan's heart suddenly filled with joy, secretly sighing. His expression is so cute. Gu Weilan placed his hand on her belly and said with a smile, touch it. Ying Wu slowly extended his hand and gently touched Gu Weilan's belly. Every movement he made was cautious, for fear of making her uncomfortable. Every detail revealed his cherishing of Gu Weilan and the little life in her belly. Ying Wu's hand remained there, even trembling slightly, afraid to move even a little. You Weilan felt both touched and surprised. She thought if I told anyone about this, they definitely wouldn't believe it. The dignified Commander Ying Wu is actually so timid and shy. She gently touched his hand and softly asked, can't you feel it yet? The baby is right here. Then she took his hand and guided it to where the baby was. Ying Wu nervously touched her belly and, after a moment, exclaimed, it's really not nice. You Weilan smiled and asked, what do you mean by nice? Ying Wu praised, no wonder it's Assistant Gu's child. Gu Weilan worriedly asked, Commander Ying Wu can feel it even though it's so small. Then later, seeing Ying Wu's sullen expression, she didn't know what to say for a moment. Ying Wu bent down and placed his ear against her belly. His every action surprised You Weilan even more. She never thought Commander Ying Wu could be so gentle. She stroked his head and cautiously asked, Commander Ying Wu, was the federal president very angry just now? Did you provoke the president again? Ying Wu looked up and replied, Assistant Gu, you're wrong. He provoked me. Gu Weilan pondered slowly. Indeed, no one could protect the country better than him. But she didn't dare to gamble that Ying Wu would offend the president for her, so she decided to keep it a secret. Thinking of this, she said worriedly, but I still have a devil in my belly. The president will make things difficult for the child later. Hearing this, Ying Wu immediately stood up and said solemnly, so, Assistant Gu, you hid this from me for so long because you were afraid I'd find out about the child, afraid the president would harm the child, right? Gu Weilan replied, yes, that's what I was worried about. Ying Wu turned his face away, looking sullen. You Weilan wondered to herself, is he angry? Is he hinting for me to coax him? You Weilan reached out and called, Commander Ying Wu. She tugged on his hand and softly called, Commander Ying Wu. Ying Wu continued to sulk, simply because she didn't believe he would protect her and the child, and even made him into a terrible third party. Gu Weilan reached out and tightly hugged the man in front of her. Gu Weilan softly coaxed, it was indeed my fault. I shouldn't have kept it from you for so long. Ying Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, but he was overjoyed. She actually hugged me on her own initiative. Ying Wu turned to look at her, pulling Gu Weilan closer, and said, come here. Ying Wu probed, Assistant Gu, you've been by my side for 2 years, and you still don't trust me. Hearing this, she hesitated and turned her head away. Gu Weilan softly coaxed, it won't happen again. Ying Wu retorted, you want there to be a next time? With just a familiar move, Gu Weilan fell into Ying Wu's embrace. Ying Wu slyly said, Assistant Gu, did you really want to keep it from me? He smiled and affirmed to Gu Weilan, now I just want the whole country to know about our marriage. Ying Wu put her down, and Gu Weilan asked in confusion, why are you taking me to the spaceship? Ying Wu explained matter-of-factly, now that I know Assistant Gu is carrying my child, do you still want to stay here? Gu Weilan smiled and retorted, isn't it quite good here? Ying Wu leaned down, somewhat displeased, and said, then what about me? your fiancé. Do you want others to laugh at your fiancé? She countered, but I haven't packed my things yet. Ying Wu turned and walked back, saying he would help her pack. Ying Wu entered the villa and instructed the maid, pack all of You Weilan's things. The maid replied, yes, sir. Eugene walked over and asked, are you taking Assistant Gu with you? Ying Wu replied matter-of-factly, she's carrying my child. Eugene looked at her son, thinking with some amusement. Look at him, practically wagging his tail. She said, Mom knows, today you, Commander Ying Wu, basically went against the federal president. Deal with whatever happens in the future yourself. Don't involve You Weilan and her family. Do you hear me? Ying Wu turned to his mother and affirmed, you don't need to remind me of that. Speaking of which, I still need to formally visit the Gu family. And I've checked, it's proper for the groom's parents to visit first. In this situation, he softly said to Eugene, so whether you like it or not, you have to go that day. Eugene smiled slightly, thinking, it seems my son really values You Weilan, wanting to give her the most proper etiquette and respect, completely different from that federal president. Eugene simply replied, I will definitely go. She turned to leave, but couldn't help but add, there's something else I need to tell you first. Before you were born, I had another child, but because the differentiation failed, it was neither human nor demon and was exiled to Hellstar. Ying Wu was surprised, but also understood Eugene's meaning and her concerns. Ying Wu's mother turned again to remind him that since they had recently crossed the border to return home, their physical condition was unknown, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't come looking for him after returning. In short, he should be careful, especially to protect his future wife. Ying Wu prepared to leave, replying, I understand. Arriving at Ying Wu's private villa, Ying Wu said to You Weilan with concern, go inside and rest. She looked around, eventually making a full circle before returning to the same spot. You Weilan received a call from her mother and immediately answered. Her mother asked worriedly, my dear, your father and I have seen the announcement. Didn't you say the engagement was just decided today? How did Commandering announce it so quickly? You Weilan turned to asking Wu what announcement. You Weilan then said to her mother, Mom, I understand. I'll call you back later, bye. She turned and took Ying Wu's hand, asking, Commander, why did you really broadcast this to the whole nation? You Weilan thought to herself, I thought the threat in the Rose Garden was just a joke, but I didn't expect him to act so fast. He gently pressed You Weilan's shoulders, urging her to sit down. I said it was to punish Assistant Gu. Did Assistant Gu think I was joking? Ying Wu suddenly lowered his head, confiding in You Weilan, but I suddenly feel troubled. Ying Wu explained that he was troubled because he didn't know whether to call her baby Gu Assistant or wife Gu Assistant. He turned and hugged You Weilan, saying cheerfully, I like both. Assistant Gu, do you prefer me to call you baby or wife? You Weilan coughed awkwardly, advising him to discuss these things after the engagement. Looking at Ying Wu's smug and happy face, You Weilan suddenly realized, what am I even saying? Isn't this indirectly admitting that I agree to the engagement? Ying Wu looked at her with a smile and slowly responded, that works too. Ying Wu tapped his screen to show her a picture. He wanted to show her, so he asked You Weilan, Assistant Gu, take a look. Which planet's environment do you prefer for during the pregnancy? You Weilan asked doubtfully, you want to move to another planet for the pregnancy? Ying Wu hummed in agreement, explaining that he felt the Ying family house was too small. Then, pointing at a planet, he asked her, what do you think of this planet? The air is a bit humid, though. You Weilan's lips twitched. She tried to persuade him, Commander, I still think it's quite good here. There's really no need to move. Ying Wu said seriously, no? Suddenly, You Weilan clutched her stomach in discomfort. Ying Wu's expression changed drastically, and he rushed over to ask, what's wrong? Are you uncomfortable? Ying Wu anxiously said to You Weilan, let's go to the hospital now. You Weilan gently stopped him, explaining, there's no need to go to the hospital. It's just a threatened miscarriage. Ying Wu was still worried, asking her, Weilan, will this threatened miscarriage have a big impact on you? He held his future wife close, and You Weilan reassured him, don't be nervous. This happens to everyone who's pregnant. It's normal. Ying Wu still couldn't help but anxiously say, but Weilan is carrying my child. This situation is too special. We can't take it lightly. He pressed You Weilan into a chair, his hand still on her shoulder. Wait for me. I'll make a call. The lab doctor's haggard face appeared on the screen, looking very disheveled. Hello, Commander. The doctor cursed inwardly. He just trashed my lab, and now what does he want? Ying Wu asked the doctor smugly. Have you seen the news on Starnet? You Weilan shyly covered her face. The doctor immediately replied, I just saw it. Congratulations, Commander. He thought to himself, he called just to tell me this. I still have to clean up the mess he just made. Ying Wu said seriously, good, I accept your congratulations. I'm calling today because Weilan just had a threatened miscarriage. I'm taking her for a checkup tomorrow, so prepare all the equipment. He hung up the phone. You Weilan asked in confusion, Commander, what are you planning to do tomorrow? Ying Wu rubbed her shoulders and replied, wait a moment, Weilan, I have to make another call. Ying Wu instructed the person on the other end of the line, cancel all my appointments tomorrow. The other party repeatedly agreed, yes, yes. He added with satisfaction, good, that's it. Weilan is a bit emotional right now. I need to be with her. You Weilan's face paled and then darkened with each word Ying Wu spoke. Ying Wu turned around happily and announced, all done, all calls made. You Weilan retorted seriously, when was I being emotional, Commander? Ying Wu adopted a knowing expression. I understand your feelings and hardships. Then he picked up You Weilan and walked forward, saying proudly, I've studied the precautions for pregnancy more than a dozen times. Weilan is in a crucial stage of pregnancy right now, so you'll feel more insecure than before. Ying Wu gently kissed You Weilan's forehead and soothed her. I just made a few calls and it took a little time. It's understandable if Assistant Gu feels I've neglected you. I'll definitely be more attentive from now on. Okay. You Weilan looked helplessly at Ying Wu's self-dramatizing performance, wondering where he'd even gotten that idea, since the two calls combined hadn't even lasted a minute. Ying Wu took You Weilan for a full checkup at the best hospital in the experimental center. Her baby looked small and round on the screen, very cute. The doctor came over and told You Weilan that the examination results showed everything was normal. Both mother and child were safe. You Weilan looked up and smiled. Thank you for your hard work. As Ying Wu accompanied You Weilan out of the hospital lobby, he saw a person dressed entirely in black. Judging by their height, they were probably male. His expression immediately darkened. Ying Wu recognized the scent of his own kind, a repulsive scent. Ying Wu shielded You Weilan behind him, his body between her and the person, and said in a low voice, both to himself and the other, don't come near her. Don't even think about taking her away. You Weilan sensed something was wrong with Ying Wu and asked, Commander, what was that just now? Ying Wu didn't answer, instead pulling her into his arms. You Weilan also reached out and hugged him, gently stroking his back and asking what happened. Ying Wu held her tightly, inhaling her scent deeply. It calmed him. He rested his chin on her shoulder, thinking, she's my fiancée now. I absolutely can't hide anything from her anymore. Ying Wu told her, yesterday, Eugene told me that I have a succubus brother whose differentiation failed. I think I just smelled his scent. You Weilan asked worriedly, then what are you going to do, Commander? Ying Wu thought, he must still be lurking around. I have to find out his exact location. Ying Wu bent down and kissed You Weilan, saying, go home and rest first, okay? I'll be back as soon as I'm done. You Weilan obediently agreed. Okay. Night fell, and the villa was still brightly lit. Ying Wu walked into the house, loosening his tie as he felt a little tired, even a bit feverish. Could I have a fever? He wondered. He peeked into the bedroom and saw You Weilan already lying in bed. She was wearing comfortable pajamas, sleeping peacefully under the covers. Ying Wu picked up a folded piece of paper. Inside was information about the failed succubus differentiation experiment. Ying Wu looked at You Weilan and smiled tenderly, thinking, she even looked into these things for me. He leaned down and kissed his beloved on the cheek. Ying Wu sighed to himself. My fiancée is always like this, pretending to be difficult on the surface, but actually very gentle at heart. Ying Wu slowly took off his outer clothes and comfortably lay down in bed, pulling You Weilan into his arms. The next morning, at Ying Wu's residence, You Weilan slowly opened her eyes, thinking, he really likes me that much, even caring about these little things. She sat up and turned around, looking for him. Suddenly, she heard crying behind her. You Weilan was startled and asked in surprise, what's that sound? She saw Ying Wu curled up in a ball, horns and a tail having sprouted from his body, trembling slightly. Ying Wu cried and trembled, gently biting his own tail, sobbing, baby, baby. You Weilan worriedly thought, why is he suddenly in heat? You Weilan anxiously walked over and asked, darling, what's wrong? Ying Wu still clutched his tail, his face streaked with tears as he turned to look at You Weilan, as if the whole world had wronged him. You Weilan wondered in confusion, why is he trembling so much? Did I do something wrong last night? Ying Wu looked like a bullied child, huddled in the corner, shivering. The more she asked, the more pitiful he seemed. You Weilan reached out and moved Ying Wu's tail away. away, asking with concern, what happened? Let go of your tail, okay? Can you tell me? Ying Wu hugged his tail and sulkily turned his head away. You Weilan stood there, completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. A cloud-like shadow hovered over his head. Ying Wu huddled in the corner and started crying again, and now a similar dark cloud slowly appeared above You Weilan's head. You Weilan walked over, opened her arms, and suggested, Ying Wu, can you come and hug me? Ying Wu obediently reached out and hugged her. His face pressed against her chest, and his face grew redder and redder. Ying Wu reached out, and You Weilan, sensing something, immediately took a step back. As soon as Ying Wu's hand touched the soft part of You Weilan's body, she blocked it and dodged. His face immediately darkened, and tears welled up in his eyes. Ying Wu cried as he ran away, shouting, Baby's avoiding me. Baby doesn't want me anymore. You Weilan reached out in surprise, calling his name. Ying Wu ran straight to the wardrobe, rummaging through it and making a mess, angrily stuffing things into a suitcase. You Weilan stood at the doorway with her arms crossed, asking him doubtfully, what are you trying to do? Ying Wu replied sullenly, I'm running away from home. You Weilan glanced at the suitcase and pointed out, it looks like you packed the wrong clothes. Those are mine. Ying Wu ignored her, concentrating on packing. Then, hugging her suitcase, he rolled around on the floor, whining, baby, don't touch my things. You Weilan was a little annoyed, thinking, he's being incredibly strange this morning. He must be doing this on purpose to irritate me. She crossed her arms and stood to the side, saying decisively, then go. Hearing this, Ying Wu felt wronged and asked You Weilan in a pitiful tone, baby, aren't you going to stop me? Hugging the suitcase, which wasn't properly closed, with clothes spilling out, he dragged it past You Weilan. The sky was gloomy with thunder and lightning. You Weilan anxiously looked outside, thinking about Ying Wu. It's raining so hard. I wonder where he went. She worried. Ying Wu is in his susceptible period right now. His mind must be unclear. I shouldn't have lost my temper with him. You Weilan rushed into the room, muttering to herself, no, I have to go find him. She ran to the door, opened it, and shouted, Ying Wu, where are you? You Weilan's eyes widened in shock at the sight before her. Ying Wu was still sitting there, horns on his head, biting his tail, his suitcase beside him. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Suddenly, a clap of thunder startled him, and he hugged his tail, curling up into a ball, shivering on the steps. He looked back at You Weilan with teary eyes, and upon seeing her, he cried out baby, and immediately rushed over to hug her tightly. You Weilan held him in her arms and asked softly, didn't you say you were running away from home? Ying Wu sobbed, I've already gone 20 meters away from baby. Where else can I go? You Weilan pinched his face, still puzzled. Then what are you so upset about? What are you angry about? Ying Wu suddenly jumped up. Baby has someone else. Baby doesn't want me anymore, right? Baby only spends time with them, not me. I'm so sad. You Weilan tried to recall, thinking, who else? I haven't been this close to anyone else recently. She pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized something. You Weilan pointed to her belly and asked in surprise, Ying Wu, is the other demon you're talking about the baby in my belly? Ying Wu, seeing that she understood, nodded happily, his tail still clutched in his hand. You Weilan suddenly understood and sighed. No wonder Ying Wu was crying so miserably this morning. He was jealous of his own child. You Weilan pulled Ying Wu inside and gently dried his hair with a towel. He gently caressed You Weilan's belly while she kept saying to him, Ying Wu, this is your baby. Ying Wu, this is your baby. You Weilan reminded him, remember your first heat. That's when we conceived our little baby. Ying Wu looked at her belly, his gaze gradually softening. But Ying Wu still stubbornly mumbled, I don't want it, I only want baby. He then threw himself into You Weilan's arms, hugging her tightly, murmuring, baby is mine, only mine. You Weilan patiently stroked his head, coaxing him. All right, I know, I remember. Don't get so worked up. Ying Wu sniffled. When this baby is born, it will steal all the love that belongs to me. That won't do. Baby's love can only be mine. You Weilan reassured him, I know, I only have you. Ying Wu still pouted and asked, really? She nodded firmly and hummed softly in agreement. Ying Wu rubbed his eyes and said, then I'll go make dinner for baby, okay? Baby be good and wait for me here. Before You Weilan could react, only managing to call out hey twice, Ying Wu had already dashed off. You Weilan sighed, thinking, what is going on? Suddenly, she remembered, right? Eugene said that when succubi are pregnant, their breasts swell and they need to pump. She hurried to the wardrobe, thinking, okay, I need to change and go buy a breast pump. You Weilan looked at the clothes in the wardrobe, picked one up casually, and muttered, he's quite reliable. You Weilan grabbed her things and went downstairs, where Ying Wu was wearing an apron and cooking in the kitchen. You Weilan stared, mesmerized, her mind screaming, help. The abstinent Ying Wu is actually cooking for me. She stood at the doorway, her eyes glued to him. Ying Wu noticed You Weilan watching him, and his abstinent demeanor instantly shattered. He excitedly rushed over with a plate of food, shouting, baby, you're looking at me. He held the plate up to her, looking expectant of praise. He pulled her to the dining table and said happily, baby, I made this according to the instructions. It's all for you. You Weilan looked worriedly at the wound on Ying Wu's hand and asked anxiously, Ying Wu, what happened to your hand? Ying Wu immediately wailed like a baby. Wah, it hurts so much, Wah. They both went to the sofa. You Weilan examined his hand and asked, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly want to cook for me? Ying Wu put on his most sincere expression. Because I want to even better to you, really, really good, so that baby will always remember how good I am to you. He pouted playfully. That way you'll remember me and won't like that little succubus in your belly anymore. You Weilan was stunned. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She sighed inwardly. So he was just jealous of her own child, the little one in her belly. The thunder continued to rumble outside. You Weilan woke up with a start in bed, her eyes snapping open. She sat up, clutching her chest, uneasily thinking, why does it hurt more and more? She looked around. Ying Wu was gone. You Weilan asked anxiously, where did he go? The heavy rain continued to fall outside. You Weilan grabbed an umbrella and went out of the mansion to look for Ying Wu, muttering, he's not in a room. Did he run out again? Seeing a familiar figure, You Weilan cried out, ah, he's there. You Weilan stared at the figure and hesitantly called out, Ying Wu. She noticed something was wrong. Wait, something's not right. He doesn't seem like himself. His face was gloomy and full of murderous intent, his nails sharp. You Weilan immediately walked over and softly called, Ying Wu. She tried to soothe him. Ying Wu, it's me, Weilan. Wake up. Ying Wu gradually regained his senses, his gaze towards You Weilan calming down. No matter what, Ying Wu could recognize his beloved. He softly called, baby. You Weilan nodded. Let's go home, okay? Ying Wu took You Weilan's arm, and the two of them shared an umbrella as they walked back to the mansion. Watching their retreating figures, the cloaked figure finally revealed a hint of a smile. He loosened his hand, letting the rain fall freely. The thunder rumbled outside. He happily muttered to himself, finally found you, my dear brother. The two entered the mansion. You Weilan hugged Ying Wu tightly, her face full of worry. Ying Wu, what happened just now? He buried his face in her embrace and said, wait, Chip, why? Baby, a bad guy wanted to bully baby, but I scared him away. You Weilan, still shaken, asked, was he a succubus too? Ying Wu looked up and nodded like a child. Super annoying. He must have found out that my baby is soft and sweet and wanted to steal you away. She blushed slightly and scolded, Ying Wu, don't say such things. But in her heart, she thought she needed to talk to Zhu Jin about the succubus matter soon. Ying Wu leaned in anxiously and whispered, then baby has to promise me one thing. You can only like me, this succubus. You Weilan inwardly facepalmed, thinking, not only is the guy who broke in a succubus, but the child in your belly is also a succubus. You can't let the father be so hostile to his own child. You Weilan then turned on the TV and started looking for documentaries about succubus life. She pushed him onto the sofa and ordered, Ying Wu, watch this for me. You Weilan secretly hoped that watching this would inspire some paternal love in him and stop him from being so resistant to the child. The documentary was about a pregnant woman being targeted by a succubus and needing a super safe environment. Upon hearing this, Ying Wu panicked, thinking baby is about to be born. If I don't take good care of her, she'll be in danger. Hearing this, Ying Wu shot out like an arrow, muttering to himself, I have to get everything ready for baby. The entire castle was in chaos all night, filled with rustling sounds. If one listened carefully, when You Weilan woke up, she wondered, what is Ying Wu doing in the middle of the night? She got up to look for him, completely unaware of what he was busy with. She finally found him. You Weilan saw Ying Wu in his pajamas, feathers in his mouth, doing something strange. You Weilan exclaimed, what are you doing, Ying Wu? Ying Wu's cheeks flushed slightly, and he proudly announced, I'm making a nest so baby can use it when they're born. He excitedly took You Weilan's hand. I'm going to make the most beautiful, most dazzling nest for our baby. You Weilan finally understood that Ying Wu was taking care of her in the succubus way. Ying Wu also prepared an empty bag, explaining that it was for the little succubus and the baby in her belly to sleep in. You Weilan facepalmed, thinking, can't you be nicer to your own child? Ying Wu soothed her, all right, baby, let's go to sleep. When you wake up, there will be a beautiful nest, and we can rest in it together tomorrow. You Weilan could only nod in agreement. Okay. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on the other side was like an ice cellar. Zhu Jin looked worriedly out the window. Ying Wu's succubus brother was pointing a gun at Zhu Jin and their mother. He threatened, don't move. Behave yourselves if you don't want to die. Zhu Jin softly called, Ronbai. She was very emotional, never expecting to see her eldest son again. Ronbai sat in the living room, polishing his handgun. There are a few things I need to investigate, he said. I've seen your son's impressive military record. He truly is the perfect incubus you desired, isn't he? Zhu Jin asked anxiously, what are you planning to do? Third Master Rong extended his hand, offering Zhu Jin a white tissue, as if urging her, quickly, bandage my wound. Seeing Ronbai like this, Zhu Jin felt a pang of sorrow. This was her eldest son, and she hadn't been able to be by his side for so many years. Gently, she cleaned his wound with a cotton swab. His expression was pained. This child had never been treated fairly. Ronbai raised his hand, staring at the wound, and asked Zhu Jin in a low voice, did you ever bandage Ying Wu's wounds? Like you would for the commander. Zhu Jin retorted, he has You Weilan. He doesn't need anyone else. A flicker of coldness crossed Rongbai's eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled up. You Weilan is quite beautiful, isn't she? With that, Ronbai stood up, ripping off the bandage Zhu Jin had just applied. He turned around and warned, remind your Federation president to be ready to receive the gift I'm sending. The next morning, Ying Wu woke up and sighed wearily. He then noticed You Weilan nestled in his arms. He squinted at the person in his embrace, noticing a red mark on You Weilan's neck. Guzwa, Ying Wu exclaimed. He rubbed his eyes, asking groggily what's wrong. He pointed at her neck accusingly. I haven't even taken a bite yet, and you let someone else bite you first. You Weilan gently rubbed her neck and asked, guess who bit me? Ying Wu looked around frantically, stammering, could it have been me? Could it be that my heat cycle has started? You Weilan grabbed Ying Wu's tail. Ying Wu said, why cheap, Ly. Then you shouldn't have let me do this. I don't even know what I'm like during my heat. Guzwa, are you betraying me? He burst out in a mixture of anger and helplessness. Now you're blaming me. Forget it. Let me help the commander remember. You Weilan pulled Ying Wu into a room. She had him look inside, asking, Commander, do you remember this place? Inside was a nest built of feathers, which Ying Wu had personally prepared for You Weilan's future childbirth during his heat. You Weilan smiled. You made this nest for me last night. I'll be able to use it when I give birth. Ying Wu coughed a few times, his face flushed. Guzwa, let's go outside and talk, he suggested. You Weilan grabbed Ying Wu's tail again, making him jump. Oh, right, there's one more thing, she said, pointing to a small nest beside the larger one. This small nest, Commander, you made this for the baby in your belly. Ying Wu walked over, a mixture of helplessness and embarrassment, and pulled her back. I can explain. There's too much cotton fluff in here. Can we talk outside? You Weilan hummed in agreement, then immediately tugged on Ying Wu's tail again, making him jump. He had no choice but to follow her. They arrived at the bedside. She sat down, playing with his incubus tail. Ying Wu stood beside her, gently stroking You Weilan's head, then knelt down and confessed, after my first heat, I did a lot of research. During my heat, I become extremely sensitive and insecure, and my possessiveness towards you becomes very strong. Guzwa, Ying Wu said, taking her hand reassuringly, don't worry, I won't be biased between you and the child in the future. You Weilan pulled her hand back, pouting. That's hard to say. The commander's heat can come at any time. After this nest building, I think you'll definitely kick the child out of the house. Hearing this, Ying Wu hesitated, thinking, it's not impossible. If someone dared to take Jiu Zhao away, it's really possible. Seeing his expression, You Weilan knew what he was thinking. She angrily tugged on Ying Wu's tail and exclaimed, you really are thinking about that, aren't you? Ying Wu immediately rushed over to comfort his future wife. No, darling, I'll definitely find a way, okay? You Weilan stood up. The commander can slowly think of a way. I'm due in a month. She turned to leave. Ying Wu's tail immediately wrapped around her, pulling her back. You Weilan turned around, puzzled. Is there anything else? He stood up, looking directly at You Weilan, and said earnestly, Guzwa, I don't know why, but every time my heat comes, I can't leave you at all. You Weilan turned back. I understand, but Commander, I'm just going to take a bath. Ying Wu asked pathetically. Then can You Weilan come back quickly? She didn't answer, walking straight to the door, slamming it shut behind her, and entering the bathroom. Wrapped in a towel, You Weilan thought. It would have been so annoying just now that she had forgotten to bring her clothes in. She glanced at the clothes basket. It was empty. So, You Weilan had no choice but to wrap herself in the towel, thinking, he's probably still downstairs waiting for me, right? I'll just go get them myself. It shouldn't be a big deal. You Weilan had only taken a few steps out of the bathroom when, just as she bumped into Ying Wu, who was close at hand, You Weilan hurriedly took a few steps back because the floor was still wet and ended up slipping. Ying Wu immediately rushed forward and caught his fiancée, You Weilan. You Weilan blushed in a fluster and looked up at Ying Wu. Ying Wu looked down, his gaze falling right on her smooth, bare skin. You Weilan followed his gaze and immediately understood where he was looking. Embarrassed, she quickly tightened her towel and ran. However, Ying Wu's hawk-like eyes noticed something unusual on You Weilan's body. What is that? He thought, lightly touching the spot on You Weilan's body. You Weilan trembled slightly as soon as Ying Wu's hand touched her. Ying Wu continued to caress the mark on her body. You Weilan turned her head and reminded Ying Wu not to mess around. Ying Wu moved closer and asked, Guzwa, that mark on your back, is it a birthmark? You Weilan said, I've had this birthmark since I was little. Ying Wu gently pulled her into his arms and whispered, it's beautiful. You Weilan felt uncomfortable and asked him to let her go, but her heart was filled with shyness and confusion. Her desires were even stronger during pregnancy, and he was always like this. Ying Wu leaned closer and whispered, Guzwa, your belly is getting bigger and bigger. You Weilan tried to keep her voice steady, but she was screaming inside. Stop it. I can't take it anymore. What should I do? Ying Wu kissed You Weilan's shoulder and whispered, Guzwa, I know you want it. You Weilan was startled by his words. Ying Wu took the opportunity to pull off her towel, wrapped her in his arms, and kissed her deeply. Ying Wu whispered, let me help you relax, okay? Lost in the moment, they drew closer and closer. The atmosphere grew more intense, and You Weilan also reached out and pulled Ying Wu closer. The originally cool and damp bathroom became exceptionally hot because of their presence. After a long time, Ying Wu carried You Weilan and took her into the bedroom. You Weilan playfully scolded him. It's all your fault. Can't you restrain yourself a little? Ying Wu smiled and gently placed her on the bed, admitting, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. He put something on You Weilan's wrist. She thought to herself, is this a bracelet? Isn't this a very rare and precious thing? He just gave it to me, so casually. Ying Wu explained, I've tested this star bracelet, and it can withstand the attacks of ordinary succubi. Although I'm fully confident in protecting you, just in case, you should still wear it. You Weilan looked at Ying Wu questioningly and asked, is the commander making some preparations? Ying Wu didn't hide anything. I've found some clues. My brother, Bai, has his own mercenary group on Hellstar. Recently, he joined an unknown organization related to the Shadow Realm. I'm still investigating the details. You Weilan looked into the distance and asked him, then Commander, do you suspect that Bai is colluding with the Shadow Realm? If it's true, what will you do? Ying Wu held her hand and said, my bottom line used to be the safety of the Empire. He gently kissed her hand and continued, but now I have another bottom line, which is your safety, Guzwa. You Weilan blushed, and her heart raced at his words and actions. Ying Wu stroked her head and said, I have to go back to the military headquarters for a meeting. You rest here. I'll come see you tonight. You Weilan obediently snuggled into the covers and said coquettishly, I know, go quickly. Ying Wu turned and left, telling her to rest well. You Weilan obediently stayed in the room. Meanwhile, in the dark and deep Shadow Realm, a little girl riding a white horse was slowly traversing the darkness. You Weilan seemed to see this scene, the Shadow Realm, and the child. She observed, thinking, this little girl is not human. The little girl said, not here, not there, it's not him. Maybe I can't find him. You Weilan approached with kindness and asked, little girl, what are you looking for? Can I help you? Suddenly a voice called out, Weilan, come home. The little girl didn't look up, but urged her horse towards the voice, replying, coming. The little girl ran straight into the depths of the Shadow Realm. You Weilan stood there, wondering This child has the same name as me. You Weilan was in her room at the Ying family residence, her brow slightly furrowed, a trace of unease on her face. A figure slowly emerged. Levi looked at You Weilan, who was sleeping restlessly on the bed, took a few steps closer, and carefully examined her. Levi leaned over and reached out, touching the star bracelet on You Weilan's wrist. Levi withdrew his hand, thinking, my brother really likes these childish little trinkets. Levi gently stroked You Weilan's face, carefully examining her. This is the girl he likes enough to announce it to the entire Federal Empire. Levi looked You Weilan over, thinking that she was indeed beautiful. It seemed his younger brother had good taste. A bitter thought followed. His own life had always been smooth sailing. He'd successfully become an incubus, smoothly risen to the rank of A-level commander in the Federal Empire, and now he was even marrying the woman he loved. He glanced at You Weilan, puzzled. Why did his younger brother have all the good fortune? Malice bloomed in his heart. He needed to teach this little brother a lesson. Levi looked back at You Weilan. Make him suffer, he thought, like, for example, taking away the woman he loved. The curtains by You Weilan's window fluttered gently in the breeze. You Weilan murmured in her sleep, her lips moving slightly. Who am I? Who is she? She woke with a start. She cried out, completely frightened. Was that a dream? But why did everything feel so real? She groaned softly. Ugh, my head hurts. Then she noticed her birthmark. Huh, why has it gotten bigger? And the shape of the wings. Isn't that the same as the wings of the girl in my dream? Just then, her parents knocked on the door. Her mother called from outside. Baby, are you awake? Voices came from outside. Mommy and Daddy are here to see you. You Weilan replied, Come in. After her mother sat down, she asked, Baby, how have you been feeling lately? Are you feeling too tired? You Weilan smiled. I'm fine. I'm not tired at all. Her expression changed. Worry etched on her face. Mom, Dad, do you know about the wing-shaped birthmark on my back? I also dream of a girl, and she had the same wings. You Weilan hesitated. Are you hiding something from me? Her father was silent for a moment, then finally spoke. Baby, the truth is, we have been keeping something from you. He began to explain. Many years ago, shortly after your mother and I got engaged, we were on a private spaceship returning to First Star. The ship malfunctioned and crashed. We thought we were going to die. We really thought it was the end. But somehow, when we woke up, we were lying unharmed at the edge of forest. You Weilan asked, puzzled, how is that possible? Her mother continued, Yes, your father and I couldn't believe it either. But after we calmed down, we found you, baby, standing right in front of us. She went on, You looked about 4 or 5 years old at the time. You were like a little angel. We were confused, but we were certain that you saved us. Her father added, We wanted to ask you some questions, but you quickly fell unconscious and developed a high fever. We could only take you home. When you woke up, you didn't remember anything. They continued to explain, Since you didn't remember anything, we could only keep you and raise you. Baby, although we kept this from you, we never meant to hurt you. We've always treated you as our own daughter. The more You Weilan listened, the more confused she became, struggling to process the information. You Weilan held her head in her hands. Mom, my head is spinning. I need to use the restroom. Her mother immediately stood up to help her. Okay, honey, I'll help you. You Weilan went into the bathroom. She splashed cold water on her face, tried to clear her head. Her thoughts were a jumble. So you're saying the person in my dream was actually me? Impossible. Am I not human? Uncertainty filled her mind. She looked at herself in the mirror, questioning, then who am I? The color of her birthmark began to change. You Weilan noticed it too, wondering, how is this happening? Her birthmark peeled away, and she collapsed to the floor in pain. Wings sprouted from her back. You Weilan screamed in agony, her ears gradually becoming pointed, gasping for breath. Her face was a mixture of confusion and pain. She looked at herself in the mirror and asked in anguish, Who is this? How did I become like this? She gently touched her ears. Clutching her stomach, she curled up in pain, her wings slowly retracting. You Weilan trembled as she cried out, Ying Wu. The call was quickly answered. Hello. Fighting through the pain, You Weilan said, Ying Wu, can you come back now? I think I'm going into labor. She was immediately rushed to the best hospital in the Federal Empire. Ying Wu arrived anxiously, calling out urgently, Wife. My wife. He rushed to her bedside, gripping her hand tightly. Honey, I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'll be with you the whole time. You Weilan softly repeated, Honey. Her mind raced with information. It was the first time she'd heard him call her that, and all her anxiety seemed to melt away. The doctor prepared for the delivery and approached Ying Wu. Commander, please wait outside. I'll notify you immediately if anything happens. The delivery room door closed, the clock ticked, and time seemed to slow down. You Weilan's parents sat outside while Ying Wu paced anxiously back and forth in front of the delivery room, muttering, "Why isn't she out yet?" Hearing a scream from inside, Ying Wu felt his head explode. He yelled, "Wife," and tried to rush into the delivery room, but You Weilan's parents quickly stopped him, urging, "Commander, please calm down, wait a little longer." Ying Wu slammed his hand against the door and cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Then, a baby's cry came from inside. You Weilan's mother exclaimed joyfully, "She's given birth. She's given birth." The doctor came out and announced, "Commander, your wife and child are both safe, but the child situation is a little difficult to explain." Ying Wu didn't even wait to hear the rest, rushing straight into the delivery room. Ying Wu gently stroked You Weilan's face and, without turning around, questioned Professor Bai Luo, "Didn't you say my wife would be fine? What's going on?" The doctor explained, "Commander, Madam has just given birth and is weak. She's temporarily unconscious, but with proper care, she'll be fine." Ying Wu lowered his head and kissed the back of her hand, silently saying, "Wife, you've worked hard." The nurse wheeled the baby in, saying, "Professor Bai Luo, we've examined the baby. Everything is normal, except—" Ying Wu asked the nurse, "Except what?" You Weilan's parents looked at their grandchild and sighed. How could this be? The baby lay in the crib with wings on its back. Its hair was identical to You Weilan's, but its face and the two horns on its head were exactly like Ying Wu's. Ying Wu walked over and looked at the baby, thinking excitedly, "This child is the crystallization of my love with Wei Wei." He gently touched the baby's face, and the baby let out a cute wah sound. Ying Wu couldn't help but ask, "Dr. Bai Luo, what's going on?" Bai Luo explained, "We examined Madam's body and found that her genes are quite special, not like ordinary people, so the child has also inherited some unique maternal genes." Looking at the child, Ying Wu thought, "These delicate little hands and these cute elf wings. Wei Wei never told me. This child is so cute. I wonder what my wife will think when she wakes up and sees it." He suddenly became a little nervous. What if my wife sees the little one and thinks I'm not good-looking enough and doesn't like me anymore? Ying Wu turned to You Weilan's parents and said, "Mom and Dad, Wei Wei needs to rest. I'll leave the baby in your care for now." The two elders immediately agreed, "Don't worry, Wei Wei, just rest." Then Ying Wu returned to the bedroom and stared at himself in the mirror for a long time. He combed his hair and then turned to look at the tail behind him. After a while, Ying Wu finally thought with satisfaction, "My features are the most beautiful and outstanding in the entire empire, even across all the planets." When he came out, he saw that You Weilan was already sitting up. He immediately rushed over, his face full of concern. "Darling, are you feeling okay? Are you uncomfortable anywhere?" You Weilan didn't say anything, just shook her head slightly. Ying Wu thought to himself, "I have to let my wife see that I'm the most handsome, the top-tier incubus." So he began to release his charm, but You Weilan didn't react at all. Seeing this, Ying Wu felt a little embarrassed, thinking, "It seems that's not enough." He walked over and held her hand, whispering, "There's a lot of experimental data about incubi at the base, but there's one thing that's never been written down, something only incubi themselves know." Ying Wu said, "Wife, an incubus will only love one person in their lifetime. You are my only partner, and I will be forever faithful to our marriage." He looked up at her. "Wife, you'll only have me too, right?" Ying Wu's tail quietly reached out to You Weilan and wagged in front of her. As usual, she reached out and grabbed Ying Wu's tail, but quickly let go. Ying Wu immediately noticed that Wei Wei's behavior today was very unusual, even somewhat cold. He finally realized that You Weilan's attitude had become distant. He held her hand and asked sincerely, "Darling, do you want to see our child? Our little baby has not only inherited the characteristics of an incubus." But before he could finish, You Weilan withdrew her hand and said coldly, "Sleepy." Ying Wu still indulged her dotingly. "All right, darling, rest first. We'll talk when you're not tired anymore, okay?" After saying that, he immediately tucked You Weilan in. Ying Wu thought, "While my wife is asleep, I have to quickly ask Professor Bai Luo what's going on." He walked to a corner away from the bed and dialed Professor Bai Luo's number. "Professor, are you free now? I have something I'd like to ask you." The professor's voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm free, Commander. Come over directly and bring some supplements for Weilan." Ying Wu closed the door and went out. You Weilan on the bed immediately opened her eyes and gently moved her fingers. A passage suddenly appeared in the ward, leading to an unknown place. A voice called You Weilan's name from the other side. You Weilan. The person on the other side called her name over and over again. You Weilan was confused by the voice. After an internal struggle, she finally stepped into the passage. After she entered, the passage disappeared without a trace. Ying Wu, holding the supplements, turned to Professor by Luo and replied, "Okay, I understand roughly. Please send the rest to me through Jinghuan. I need to go back now." The professor watched him leave hurriedly and stretched out his hand helplessly, thinking he's in such a rush to go home after only 4 minutes of discussion. He's lovesick, isn't he? What will he do if he really has to go to the battlefield in the future? He walked past the equally bewildered and flustered guards. Ying Wu walked into You Weilan's ward, looked around, and shouted in shock, "Where is she?" The 2 guards outside the door immediately rushed in and reported nervously, "Commander, we really didn't see Assistant Gu leave." The other guard echoed, "Yeah, we didn't even doze off. We really didn't see anyone." Ying Wu immediately called and ordered, "Everyone assemble and search the entire base. Even if you have to turn this place upside down, you must find her for me." The other side immediately responded and began to execute the order. He rushed to the window, pushed it open abruptly, and looked down. Ying Wu thought, how could she suddenly disappear? Is she in danger, or does she no longer need me? On a warship traversing the galaxy, a subordinate reported to Rong Bai, "Brother Rong, rumor has it that You Weilan has completely disappeared. The Lu Palace, including the military and command headquarters, are frantically searching for her." After listening, Rong Bai said indifferently, "For the time being, unless I give the order, tell those people from hell, start not to come looking for me, understand?" He stared at the weapon in his hand. Seeing Rong Bai's actions, his subordinate panicked. "Brother Rong, what are you going to do?" Rong Bai replied, "You'll know soon. Now, immediately head to the Dark Domain." In the Dark Domain, You Weilan rode a horse like she did when she was a child, only now she was grown up. She looked around and muttered with disgust, "The air here is so murky, it's filthy. It's disgusting." Another path appeared, leading to the ancient elf castle. You Weilan looked at the castle, a thought flashing through her mind. "I've arrived." You Weilan walked forward, her fingers caressing the patterns on the castle. Her lips pursed as she savored it all. Her clothes and body materialized naturally as she entered. A little elf saw her and cried out joyfully, "Master, welcome back to the past. Have you remembered everything?" You Weilan responded quietly, "I haven't remembered everything yet." You Weilan asked the little elf worriedly, "Has the king of the Dark Domain caused any trouble in the years I've been gone?" The little elf immediately replied, "He did at first, but a few years ago, the dynasty was overthrown, and your highness inherited the throne. He hasn't been to Elf City in all these years." You Weilan waved her hand and said, "All right, you may leave." After saying that, she walked alone to the lakeside. She went to the lake to fetch water to wash her face when she suddenly heard a rustling sound. You Weilan sensed something was wrong. A young man fell from above. You Weilan looked at the person in confusion. He was a wounded incubus boy, but she didn't know that Rong Bai had deliberately injured himself to approach her. Weilan just put away her bow and used the tip to lift his white tail. Weilan frowned slightly and said, "Aren't incubus tails only black and red? What's with your white one?" He looked down and hesitated before answering, "Because I'm injured." Woo. Pitiful. He wrapped his small tail around Weilan's bow. "Can you help me?" He looked pitiful. Weilan looked him up and down after hearing this. Then she lifted Rong Bai's chin and examined him carefully, like a girl scrutinizing him. After a moment, she said, "Your incubus aura is very similar, really similar to his." Rong Bai suspiciously pushed the bow away and turned his face. "No, I don't know him." He pretended to be foolish. Weilan didn't bother with him and turned to leave. "Forget it. Let's go bye-bye." But as soon as she turned around, she heard a rustling sound behind her. It turned out that Rong Bai was crawling towards the stream. He swayed, as if he would fall into the water at any moment. He looked up at Weilan with a pitiful expression on his face. Sigh. He's really good at pretending. Witnessing this scene, she could only sigh helplessly, recalling her subordinate's recent words. "For years, a young incubus has been living in the organization I established on Hellstar. His background is quite tragic. Recently, through medication, he's gradually transforming into an ordinary person. Master can rest assured, this young man's identity is very reliable. Our clan can definitely make good use of him. In a few days, the Dark Territory will hold a banquet and the Federal Empire will definitely send someone to attend. It's best for Master to choose a reliable attendant to accompany you to ensure your safety. Well, this is interesting. Right then and there, she asked him, "What's your name?" He unexpectedly replied, "Rombai. My name is Rombai." You Weilan blinked, bent down, and looked at Rombai. "Come with me to the banquet tomorrow. If you behave well, I'll keep you." "Oh, deal." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Ying Wu stared at the intelligence report, his face full of anxiety. Where did Wei Wei go? How could she just disappear into thin air? Before he could sort out his thoughts, a wail came from beside him. A little demon baby was holding its small tail, crying its eyes out. Ying Wu was immediately at a loss. Hey, little one, don't cry." The baby nestled in his arms, feeling the warmth, and immediately stopped crying. Ying Wu looked at the little bundle in his hands and added, "Be good, little one, don't disturb Daddy's work." But as soon as he finished speaking, the baby looked at him with teary eyes. Ying Wu grew a little impatient. "What's wrong now?" The baby rubbed against Ying Wu's hand and babbled a few times, which made him realize, "Oh, you're hungry. Wait a minute, Daddy hasn't finished checking." The baby couldn't wait and bit his finger directly. Ying Wu could only stroke the baby's cheek. All right, I got it." In the next second, a supersized baby bottle appeared in the baby's hand, and it happily started to gulp down the milk. Ying Wu was finally able to concentrate on finding his wife. After the baby was full, it burped a few times and crawled back into Ying Wu's arms. He picked up the little bundle. His voice lowered a bit. "Daddy advises you to be good, okay? You want to see Daddy's wife soon too, right?" The baby immediately nodded, happily cooing. The Star Palace suddenly started to shake. Ying Wu had just answered the communication when the other side hurriedly shouted, "Commander, the probe you sent out actually detected You Weilan's aura dissipating outside the dark territory." Ying Wu took the report and said, "Understood." After learning the news, he immediately put the baby on the bed. A smile appeared in his eyes. Daddy's going to the dark territory to find his wife. A while later at the president's office, he asked impatiently, "You want to go find You Weilan, right? Do you know how dangerous that place is? I don't want you to die there." Ying Wu stubbornly persuaded, "I can use the excuse of visiting the new king of the Shadow Bureau. It's perfectly reasonable." The president thought to himself, this guy is really determined to go. Although he didn't object, he still stamped the document. "I'll contact the new king of the Shadow Bureau." Then he handed a stack of documents to Ying Wu. "One more thing. I've also approved your marriage certificate." Ying Wu looked at the marriage certificate, unable to hide his joy. "Thank you. This is Wei Wei's and my marriage certificate." The president watched Ying Wu leave with his own plans in mind. September Orchid is still of great use to the Federation. You'd better bring her back. The scene shifted to the banquet, where everyone was immersed in the luxurious atmosphere. Duo Gua, the new king of the Shadow Bureau, stood opposite Ying Wu and said, "May the underworld and the Federal Empire enjoy eternal peace." Ying Wu politely responded, "Peace." He didn't waste any time, his eyes constantly searching around. Meanwhile, Princess C.D. Near of the Shadow Bureau came over to greet him. "I've always heard my brother say that Commander Ying is the biggest threat to the fleet. Now that I've met the commander, I think my brother was right." Ying Wu remained indifferent and put down his glass. "Thank you." "Excuse me." After saying that, he walked outside, looking around for You Weilan. Suddenly, someone patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Commander Ying." Ying Wu instinctively turned around. It was the same princess from before. She said again, "Commander Ying has come all this way. You must be tired. Would you like to rest in my back garden?" Ying Wu immediately activated avoidance mode. Without saying much, he held up his marriage certificate in front of her. "Your Highness, I'm already married. Please behave yourself." The princess was speechless at this scene. Who carries their marriage certificate around? Thinking this, she hugged herself uncomfortably and retorted, "Commander Ying, with all due respect, I think someone like you should marry a woman of equal standing." Before she could finish, he interrupted her, "Princess C.D. Near, you just don't understand." He looked at her proudly. "My wife is exceptional." Having said that, he ignored everything else and walked away smugly, leaving the princess fuming behind. Just then, Ying Wu sensed something. That aura, a spacecraft, was approaching from afar. Rombai stepped down from it. Seeing a familiar face, Ying Wu couldn't help but call out, "Rombai." He immediately bent down, and took Gu Weilan's arm. Seeing this, Ying Wu was slightly taken aback, confused, because Gu Weilan appeared here again and came out of the spaceship with Bai. The people around looked at Gu Weilan and whispered, "Isn't that the Blue Palace Lord who disappeared for many years? She's truly breathtakingly beautiful now." The Shadow Bureau is now divided into two factions, one led by the Dew Palace Lord and the other by the Blue Palace Lord. It seems there's going to be a showdown. Be careful. Bai also clearly saw Ying Wu, a smug look on his face. Seeing Ying Wu's bewildered expression, he knew he was toying with him. Ying Wu really couldn't understand why Bai was with Gu Weilan. How could Gu Weilan be the Blue Palace Lord of the Shadow Bureau? What was going on? Gu Weilan turned to Bai and instructed, "You still remember the map of the palace, right? You have half an hour to steal that document from Duogua's palace. Whether you can stay depends on this mission." Bai respectfully bowed his head and replied, "Yes." After saying that, Bai immediately took action. Seeing him leave, Ying Wu grabbed Gu Weilan's arm. Gu Weilan was startled and turned to look. Ying Wu frowned slightly and lowered his voice. "Come with me." They arrived at Ying Wu's spacecraft, and he pressed her against the wall, looking her up and down. Gu Weilan spoke first. Anxiously, "The Shadow Bureau is dangerous. Why did you come here?" Ying Wu leaned closer to her and whispered back, "What do you think? How could you speak like that?" Gu Weilan continued to ask indifferently, "What do you mean?" Ying Wu thought to himself, "Doesn't she plan to explain anything about leaving me and the child?" After thinking carefully, he let go of Gu Weilan and sighed. I've truly lost to you." He took off Gu Weilan's glove and coldly questioned, "He was holding this hand of yours just now, wasn't he?" As he washed her hand, he thought, "I won't allow him to touch you, I won't." Ying Wu meticulously washed every inch of Gu Weilan's hand, then looked at her other hand possessively and said, "This one too." As he washed it, he complained, "Gu Weilan, are you really trying to drive me crazy?" After a while, Gu Weilan was finally released by him, and he even dried her hands. The two looked at each other silently. Gu Weilan touched Ying Wu's head and asked, "Where are your horns?" Ying Wu immediately became agitated, gripping Gu Weilan's hand tightly. "Gu Weilan, do you only remember my horns? Aren't you going to explain anything?" Gu Weilan calmly asked, "What do you mean?" Ying Wu was speechless for a moment. Then he put his hand on Gu Weilan's shoulder and said seriously, "The Dark City is dangerous. You know I can't stand being separated from you. Why did you leave without saying a word?" Gu Weilan thought, so he's angry because of this. She suddenly touched her neck and hissed, looking impatient. Ying Wu was still confused, turning his head with a wry smile sigh. "I'm such a fool. Why did I come looking for you like a madman?" At this moment, Gu Weilan took his hand. She whispered, pointed her neck, "Ying Wu, I think I'm injured here." Hearing this, Ying Wu immediately forgot his anger and nervously checked her neck. "Where are you hurt?" Gu Weilan held his hand and added, "I'm not sure, but I really heard a snap, and it feels like I've lost something." She lowered her head, her expression dejected. "And this strange feeling has intensified since I knew you were angry." Ying Wu looked carefully, but found nothing, still suspicious in his heart. There's no wound on her neck at all. Suddenly, his cheeks flushed, and he secretly rejoiced. "Is she making excuses to comfort me?" He looked at Gu Weilan and asked, "Does it hurt?" She shook her head, "No." Ying Wu said with a straight face, "It's good that it doesn't hurt. I'm leaving." Gu Weilan immediately stopped him. "Can you please stay?" Ying Wu put on a jealous look and started to feign reserve. "Then tell me, why are you with Bai?" Gu Weilan calmly replied, "I brought him here today because I need him to complete a mission." Ying Wu couldn't hold back anymore, his voice slightly raised. Grabbing Gu Weilan's hand, he touched your hand. Gu Weilan calmly said, "All right, I won't let anyone touch me again." Seeing her so calm, Ying Wu almost face-bombed. Does she even know what the problem is? He leaned closer to Gu Weilan again and asked, "Gu Weilan, I'll ask you one last time. Do you remember that we're already married?" Gu Weilan immediately replied, "I remember." Ying Wu added, "You even gave birth to my child, but you haven't seen the child once. Do you remember?" At the mention of the child, something seemed to stir in Gu Weilan's hazy memory, and she subconsciously touched her abdomen. Ying Wu chuckled softly, "You mustn't forget about this." His voice was colder than she expected. "Gu Weilan, have you ever considered my feelings? Do you still love me?" Gu Weilan froze, just staring at him. Without another word, Ying Wu boarded his spaceship and left. He left Gu Weilan standing there, returning alone to his planet. Gu Weilan touched the back of her neck again, a confused expression on her face. "It hurts a little here," she muttered, like something is trying to crawl out. A strange sadness washed over her, and she pulled out her communicator. As soon as the call connected, the other side called out, "Your Highness." You Weilan immediately interrupted. "I had a child when I left the Federal Empire." She had been researching all sorts of information, trying to figure out how to tell if someone liked you, diligently doing her homework like a schoolgirl. Ying Wu's Legion commander was startled. "Your Highness." But before she could finish, You Weilan coldly interrupted. "Find it now. I need to learn. I must have lost something. I have to get it back." The next day, on planet Ying Wu, someone came to visit early in the morning. Ying Wu was taken aback. Opening the door, he saw You Weilan. He asked in confusion, "Why are you here?" Ying Wu turned his head away, his face cold. "I think it's best we don't see each other for a while. It hurts." His tone was cold, but in his heart he thought, "Every time I see her, I can't stay calm." You Weilan seized the opportunity and took his hand. Her tone remained calm. "Ying Wu, how is our child?" Ying Wu chuckled. "You finally remembered." You Weilan then interlaced her fingers with Ying Wu's, making the young man ecstatic. Seeing his delighted expression, You Weilan calmly led him away by the hand. "I've already told Princess Nair that we're entertaining you today. It doesn't matter if you don't remember, right?" It was going so smoothly. Ying Wu suddenly pulled his hand back, his voice turning cold again, and raised their previously clasped hands. "By the way, did you also learn from those Dark Star people how to enthusiastically entertain guests?" With that, Ying Wu released her hand without hesitation. So cruel. You Weilan looked at her empty hand, her feelings complex. She looked up at him and said, "No, I only do this to you." Abu, is she acting coquettishly? Hearing these words, what husband, what madman could bear it? He was completely captivated. In fact, You Weilan had learned all these tricks from pile of books. She sighed. So this is what it's like to like someone. First, hold hands, then hug tightly, then face to face, and even pin them down so they can't resist. Model student You Weilan concluded, "Learned it. It's simple. I've mastered it."